Chapter 101 The Strength of Eight Gates and Iwaguchi, 25. Before leaving with Asuma, Miyu gave Sarutobi Hiruzen an appraisal. He was curious about how rich the skills of a ninjutsu professor who claimed to be proficient in all ninjutsu of Konoha would be. Name: Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra: 170,000. Skills: Combination Ninjutsu, Mastery, 13,000/15,000, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 7,200/15,000, Earth Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 6,000/15,000, Water Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 4,800/15,000. Sarutobi Hiruzen's skill bar is indeed quite long. It is so densely packed that Miyu roughly calculated that there are probably thousands of ninjutsu. From the perspective of quantity, the title of ninjutsu professor is well deserved. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have the Sharingan to copy, so he has to practice one by one. However, the proficiency of most ninjutsu is actually only at the entry and proficient level, and the number of mastery level is not large, but Miyu thinks it is also very abnormal. He saw a lot of familiar advanced ninjutsu and even secret techniques on it. In terms of property change, Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 basic attributes have reached the mastery level, but the proficiency is different. The fire attribute is the highest, and the others are lower. It seems that the mastery level of the system is more valuable than I thought. Miyu thought in his heart. Only in terms of the level of change of the nature of the 2 attributes of water and fire chakra, he is higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, in actual fighting, he will be killed instantly by the current Sarutobi Hiruzen, because chakra also has physical skills and combat experience, and even ninjutsu configuration Sarutobi Hiruzen is overwhelming him. After looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's panel, Miyu knew what a real all-round ninja is. Ninjutsu, physical skills, illusions, sealing techniques, secret techniques, forbidden techniques, etc. can all be found on Sarutobi Hiruzen's skill column. For Sarutobi Hiruzen's panel, Miyu can only say that it is not easy to comment. After teaching Asuma, Miyu returned to the main city of Konoha, called Minato and Kushina, and showed them the whole process of making magic Mapo tofu. Kushina and Minato also saw how soybeans turned into meat as they wished. Even after watching the cooking process and tasting the taste, Kushina still felt it was amazing. Miyu, how did you think of making soybeans taste like meat? Kushina couldn't help asking. It was just a random idea. Miyu thought for a while and said. He couldn't say that these dishes were taught to him by others, which would expose a bigger flaw. He could only shamelessly say that he developed them himself. Then Minato asked Miyu about the progress of his seal technique. It had been almost a week since he was taught the seal technique last time. Miyu told him some of his thoughts after reading the 5-finger seal. The 5-finger seal is much more difficult than the 3-finger seal. You can learn it slowly by reading more knowledge about the seal technique and practicing diligently. Minato explained. The 5-finger seal is different from the previous 1-finger seal and 3-finger seal. The difficulty has increased significantly. Minato is worried that Miyu will question him because of the long-term lack of progress. Miyu nodded, and naturally led the topic to the sealing technique, and talked about some problems he encountered in the sealing technique. Miyu did not ask about the specific practice of a certain sealing technique, but some questions about the knowledge of sealing techniques. If he asked about the current problems encountered in the 5-finger seal, with the sealing technique level of Kushina and Minato, they could directly guess his actual practice progress. On weekend nights, the disciples did not have to practice with him. Miyu practiced alone in the southern forest. 5-finger seal. Miyu condensed chakra on the 5 fingers of his right hand and slapped it on his shadow clone. The black sealing technique pattern appeared on the body of the shadow clone, and the technique was successful. Next, you can practice the 5 elements seal. Miyu looked at the 5-finger seal on the panel and thought to herself. After practicing the 5-finger seal, he could barely be considered a seal ninja, although he was a seal ninja who did not know any formal seal technique at present. But Mu Yu did not care. He learned the seal technique not to expand his skill base, but to solve the problem of the seal of the root of tongue disaster. After getting the 5 elements seal, he would directly use the proficiency scroll to upgrade to the proficient level and then learn the contract seal, and then upgrade the contract seal to the proficient level. After both seal techniques are proficient, he will have a lot more knowledge of seal techniques, and then he can try to study the curse seal of the root. Mu Yu walked into the depths of the forest while driving the perception ninjutsu. Today he wanted to try to see how far his limit strength could reach. It has been a month since he obtained the mastery level of rock breathing. As long as the breathing method is introduced, you can greatly improve your ability by performing full concentration breathing, and the proficient level Changzhong keeps the body in a weakened version of full concentration breathing for 24 hours. For Mu Yu, Changzhong is very important, because it is equivalent to his body being trained all the time. In a month, Mu Yu can clearly feel that his body is getting stronger, which is much better than practicing physical skills by himself. Even because of the strengthening of his body, the natural growth rate of chakra has become a little faster. As his body gradually becomes stronger, Mu Yu is ready to try the combination of 8 gates and rock breathing. He has mastered the first 3 gates of the 8 gates, which are the safe zone of the 8 gates and will not put too much pressure on the body. Open the door, open. Mu Yu does not have the mastery of the 8 gates like Might Guy in the plot, so he can only open it slowly from the first gate. With the use of the 8 gates, Mu Yu feels that a certain restriction in his body has been opened, and the restricted chakra has gushed out, and his body has gradually become stronger, and his strength and speed have greatly improved. When Mu Yu opened the 3rd gate, his body had become red with blood, his chakra increased sharply, and he exuded green energy all over his body. Mu Yu gave himself an appraisal of the state of the 3rd gate. Name, Hanyum Wu. Chakra, 23,200. Chakra directly exceeded 20,000, but Mu could feel that the chakra in his body was extremely violent at the moment, and he could no longer complete any delicate operations or release ninjutsu. However, Mu had expected this. He took a deep breath, inhaled a large amount of oxygen into his body and entered the fully concentrated breathing state of rock breathing, and his physical fitness was once again improved in all aspects. Mu casually punched out, and the air shock wave driven by the fist wind alone overwhelmed more than a dozen trees. There was no need to use chakra blessing, and the stone was as easy to break as tofu in his hands. The running speed was just like using the instant body technique. Hey! Mu exhaled a breath of white air to cancel the 8 gates and the state of fully concentrated breathing, and a strong sense of fatigue came over him. The 8 gates superimposed on rock breathing did indeed improve amazingly. Mu did not dare to use too much strength, fearing that the noise would attract the Anbu ninja or the root ninja. However, although it is strong, it is also a great burden on the body. Mu felt very tired after only 3 minutes. This is the case without the use of the mark. Mu felt that if he had just opened the mark, he might have fainted directly after the removal. After this experiment, his conjecture was proved that the rock breathing is indeed very compatible with the 8 gates and can increase the upper limit. With an additional explosive trump card, Mu felt a little more secure. Now, except for the lack of chakra and combat experience, he has a lot of means in various aspects. The training plan is almost done, and I can let my disciples start the training of breathing method. Mu thought to himself. Chapter 102 Start Teaching Breathing Method, 35. On Sunday morning, Mu went to the South Forest as usual, ready to start a new round of teaching. However, he did not start teaching breathing method immediately, but let Might Guy and Obito compete in today's running race first. He used the appraisal technique to check Obito's progress yesterday. He was almost getting started. If he worked hard today, he should be almost there. Today, we will change the rules a little bit. The questions that the winner is exempted from will be added to the questions of the loser. Miyu said with a smile. Ah! Then the loser will have to do 80 questions at most. Obito was already a little panicked. According to Miyu's new rules, if the winner is exempted from all questions, and the loser fails to break through the limit, then he will have to take 80 questions. It's not that he has never won before, but he won less and lost more. Once the rules are changed, the questions will be doubled. Hearing Miyu's words, even Might Guy's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. He won more, but he also lost sometimes. This is a special event on Sunday. After today, the rules will remain the same as before. Miyu explained. Both Obito and Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was only one day. If it was like this all the time in the future, the pressure would be too great. Although they had experienced fighting hundreds of questions in the past, those hard days had passed for a while, and they had buried them deep in their memories and did not want to touch them. Why is there this special event today? Is today a special day? Obito asked puzzled. Because today is the 111th day since I became a teacher. Miyu replied. Although it was a perfunctory statement, today was indeed his 111th day as a teacher, and it was also the day he traveled to the 111th day of the Naruto world. Okay, let's get ready to start the game. Miyu said. Obito and Might Guy quickly finished their warm-up exercises and stood at the starting point designated by Miyu. Obito, come on. Nohara Rin, who was practicing on the side, smiled and cheered Obito up. I beat Kai in the actual combat test, and there will be no surprises in this game. Obito showed a confident smile. 80 questions, and Rin is watching, I must not lose this time. Obito thought silently in his heart. Ready, start. Whoosh. As soon as Miyu finished speaking, Obito burst out his chakra and rushed out, making a super start. With the pressure of 80 questions, Might Guy was also full of motivation, and he also used the shave super start directly. Sensing the increasingly loud running sound, Obito felt more and more urgent in his heart. He gritted his teeth and ran, ignoring the fatigue of his leg muscles and using the shave again. But Might Guy would not admit defeat in a contest of willpower. Seeing Obito start to speed up, Might Guy also gathered his strength and started to speed up, chasing after Obito's back at a high speed. His physique is stronger than Obito, and he has already mastered the art of shaving, so as long as he gets close to Obito, Obito will basically lose. As the distance to the finish line gets closer and closer, the distance between Might Guy and Obito is also getting closer. Whoosh! Seeing that he is close to the finish line, Might Guy directly turns on the sprint mode, disappears on the spot, and moves forward a lot at once. Obito also starts to sprint, using his not yet fully learned shaving to charge towards the finish line. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer, and Obito can already see a fast-moving green in his peripheral vision. That is Might Guy in a tights. It's going to be bad. Obito suddenly felt bad, he knew that Might Guy must have made some progress this time. I must not lose. Obito poured all his strength into his legs and ran with all his strength. Shave. The two used shave at the same time, and their bodies disappeared from the spot. Who won? Nohara Rin only felt that the two figures suddenly blurred, and then the next moment they appeared at the finish line together. Obito won, Kai won 70 questions. Miyu announced the result. In the last sprint just now, Obito completely learned shaving, mastered the technique of 3 superpositions, and won the game with the advantage of a closer distance. Huff, hi, hi. Obito collapsed on the ground and gasped heavily. He felt his chest burning, and even his breath was hot. Although he was very tired, Obito was very happy. This was 80 fewer questions, which was equivalent to losing twice less, and he won in front of Nohara Rin. Thinking of Nohara Rin's presence, Obito stood up tremblingly even if his legs were tired. Obito, Can you rest for a while? Nohara-rin asked with concern. It's okay, it's just a short distance, it's not a problem. Obito controlled his legs not to tremble and said casually. It turns out that the distance is a little short, then let's double it tomorrow. Miyu smiled with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Obito. It turns out that you still have some energy left, Obito. Let's run together again. I feel that I still have room for improvement. Might Guy temporarily suppressed his fear of the questions and said with a passionate face. Apart from the fact that he had to do the questions, Might Guy really liked this kind of competition. Although he lost just now, he did improve. Obito didn't know for a moment whether Might Guy was destroying his own stage or really wanted to run with him again. Actually, I just used literary writing techniques. You misunderstood my meaning. Obito tried to fool him. Nohara-rin emphasized the attack and poked Obito's thigh with her finger. Obito's thigh trembled uncontrollably. Obito, don't be stubborn. You are shaking like this. If you double the distance again, you will be too tired to get up. Nohara-rin sighed. Obito felt tired and had the idea of destroying everything. He was tired. He just wanted to show off in front of Nohara-rin. Why is it so difficult? Okay, take a break and prepare to learn new ninjutsu. This time I'm going to teach you a very difficult secret technique, so you must study it seriously. Miyu said. A very difficult secret technique? Wouldn't it be very powerful? Obito suddenly became energetic. Generally, the more difficult the ninjutsu is, the more powerful it is. Yes, it's very difficult to learn, but if you learn it, you can greatly enhance your strength. Miyu nodded and said. After the localization of the breathing method, it has great power, and the difficulty is also full. According to the classification of Naruto, his two existing breathing methods are both S-level forbidden techniques. Especially the rock breathing, which is the most difficult to practice, and is almost the same as the 8 gates of ninjutsu. You can only work hard to grind it. Teacher, should I learn it too? I'm a little slow in learning ninjutsu. Might Guy scratched his head and asked. He has a poor talent for ninjutsu, and it's hard to learn the 3-body technique. You have to learn, but you learn differently from them. Anyway, just believe that you can learn it. Miyu replied. After the two of them rested, Miyu called Shisui and prepared to start teaching the breathing method. I have set up a reader group. You can join it. I usually look for inspiration in the group. Chapter 103 The Powerful Breathing Method, 45. Shisui and Obito, you two will learn the breathing of fire, and Kai, you will learn the breathing of rock. Miyu said the name of the ninjutsu they were going to learn next. Since Miyu had previously reminded them that what they were going to learn this time was difficult and they had to learn it seriously, even Obito, who was the most eccentric, did not say anything, listening carefully to Miyu's lecture. Since rock breathing is the most difficult to learn, Miyu first asked the shadow clone to explain the theoretical knowledge of breathing to Shisui and Obito, while he began to teach Might Guy rock breathing. The most important point of breathing is breathing with skills and full concentration, inhaling a large amount of oxygen into the body into every cell of the body, thereby improving strength and speed in all directions. Miyu explained the principle of breathing. If you can learn rock breathing and enter the state of full concentration breathing, not only strength, but also the healing speed of the body will increase, and the spirit will be more active. When you can maintain full concentration breathing 24 hours a day, then the speed at which your physique becomes stronger will be several times faster than now. If you master rock breathing, you will be on the road to becoming the strongest physical ninja. Miyu described the bright future of Might Guy after learning rock breathing. What a powerful technique! Might Guy said in surprise with his eyes wide open. It can actually double his bodybuilding effect. What a concept! Now he can only achieve the effect after 3 years of practice, but after learning Chongzhong, he may achieve it in 1 or 1.5 years. This was too attractive for Might Guy, who was ready to go all the way on the road of physical ninja. Akai, please stand a little further away. Miyu was ready to demonstrate the true power of rock breathing to Might Guy. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing, finger gun. Miyu inhaled a large amount of oxygen into his body, stimulated the power of every cell, and finally poured it into his index finger, and then combined with chakra, pointed at the river surface 80 meters away. Whoosh! The powerful finger force directly set off a huge gust of wind, and a transparent shock wave flew quickly towards the river surface. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded instantly. Boom! The river was roaring loudly, and the waves raised by the explosion were more than 10 meters high, and even some fish were blown to the shore. Only here were there trees more than 20 meters high everywhere, and Miyu didn't dare to use too much force if the trees were shorter. This is the power that can be exploded by full concentration breathing of rock breathing. Miyu put down his hand and said, "What a destructive force!" Might Guy was shocked. You should know that they were more than 80 meters away from the river surface. Such a long distance could still have such power. Who could withstand this finger poking at a person? You will be stronger than this in the future. Miyu smiled and touched Might Guy's head and said, "Well, I will practice hard." Might Guy was already very excited at this time, his mind was full of breathing methods and Miyu's finger just now. Then let's start practicing, stand up. Miyu began to teach formally. Might Guy stood up straight with his chest and head raised when he heard Miyu's words. Relax your upper body and inhale, and stand firm with your lower body. Miyu began the most basic and important breathing of the breathing method. Might Guy did what Miyu said, but Miyu shook her head and said, "Breathe hard with your abdomen. Remember to use your abdomen, not open your mouth." Then Miyu demonstrated several times and asked Might Guy to try again. "Teacher, I inhaled hard, but I didn't feel the way you said." Might Guy scratched his head and said, "Don't worry, take your time, just keep practicing." Miyu smiled gently. The difficulty of rock breathing is too high, Miyu's requirement for Might Guy is to learn it within a year. Might Guy nodded and continued to practice according to Miyu's method. After splitting a shadow clone on Might Guy's side, Miyu went to Obito and Shisui. "Teacher Miyu, is the move you just used the one that Guy wants to learn? It feels so strong." Obito asked excitedly when Miyu's real body came over. They were not far away, and Miyu's move was really noisy, so they saw it. "Yes, I just used a physical technique in the state of full concentration breathing of rock breathing." Miyu nodded and said, "It would be amazing if Kai learned rock breathing." Obito exclaimed, "Just a physical technique has such power." "Don't worry, the fire breathing you are going to practice is not worse than the rock breathing that Kai practiced, and it can also greatly improve your strength," Miyu said with a smile. Both breathing methods are considered top-level forbidden techniques, and it depends on the level of the user. "Teacher Miyu, show us the power of fire breathing." Obito looked at Miyu with anticipation. Even Shisui showed a curious look. Of course, Miyu would not refuse such a small request from his disciple. He changed his breathing rhythm, switching from rock breathing to fire breathing, and walked towards the river. After you learn the breath of flame, you can perform the full concentration breathing of the breath of flame to increase the speed of the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra and enhance the power of the flame. If you can maintain full concentration breathing all day, the two effects of accelerated nature change and enhanced flame power will become normalized, and there will be stronger explosive power. Miyu said while preparing to perform ninjutsu. Accelerate the nature change and make the flame stronger. Shisui was directly shocked by Miyu's words. He learned the theoretical knowledge well and knew what Miyu said these two meant, which was directly rough ands imply raised the upper limit of fire style. At the same time, it can also enhance physical strength and recovery ability to a certain extent. Miyu continued, these are the abilities of breathing methods. When he walked to the river, Mu directly formed a seal to perform ninjutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Mu opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of flame that was constantly dancing like a mad dragon. The flames were divided into 3 directions, front, left, and right, rushing towards the river surface. For a time, a sea of fire more than 20 meters wide directly covered the river surface. A large piece of flame fell into the water, and water vapor was constantly generated. A large amount of white mist enveloped the surroundings. Mu used wind style to blow away the water vapor. In fact, Mu has stronger ninjutsu. Whether it is the master level head hardening or the great fire destroying arrow, they are more powerful than the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. But the range of those 2 ninjutsu is too large. Mu is afraid that the nearby forest will be burned down by burning. So strong, I really want to learn. Obito said honestly. Isn't this fire breathing in S-level forbidden technique? Shisui was very surprised. Mu's strength became more and more confusing in his mind. Whenever he felt that he had guessed what Mu's strength was, Mu could always come up with something new that shocked him. Chapter 104 The Progress of Students. Then learn it well. Breathing is difficult to learn, and the learning process is not easy. Mu said seriously. Although the breathing of fire is easier to learn than the breathing of rock, that is relatively speaking. The actual difficulty is also full. The significance of breathing is greater than any ninjutsu or physical technique he taught before. After showing the power of fire escape under the breathing of fire, Mu also began to formally teach the 2 people to practice the breathing of fire. Stand up straight, relax the upper body and stand firm with the lower body, breathe with the abdomen, let oxygen enter the body, enter the chakra points and meridians. The difference between the breathing of fire and the breathing of rock appeared. The breathing of rock is mainly to strengthen the whole body strength, and the others are secondary, while the breathing of fire focuses on interacting with chakra to enhance the power of fire escape. Huff, huff, huff. Obito opened his mouth and took in the air. Bang! Mu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together, then chopped Obito's abdomen lightly with her hand knife and said, "Pay attention to the abdominal force, not to open your mouth and breathe randomly, pay attention to the rhythm and technique." Ah! Obito was a little confused, he didn't expect breathing to be so difficult. Shisui, who was able to master ninjutsu quickly, also encountered difficulties in breathing and couldn't find the key points. However, these were all within Mu's expectations, and good talent was limited. During the time, Mu ran back and forth, teaching one side for an hour and then going to the other side to repeat the cycle. After a morning, the 3 disciples' breathing proficiency was still 0, which made Mu deeply understand the difficulty of breathing. At noon, Mu returned to his home in the main city of Konoha to find and collect the students' strength test materials, and then took them away when it was time for tutoring. Maybe because Mu said she would send the information, or maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen was not busy recently, Mu met Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Sandame-sama. Mu greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen and handed over the packed information. This is the information of the student's strength test. Mu explained. Well, thank you, Mu. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the information and looked through it with a smile. The information was sorted by Mu. The top one was the results of the group test at the beginning of the special training, and the back was the results of the strength test every week. There are also markings on the score sheet. For example, Group C and Group B are the scoring standards for 4th-year students, while Group A is the scoring standard for graduated ninjas. The 3rd generation took a rough look and saw that from the data, after 3 weeks of special training, all students have made great progress. If Mu did not falsify the data, then this special training must have been a very successful special training, which also proved Mu's teaching ability. This time it is not as simple as one class. The special training students include all the 4th grade students, the students with outstanding performance from the 1st to 3rd grades, and a small number of graduated genin. The total number of students exceeds 300. Mu, you have done a good job. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. The students have also practiced hard. It is not just my credit. Mu said modestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and then said with a smile, I will go over to see when your special training is in the final test. It should not disturb you, right? No trouble. If the students knew that you were coming, the third generation, they would definitely be very excited. Mu said with a smile. This is the truth. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad reputation in his previous life, Sarutobi Hiruzen's popularity in Konoha is not bad. After all, he has been the Hokage for decades. After reporting to the biggest boss, Mu took Asuma to practice. Alas, Teacher Mu really shouldn't let the old man go. Asuma sighed during the break. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen left, no matter how good his grades were, it was useless for Asuma Sarutobi, because he was the son of the third Hokage, and it was natural for him to have good grades. Asuma, have you forgotten what I said before? Don't care about other people's opinions. You don't live for others, but for yourself. Mu began to talk therapy. After drinking all kinds of chicken soup, Asuma recovered and practiced more seriously. On Monday, Mu told them that the third Hokage would come to visit their final exam. The news was told to the students in the summer special training. The students were excited all of a sudden. This is the third Hokage. If you randomly pick 10 students in the ninja school and ask them about their dreams, 8 out of 10 people dream of becoming Hokage. Of course, they are very excited to have the opportunity to contact the current Hokage. Even the third generation will come. Izumo, this is a good opportunity for us to become famous in Konoha. Gangzisha said excitedly. Indeed, if we can make the third generation remember our names, we will be able to rise to prominence in the future. Shinayu Izumo nodded and said, equally excited. You should save your energy. One of you will be eliminated in the first round and the other in the second round. Even if the Hokage comes, he won't notice you. Hongdu complained, even she felt that this was unrealistic. A big man like the third generation will definitely see through that Izumo and I are a piece of unpolished jade that lacks carving. People like you who only know how to use brute force will never understand. Gangzisha, who was eliminated in the first round, counterattacked. Izumo Kamitsuki nodded in agreement. Then I'll let you two unpolished gems know the power of brute force. Red Bean punched the two men and made them flee. After hearing the news, Kurenayui practiced more diligently, wanting to improve her strength as much as possible, so as not to be easily defeated by the students in school like last time. After learning the news, Obito directly imagined the future. If the Sandaime-sama saw my excellent performance, he would praise me for my potential to become a Hokage, ha ha ha. Obito laughed, ignoring the eyes of the people around him. Oh no, it would be terrible if Gangzatetsu and Izumo Kamitsuki talked nonsense again. Ebisu felt that he should remind his two younger brothers before the exam. If that kind of news reached the ears of the Hokage, his ninja career would end before it even began. Everyone be quiet, continue to practice, let the Sandaime-sama see your progress. Mu smiled gently, watching all the students' emotions being mobilized, and nodded secretly in his heart. Although the summer training is not long, only 5 weeks, the actual training time is not short. It takes more than 40 hours a week to train. Based on the experience of the first grade class, Mu feels that he can trigger the promotion reward once. The only thing Mu is worried about is that it almost didn't trigger, so he tries his best to make everyone practice diligently. The reader group is in the introduction, and it is usually available under the latest chapter. It may be delayed because it is too early. Also, please give me some monthly votes. It's another day of 10,000. I'm almost exhausted. I've been squeezed dry. Chapter 105 Chidori, 15. Those of you who have learned the instant body technique, please stand up. Miyu said to everyone in Group A. Shisui, Obito, Might Guy, Asuma, and some others who have learned the instant body technique walked out of the queue as Miyu said. In the last 2 weeks, in addition to basic training, the next time will mainly be the practice of the instant body technique. Miyu said the next training arrangement. He said to the students who had already learned the instant body technique. Those of you who have already learned it can decide on your own training during this period. You can learn from me as usual, or practice according to your own ideas. The instant body technique he wanted to teach was naturally not shave, but the most popular instant body technique in Konoha, which was the D-level physical technique he taught Shisui at the beginning. The status of this instant body technique in Konoha is equivalent to the status of the 3 body techniques in the ninja school. It is a physical technique that is not difficult but very practical. Compared with those instant body techniques with property changes, such as water instant body and lightning instant body, the advantage of this D-level physical technique instant body technique is that it has low requirements and is easy to learn. It is very suitable for genin and chunin to learn. Even some jonin are still using it, and it is very cost-effective. Miyu had asked students to conduct chakra control training to strengthen their bodies before, which was also a preparation for learning the instant body technique. The main purpose of using the instant body technique is to condense chakra on the soles of the feet and legs, and use chakra to strengthen the body to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. There are 2 key points here. One is that the body must be able to withstand the stimulation of chakra, and the other is to control the amount of chakra used. If the body cannot withstand the high-speed movement brought by the stimulation of chakra, it will cause damage to the body. In the battle, the body will quickly fatigue and the speed will be affected. The soles of the feet are the most difficult part to condense chakra. It is not easy to condense chakra in the soles of the feet, let alone control the output. If too much chakra is used, it will not only waste chakra, but also affect the performance of the technique. It turns out that they all mastered the instant body technique. No wonder it feels like their speed suddenly changed when they were fighting. Shiranui Genjian thought to himself as he looked at those who walked out. The group of people who just walked out are basically those who have better grades in the actual combat test. They are either graduated genin or strong students in school. You must hurry up to learn this instant body technique, otherwise you will definitely not get a good score in the final actual combat test. Ebisu said in his heart. Because of the incident last week, he has given up hope on the life of the ninja school and turned to study the future ninja path. So he didn't want to be defeated in the first round when the 3rd generation came to watch the exam, so he had to persist for at least 2 more rounds. After a brief explanation, Miyu began to teach the students. He demonstrated the instant body technique several times, and then asked the students to practice according to what he just said, while Miyu guided them on the side. When students made mistakes in practice, he pointed them out and helped them correct their mistakes. Miyu did not only pay attention to Group A. He usually taught the 3 groups in a cycle in the order of ABC, and each group had a shadow clone to assist. If the main body stayed in a certain group, the students in other groups would not be able to receive the blessing of his teaching skills. Then Miyu went to Group B. The training progress of Group B was 1 level behind Group A. After 3 weeks, some people were still training in chakra control. However, this was also within Miyu's expectations. His requirements for Group B were only to complete chakra control training, strengthen physical skills, and improve the level of 3 body skills. If these goals were achieved, they would actually be more qualified than many graduating genin. Some graduating genin did not even master tree climbing, and the 3 body skills were only at the level of learning, and their physical skills were mediocre. After completing the chakra control training, not only can you gain 2 more skills, climbing trees and treading water, but it also lays the foundation for learning more ninjutsu in the future. No matter how strong the physical skills are, it is not too much. Proficient use of the 3 body techniques can have unexpected effects in battle. Those who have not completed the chakra control training are still mainly training chakra control, while those who have completed the training are mainly practicing physical skills and 3-body techniques, as well as various physical training. With high proficiency in the 3-body techniques and combined with teaching skills, the proficiency of the 3-body techniques of students has increased rapidly. Mu saw that the proficiency of some students in the clone technique is more than 300 points at the entry level. After teaching the 3-body techniques to Group B for a while, Mu went to Group C. Group C is the slowest group, and it has just started chakra control training. This is also related to the composition of the students in Group C. The students in Group C are either low-grade students or 4th-grade students with average grades. These students either have a short training time, or did not practice well before and did not lay a good foundation, or simply have poor talent, so the progress will be much slower. It's not that Mu doesn't want to teach more, but she can only teach in this way. Forcing Group C to catch up with Group C will only have the effect of forcing the growth of seedlings. After 3 weeks of study, some students have actually been promoted to Group B. The secret of climbing a tree is to find the subtle amount of chakra that can be absorbed on the tree and then maintain it unchanged. Mu walked up a big tree as if walking on flat ground, talking about the skills that have been said countless times. Although the words are still the same, in fact, when you practice to different stages, you will have different feelings when you hear the same sentence again. Hehe, Teacher Mu, I think I have completed my practice. Hungdu ran quickly on the tree, and after running vertically, he could run horizontally. Well, you have completed the tree climbing training. Next, practice the substitution technique and transformation technique, and start the water treading practice in the afternoon. Mu nodded and said. Hungdu has a good ninja talent. His learning speed is one of the fastest among the students in the 3 groups. You should know that Hungdu has just practiced for 1 semester. It is very good to complete the tree climbing training so quickly while taking into account other exercises. Okay. Hungdu jumped up and down on the tree after getting Mu's approval. After successfully completing the training, Hungdu did not forget her 2 good brothers. She ran to Shinayuchuun and Gangzisha who were still testing the tree and gave them instructions. Don't be afraid of falling. Just concentrate chakra on the soles of your feet and close your eyes and rush forward. Hungdu instructed seriously. Gangzisha's mouth twitched. If he really practiced according to Hungdu's method, he would have to live a life of being fed every meal in the future. His legs were about to break, and he still rushed forward with his eyes closed. I was personally commented by Teacher Mu to complete the training. Don't be ungrateful. Hungdu said with a smile, and took revenge for the 2 scumbags who deceived her not to review before. Alas, you and me, brothers, have fallen to this point. Shinayuchuun looked at Gangzisha and said with a sad face. Damn it! If there was a theory exam, how dare the little thief Hungdu be so arrogant? Gangzisha hated why there was no theory exam in the special training, otherwise he would not be so hard-pressed by Hungdu. Encouraged by Hungdu, Gangzisha and Shinayu Azumo practiced harder. Mu kept wandering back and forth between the 3 groups until the end of the get out of class. Complete a large class teaching. Evaluation, A. Award, Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm, Lightning Style, Chidori. Looking at the system's reward, Mu's mind flashed back to the memory of Chidori. Naruto has various Raise Nan, and Sasuke also has various Chidori. This is also a ninjutsu with great plasticity. I'm a bit stuck, so I'll post 1 chapter first. Today is still 5 chapters a day and 10,000 chapters. Chapter 106, Breath of Flame, 25. The afternoon reward was a little worse than the morning reward, just a water style and earth style with ordinary power. But as a reward for 4 hours of class, Mu thought it was pretty good. At night, Mu continued to practice breathing techniques with Shisui, Might Guy, and others. The 3 of them had not yet found the breathing feeling of breathing techniques, and stayed at the initial breathing training. Remember that breathing is skillful, not just taking a big breath is breathing techniques. Miyu kept emphasizing. Skills, skills, skills. Obito kept repeating this word, trying to hypnotize himself to breathe skillfully. If you suggest something, just keep it in your mind. Just think about it, don't say it out loud. Miyu poked Obito's abdomen with her finger and said. Obito, feeling the pain, opened his mouth and took a breath of cold air. He never thought that breathing, something that people are born with, actually has skills and is so difficult to learn. It is much more difficult than the Great Dragon Fire and Chakra Nature Change. He failed to practice the Great Dragon Fire, but at least he could spit out some sparks. The progress of practicing the nature change was slow, and the temperature of his hands could melt the ice a little. But when practicing breathing, Obito felt that he was almost full of wind but didn't breathe out anything. Obito felt that if he continued like this, he might not be able to learn the breathing method even if he improved the great fireball he practiced by inhaling and exhaling. But seeing that Shisui had no clue, he brought Obito was relieved. Shisui was like this, so it seemed really difficult. Both Obito and Shisui who were practicing the breath of fire were like this, not to mention the more difficult breath of rock on Might Guy's side, who also made no progress. However, Miyu was not too worried about Might Guy. The hard-working and resolute breath of rock was very suitable for Might Guy. Might Guy just needed to practice as hard as usual. On the second day of practicing breathing, the three disciples still had zero proficiency. On the evening of the third day, one disciple finally had a breakthrough from zero and successfully gained some proficiency. It was Obito who was practicing the breath of fire. Teacher Miyu, I seem to feel something different. Could it be that I have learned it? Obito suddenly said while practicing the breathing method. It's not considered learning, but it's considered to be officially entering the practice of breathing. Miyu, who had been watching from the side, replied, and took a look at Obito's proficiency with the appraisal, and it was indeed no longer zero. He thought that Shisui would complete the breakthrough of zero first, but he didn't expect it to be Obito. Miyu thought about it and felt that it might be because Obito's personality was more in line with the breathing of flame, so he caught the feeling first. The breathing of flame is suitable for people who are enthusiastic and cheerful and have a heart as blazing as fire. Shisui's personality is not introverted, but he is a little far from being passionate. Well, grasp this feeling and continue to go deeper. When you are familiar with it, you can enter the next training. Miyu nodded. This breathing practice of inhaling and exhaling is just the beginning of the introduction, and there are many more training links. The next training link is to guide breathing by adjusting body posture to achieve different strengthening effects. In the original breathing method, this link is to train different breathing type moves. After localization, it is no longer necessary to hold a knife, so it has become a variety of different strengthening effects. Because it is a beginner who has just started learning, a specific posture is needed to guide it. After learning it, you can control it freely in the body. Finally, the formal training has begun. Obito couldn't help but waved his fist to celebrate. After drinking the northwest wind for 3 consecutive days, he finally got some feedback. Bang! Miyu knocked on Obito's head with 2 fingers together, pointed at Shisui who was still practicing and said, "Don't interfere with others' practice, get familiar with this feeling quickly." Obito closed his mouth and nodded, and began to practice again with a satisfied smile. Shisui's talent is comparable to Kakashi's, and he learned it before Shisui, which means he won Kakashi once. At the end of the 3rd day of practice, Shisui and Might Guy made no progress, and Obito got a little feeling. During the practice on Wednesday, Shisui kept doing various exercises, and he was still thinking about breathing methods in his mind. This was the first time he felt that he had no idea where to start with something. During the break, Shisui saw Obito and Asuma bragging about each other's fire escape, thought about it, walked to Obito's side and asked. "Obito, can you describe the feeling of breathing in detail?" Obito recalled for a moment, and then began to describe, it's like eating a bowl of hot ramen, and a warm airflow rushes into the whole body. Obito tried hard to describe his feelings, and also explained with body language. Feel a warm current. Shisui showed a thoughtful look. Asuma next to him was a little confused, feeling that the conversation between the two was irrelevant, especially Obito, who simply didn't know what he was talking about. Asuma didn't care about this little episode. Seeing that Kurenai started practicing again, he also ran over to practice. Then Shisui kept thinking about Obito's answer, trying to get some inspiration from it. When he went home to eat after class, Shisui was thinking about whether to eat ramen today. Shisui, why do you occasionally feel pain in your feet when you use the instant body technique? Uchiha Taihuo asked when he saw Shisui. I didn't feel the warm air flow. Shisui said an answer that he himself felt was stupid. Just when Uchiha Taihuo was puzzled, Shisui changed his words and said, it should be that you didn't control the amount of chakra in your foot, so your foot was injured. So that's it, Shisui, what were you thinking about just now? I called you twice before you responded. Uchiha Taihuo asked curiously. Thinking about training. Uchiha Shisui replied. No wonder those genin who have graduated are not your opponents. You are so strong and still thinking about training all the time. Uchiha Taihuo sighed. He was a little ashamed. This time he became the last one in Uchiha. There were 3 Uchiha in Group A. When the strength test was conducted, Shisui and Obito were the top 2, and he was eliminated in the 3rd round. Shisui didn't say anything. He felt that Uchiha Taihuo might have misunderstood him. Even Might Guy didn't think about training all the time. It was just because of breathing. Shisui was like this because he had not made any progress in the breathing technique. It was a misunderstanding, Shisui did not explain. After he had dinner at home, he went to Muyu's place and continued to practice the breathing technique under Muyu's guidance. Soon the 4th day of breathing technique practice ended. The situation was similar to the 3rd day. Only Obito felt a little bit. It was not until the 5th day that new changes came. Shisui's breathing of flame also showed some proficiency. It was like eating hot ramen. Shisui felt that Obito's description was surprisingly appropriate. He could feel a stream of air inhaled from his mouth and constantly flowing along the chakra meridians. The 5th day of breathing technique practice ended. Only Might Guy had not yet gained proficiency in breathing technique and was still trying to find the sense of air. Chapter 107 Might Guy's Heavy Punch, 35. 5 more days passed, and Might Guy still could not find the so-called feeling. During the practice on Wednesday, Might Guy, Shisui, and Obito gathered together to discuss the practice of breathing technique. Akai, you can also imagine the feeling of eating ramen, a wave of hot air enters your stomach. Obito tried to pass on his successful experience to Might Guy. Akai, just refer to what Obito said, or follow what teacher Muyu taught. Although they are both breathing methods, the difference should still be very large. Shisui said. If the 2 breathing methods are similar, Muyu will definitely let them learn one directly, and there is no need to go through so much trouble to practice separately. Well, teacher Muyu said that the current progress is normal. The rock breathing is more difficult than the breathing method you practiced. Might Guy nodded and replied. In fact, his mentality is very good. Only 10 days have passed. When Might Guy was learning the clone technique, he couldn't separate a clone that was exactly the same as the original body and could move until the end of the 2nd year. That was nearly 3 years, and he didn't say he would give up completely. 10 days is nothing at all. Even if he still hasn't learned it after 1,000 days, as long as Muyu doesn't say anything else, he will keep practicing like this. He believes that persistent efforts will definitely lead to success. Because he is a hard-working genius recognized by Muyu. Hehe, then Akai, you have to work hard. I won't show mercy to you just because your breathing method is a little difficult during the practical test 3 days later. Obito laughed. It is approaching the end of the summer special training. The summer special training will be over after training until Friday, and the last practical test will be conducted on Saturday. Even if the breathing method has not been fully learned, it can enhance strength. With one breathing method ahead, Might Guy will definitely not be his opponent. No need to use the tactics of the perspective clone technique, just win with hard power. Haha, youth should go all out in battle. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and praised Obito. If Obito gave in, Might Guy would not be happy. He believed that fighting with all his strength is youth. After the afternoon training, Might Guy returned home. Might Guy saw that Might Guy was sweating all over, and laughed. Kai, you have worked hard to become stronger today. Wait at home for a while, I will buy some meat to cook for you. You can't do without meat when you are growing up. Just buy some cheap vegetables, the family should not have much money. Might Guy couldn't help but say. Might Guy is just a genin, and no one is willing to form a team. D-level missions are not often available, and he can't make much money at all. Although Might Guy doesn't know the specific situation of his father's work, he also knows that the family's financial conditions are not good. This is not a problem you should worry about, Kai, you just need to practice hard. Might Guy gave Might Guy a thumbs up and smiled. After speaking, Might Guy went out to buy vegetables. Might Guy thought about it, and finally followed him. If there was really no money, he would come out in time to persuade Might Guy to buy cheaper vegetables. Might Guy followed Might Guy all the way to the vegetable market. At the vegetable market, Might Guy went straight to the meat shop. Boss, how much is the meat per pound? Might Guy asked. The butcher stood up and glanced at Might Guy, then replied, 100 taels per pound. Then the butcher picked up the knife and asked, how many pounds do you want? Might Guy did not say how much he wanted, but bargained, boss, it's almost evening, your meat is not fresh, 100 taels is too expensive. Then I'll give you a discount, 97 taels per pound. The butcher thought for a while and said. Only 3 taels off is too little, then I'll go to other stores to have a look. Might Guy pretended to leave. Okay, then I'll give you a discount, 93 taels per pound is fine. The butcher quickly stopped him and said. 80 taels per pound. Might Guy shook his head and said. 20 taels off all of a sudden, you're cutting too much. The butcher showed a reluctant expression. Might Guy immediately turned around and pretended to leave again. Okay, 80 taels per pound is 80 taels per pound. It can't be any cheaper. If it's any cheaper, I'll lose money. The butcher stopped him again. Well, give me 40 taels of meat. Might Guy said with a triumphant smile. Only 40 taels. The butcher paused while chopping the meat. I've never seen a ninja as stingy and good at bargaining as you. Butcher couldn't help but complain. Ninjas exercise a lot and generally eat more than ordinary people. They usually buy at least a few kilograms. Thank you for the compliment. Might Guy gave the butcher a thumbs up and smiled. A 10,000-year-old genin is a 10,000-year-old genin. It only costs 40 taels to waste so much time buying meat. 2 ninjas passing by saw this scene and said with disdain. No one should be willing to entrust a ninja like him with a task. One of the tall and thin ninjas laughed. It's not enough that he can't do anything with ninja body illusion, but his behavior is so weird. If I were the client, I wouldn't entrust such a person to do a task. Another fatter ninja nodded. Facing the contempt of the two, Might Guy just smiled and gave them a thumbs up, then walked towards home. He still had to go home to cook for his son. Might Guy didn't care, but Might Guy, who had been hiding, had already started to get angry. He remembered that 3 years ago, Might Guy was also ridiculed on the street with him. That time, the angry Might Guy followed him directly to vent his anger for his father, but he was not strong enough and was beaten instead. It was Kakashi who passed by and saved him. When he encountered such a situation again, Might Guy didn't know if he could beat the 2 official ninjas, nor did he know if Kakashi would appear again, but he knew that he must definitely take action. Because of the 40 taels of meat that Might Guy bought, Might Guy himself would definitely not eat a single bite and let Might Guy eat it all. How could Might Guy tolerate others to despise and insult his father who raised him like this? Might Guy followed the two ninjas who mocked Might Guy out of the vegetable market and walked to a street. 3 sentences. Might Guy said to the two ninjas with a cold face. The tall and thin ninja turned around in confusion and saw that it was Might Guy who was wearing the same tights as Might Guy, and said, "Boy, what are you talking about? You are really worthy of being father and son, both of you are quite weird. This kid seems to be in the ninja school, and he seems to be the last one." The slightly fat ninja said with a smile. "Isn't this a good match, a 10,000-year-old genin and a last one son?" The two laughed. "I set a rule for myself. If someone scolds my father, I must give him 5 punches. You just said 2 more words, now it's 5 words." Might Guy stretched out 5 fingers and said, "Little ghost, get out of here while I'm in a good mood, and you can give me 5 punches for 1 word. Do you have the strength to do that?" The tall and thin ninja said with disdain. A young boy who hasn't even graduated yet dared to speak arrogantly to them, the official ninjas. Might Guy chose to answer the question with his feet. "I'm not forcing hatred, a similar thing happened in the original book. Chapter 108 Rock Breathing, Concentrate on Breathing. 45. Konoha Whirlwind." Might Guy poured his strength into his legs, and his chakra burst out to quickly kick out a whirlwind kick at an extremely fast speed. The tall and thin ninja didn't expect Might Guy to be able to burst out at such a speed. He was caught off guard and kicked in the chest by Might Guy, and retreated several meters backwards. "Doman, block the road over there. Today I have to teach him a lesson for his useless father," the tall and thin ninja said while gritting his teeth, feeling the pain in his chest. The slightly fat ninja nodded, dodged past Might Guy, and blocked his way back. "Kid, you like to fight, right? I want to see how you, a kid who hasn't even graduated, can give me a chunin 25 punches." The tall and thin ninja rubbed his fists, rushed towards Might Guy, and launched an extremely fierce attack. The fists of the tall and thin ninja hit Might Guy like raindrops. Might Guy wanted to fight with the tall and thin ninja head-on, but he unexpectedly found that he was quickly suppressed and his face and arms were hit by fists. The advantage of height and the suppression of combat experience made Might Guy quickly fall into a disadvantage. His physique, which usually stood out among his peers, did not play any role now. Fortunately, Might Guy had been training his body for a long time, which saved him from a lot of blows. Bang! The slightly fat ninja behind Might Guy took action, and while Might Guy was dodging the attack, he kicked Might Guy several meters away and hit the wall on the street. "Have you been weak from drinking tea recently? Why are you so slow to teach a kid who is still in school?" the slightly fat ninja said with a smile. "Go, this kid is a bit weird, and he feels more flexible than a monkey," the tall and thin ninja said unhappily, and then flashed in front of Might Guy. "Kid, remember, not everyone is as weak as your useless father." The tall and thin ninja grabbed Might Guy's clothes in front of his chest and said to him. "Now it's 7 sentences." Might Guy said silently. "Still saying these few sentences, I think you think the punch just now doesn't hurt, right?" The tall and thin ninja heard Might Guy's words and felt that he was seriously looked down upon, so he raised his fist and hit Might Guy. Might Guy kicked the wall next to him with his foot, and with the help of this force, he got rid of the control of the tall and thin ninja. Just when the tall and thin ninja was about to rush up to continue to teach Might Guy a lesson, he found that Might Guy's figure suddenly disappeared. "Be careful behind," the slightly fat ninja reminded. The tall and thin ninja turned around and punched, and it just collided with Might Guy's kick. The attack failed, and Might Guy took a few steps back. He looked around and thought about countermeasures. This was his first time to fight 2 people, and the opponent's hard power was stronger than him. Although Might Guy had already made his strength extraordinary, he tried to use his power, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and soon his clothes were covered with dust because of falling to the ground many times. However, Might Guy, who had mastered the shaving skill, could suddenly burst out at a very fast speed, and also left 2 footprints on the thin and tall ninja. Hoo-hoo! Might Guy panted hard, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he half knelt on the ground. So far, he has used the shaving skill 5 times. In fact, his legs were very tired when he used it for the 4th time, but Might Guy still gritted his teeth and continued to use the shaving skill to attack. At this moment, his legs were completely in a state of fatigue. Haha, you can't run anymore, keep going, why don't you avenge your useless father? The thin and tall ninja showed a mocking look. Might Guy's continuous actions have completely angered him. Now he doesn't want to care about anything, he just wants to beat Might Guy up. It can't be fake news before, this kid's performance is not like the last one. The slightly fat ninja said. No matter if he is the last one or not, we must beat him up today and let him know who he can't mess with. The tall and thin ninja clenched his fist and said. I still failed. Looking at the tall and thin ninja who was getting closer and closer, Might Guy felt a little unwilling. 2 ninjas, he was about to be defeated, it was also dusk, and time seemed to have returned to 3 years ago. He did not regret standing up to avenge his father, but he hated that he was not strong enough and did not defeat the 2. If I practiced the breath of rock. Might Guy once again remembered the terrifying power of the breath of rock that Mu Yu demonstrated to him that day. Under the blessing of the full concentration of breathing, Mu Yu's speed and strength were improved in all aspects, and the power of each physical skill became extremely strong. With constant panting in his mouth, the enemy was getting closer and closer, and the knowledge that Mu Yu taught in Might Guy's mind became clearer and clearer. The breath of rock is like a rock, powerful and tough. If you can practice it to a deep level, you can protect everything you want to protect like a rock. Mu Yu's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Suddenly, Might Guy felt that he had realized something. Hey! Might Guy exerted force on his abdomen, inhaled a lot of oxygen, and then exhaled white air, and his breathing rhythm suddenly changed. The thin and tall ninja was still saying something, but Might Guy didn't pay attention. He put all his energy into breathing. As he continued to breathe, Might Guy felt that power was constantly generated, and even his legs, which had just been extremely tired, seemed to have regained strength. His legs stopped shaking, he stood up and looked at the thin and tall ninja. This time, he would use the power of rock to protect his father. Hey! You can actually stand up. The thin and tall ninja was a little surprised. He saw that Might Guy's legs were shaking like that just now. However, the thin and tall ninja still didn't take Might Guy seriously. He just thought that Might Guy was just holding on. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing, Konoha strong power cyclone. Breathing a large amount of oxygen into the body to strengthen every cell in the body, Might Guy felt that his strength was stronger than ever before. He used the shave again to appear next to the thin and tall ninja, and then kicked out a roundhouse kick. The thin and tall ninja only felt that Might Guy suddenly disappeared after he stood up, and then a foot kicked towards his chest. Bang! The thin and tall ninja hit the wall hard, making a dull impact. How is it possible that the son of the 10,000-year-old ninja is so powerful? This was the last thought of the thin and tall ninja before he lost consciousness. The slightly fat ninja opened his mouth wide, showing a shocked expression. But Might Guy did not give the slightly fat ninja more time to react. He directly used a Konoha big cyclone to send the slightly fat ninja to the wall together. There are 8 sentences in total. Might Guy walked up to the 2 and said, then he punched and counted. After 5 punches, Might Guy exited the breathing state, but he still dragged his tired body to complete the 40 punches. Akai, you have become much stronger. Kakashi suddenly appeared and said. In the plot, he was beaten in the flashback plot of animation 638 3 years ago. Chapter 109 Rapidly Increasing Proficiency. Kakashi happened to see this scene while shopping nearby, but when he came, Might Guy was half kneeling on the ground. Just when Kakashi was about to attack, Might Guy suddenly burst out and killed the two instantly. Kakashi couldn't understand the sudden burst of power of Might Guy just now. Now he really believed what his father said before, that Might Guy would really become his rival, and even surpass him. Of course, because I am a hard-working genius recognized by teacher Miu. Might Guy raised his thumb and showed an extremely bright smile, with 2 rows of shining white teeth that were particularly eye-catching. After saying that, Might Guy couldn't control his body and fell backwards. The previous burst made him too tired. Kakashi quickly caught Might Guy. Next time, remember to save enough strength to walk home, otherwise your father will worry about you. Kakashi carried Might Guy on his back and walked towards Might Guy's home and said, "Haha, don't you have a close friend?" Might Guy laughed and said, "I can't always be there." Kakashi said speechlessly. After sending Might Guy to the door of his house and watching Might Guy being taken in by Might Guy, Kakashi turned around and left. Might Guy today really surprised him. Until now, Kakashi still didn't understand how Might Guy's last 2 kicks suddenly burst out with such powerful force. He should have been exhausted. "Hataki, the teacher said that we will do the mission tomorrow, remember not to be late." On the way home, Kakashi met 2 teammates who came to find him. "Yet." Kakashi nodded coldly, without saying anything, and walked straight towards his home. "Really cold, I don't know how much money I owed him." The teammate couldn't help but complained. He didn't come to the collective training, never practiced cooperation, but was quite active in doing the mission. Who let him be a genius ninja, say less. Although he was very tired, Might Guy still went to Miu after dinner. He went there every day, and suddenly he didn't go. Might Guy felt that Miu might be worried about him, and he also had to report the breathing method to Miu. "Teacher Miu, I was fighting with someone just now when I suddenly fell into a state. My strength became stronger and stronger, and even my tired legs were full of strength again." Might Guy told Miu about what happened in the afternoon. However, he tried to make the battle process easy, and did not say that he was so tired that he could not walk at the end. Miu directly opened the appraisal to check Might Guy's breathing proficiency. Skill, Rock Breathing, Undergraduate, 17/100. Miu was shocked. Yesterday, Might Guy's proficiency was 0, but today it soared to 17. What is the concept? Yesterday, Obito had the highest proficiency, but it was only 6 points. Might Guy jumped directly from 0 to 17, nearly 3 times that of Obito. Based on Might Guy's words, Miu analyzed it and felt that the situation was more critical at the time, and Might Guy was very suitable for practicing rock breathing. His thoughts at the time also fit rock breathing, so his potential was stimulated, and he understood all the content he taught before, and his proficiency soared directly. "Don't practice today. Sit and watch Obito and the others practice for a while," Miu said. Might Guy didn't show off and nodded. While teaching Obito and Shisui, Miu told Obito and Shisui the good news directly. Now Kai's breathing method practice progress is the first. He can now use breathing method to strengthen himself. Miu said. "Ah, didn't he even have a sense of air yesterday? How can he become so much stronger in one day?" Obito said in surprise. He practiced breathing method and knew how difficult it was. According to Miu, Might Guy's rock breathing was more difficult than the fire breathing they practiced. Obito didn't understand how Might Guy made such rapid progress in one day. He felt that Might Guy was cheating. "Practice hard, and you will also make rapid progress," Miu said with a smile. Obito's talent for practicing fire breathing is still good. If it weren't for Might Guy's sudden enlightenment this time, Obito should have been ahead in breathing method. Yu even thought that in the end, Obito would be the first to learn the breathing method. The opportunity for enlightenment is not every day. With the difficulty of rock breathing, Might Guy can only hone his proficiency through hard practice day after day. However, it is better than the beginning. It is very important to achieve a breakthrough. Obito was instantly under great pressure after learning about Might Guy's rapid progress. Not counting today, which is almost over, there are only 2 days left before the final test. Originally, he thought that his top 2 was stable, but now it seems very unstable. Yu Immortal, may I also make rapid progress? Obito put his hands together and prayed in his heart. The posture is wrong. Yu pulled Obito's hands apart. The prayer was destroyed by Yu Immortal himself. Obito, who failed to pray, could only return to training, constantly repeating different breathing exercises and feeling the subtle changes in his body. On Thursday, Yu was still teaching normally. However, because the special training was about to end, Yu would give students some chicken blood every time she started class. This special training is almost over, and the promotion reward has not been triggered yet. Yu feels that the students can work harder in the last 2 days. At this point in time, most of the training goals set by Yu have been achieved. Except for a few new members, the members of Group A have basically completed the practice of instant body skills. Whether they can use it well or not is another matter. It depends on the individual, but they have indeed learned it. The members of Group B have basically completed the practice of climbing trees and treading water. The average chakra control ability of each person has greatly improved, and the level of 3 body skills has also made great progress. If only the initial members of Group B are counted, the average score of ninjutsu has increased from more than 7 points to more than 9 points. The outstanding students from the lower grades have also improved rapidly in these 5 weeks of special training. If they start school, they will definitely give their classmates a surprise. It's the last 2 days, everyone hurry up and practice. The 3rd generation will come to watch the actual combat test 2 days later. Let the 3rd generation see the results of your hard work. Yu continued to cheer. It's finally time to become famous. Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo looked at each other and continued to think about ninjutsu and show themselves better. Do you get a dumpling if you do well in the exam? Hongda just wanted to be rewarded with a dumpling by Yu. I really don't know what an old man is happy about coming. Asuma looked unhappy. Maybe there are more than 300 students who are not interested in the 3rd generation, but Asuma is probably the only student who is unhappy with the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation Hokage. Shisui's mind floated. I discovered the history of Yu's teachings. I'm a little stuck, so I'm a little late. Chapter 110, Binding Training, 15. Teacher Yu, I seem to feel a slight swelling in my abdomen. Is it possible that my posture is already very standard, and the air is circling through the meridians? Obito asked excitedly. I think you ate too much for dinner. Yu took a look and found that Obito's posture was wrong again during the gradual breathing process, so she answered. It seems that I ate a little too much. Obito's face was a little ruddy, and he touched his slightly bulging abdomen and smiled awkwardly. Hearing this somewhat outrageous conversation, Shisui beside him couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud, and his breathing rhythm was suddenly messed up. You should control the air you inhale into your body, instead of letting the inhaled air affect your body's posture. Yu corrected Obito's posture step by step and said. Shisui did a good job on this point. Yu pointed to Shisui who had recovered and reposed. Overall, Shisui's progress is not as good as Obito's, but Shisui is faster than Obito in this part of the training. Why don't you tie me up, Yu teacher, so that I can guide the inhaled air very well? Obito suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea. The strengthening movements of the breathing method are more difficult than each other. Not only are there airflow effects, but the body will also be very tired if the difficult postures are held for a long time. Yu didn't know for a moment whether Obito was eager to practice or awaken some strange habit, and actually wanted to fix it physically. Yu also thought of this method, but it is not certain whether the physical fixation is effective, but the body will definitely be very uncomfortable and not very humane. Those who know that it is practicing breathing method, and those who don't know think that it is interrogating a spy from another country. This method may be feasible, but the practice process will be very uncomfortable. Are you sure you want to do this? Yu asked. Since Obito took the initiative to try it, Yu would not object. There is no easy word in ninja training. Every day, I sweat a lot when I exercise. It hurts to fall down when climbing a tree. If I make a mistake in stepping on water, I will fall into the water. If I practice the change of the nature of fire attribute chakra, I will burn myself if I am not careful. Try it first. I feel uncomfortable posing here. Obito nodded. He still wanted to try to make progress faster by taking shortcuts. Since the special training time is only 5 weeks, although it was said that there would be a strength test every 2 weeks, the last actual combat test was actually 3 weeks apart. Obito had finally defeated Might Guy once before, and he saw the dawn of a winning streak in practicing breathing methods. He didn't want to be defeated by Might Guy so quickly. There were 2 actual combat exams in the ninja school, Class Actual Combat and Grade Actual Combat. Might Guy had defeated him 4 times in total, and he had only won once now. Yu satisfied Obito's wish. He found a few wooden boards and some ropes and tied Obito to the wooden boards to fix a posture. However, Yu did not tie it tightly. If it was too tight, it would affect the blood circulation of the body, so Yu reminded. The rope is not very tight, it can only serve as an auxiliary tool. You still have to guide it yourself. Don't think that you only need to breathe when you are fixed. Obito nodded, and then began to practice breathing seriously. After practicing for a while, Obito found that it seemed to be somewhat useful, but it was a bit uncomfortable to be tied up. Practicing a movement and letting Yu's shadow clone help him change a posture. After practicing for an hour, Obito even felt pretty good. As long as he deformed his movements and touched the loose rope, he would immediately know that his movements were not accurate, and then adjust them immediately. When the practice time was about to end, Yu brought Might Guy to Shisui and Obito. "Akai, use the breathing method and then use physical skills," Yu said to Might Guy. Might Guy nodded and began to adjust his breathing rhythm to absorb a large amount of oxygen into his body to enhance his own strength. Konoha's Great Tornado. Might Guy picked the thickest tree nearby, a tree that 3 people could not even hug, and kicked it with a chakra burst. Pa! With a loud bang, the tree fell to the ground, and the place where Might Guy kicked was already broken. The speed and strength have become much stronger. Obito, who often fights with Might Guy, said in surprise. Just now, Might Guy's tornado kick seemed to have really brought out a gust of wind, and the surrounding grass was crushed. As long as you go one step further, you can almost use the breathing method in battle. Yu smiled and said to Shisui and Obito. The breathing method is so difficult to practice, you have to give some hope. Now Might Guy is leading, so let's use Might Guy as a benchmark. There is one more thing. In the actual combat test the day after tomorrow, you should not use the breathing method. Yu said. Why? Obito asked with some doubts. At present, only Might Guy can use it in battle, so this will forcibly abolish part of Might Guy's strength. Although it is good news for him, Obito is very confused. This is not a training match, and he is forcibly equalizing the strength. If he really wants to forcibly equalize the strength, he will have to ban most of Shisui's ninjutsu and illusion. You have just started training, and you can't grasp the degree. Using breathing methods is easy to overload the battle and leave hidden injuries to the body. Yu explained. This is just one of the reasons. In fact, the real reason is that the 3rd generation will come to see. The 3rd generation is different from other ninjas. He has mastered too many ninjutsu, taijutsu and secret techniques. Might Guy and the others are young and unskilled at this time. If they suddenly explode, it will be easy for the third generation to find out the problem. If it is just one person, it will be fine. What if Obito also explodes in battle and uses the breathing method? It will be intriguing. So Mu simply told the disciples not to use the breathing method. If it is shaved, it will be fine. Except for the faster speed, it actually looks no different from the ordinary taijutsu, the body flicking technique. Because Obito and the others are stronger, the body flicking technique is faster, which is reasonable. That day, I thought my legs recovered after using the breathing method, but I didn't maintain the breathing method and my fatigue exploded instantly. Might Guy nodded. Mu was right. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. On Saturday, all students gathered at the training ground on time to prepare for the final practical test. Sarutobi Hiruzen came as he said, and he came not only alone, but also brought many teachers with him. This was something that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mu had discussed in advance. On the day of the exam, he brought other teachers to see this special training model. The students are very energetic and look very confident. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a white robe and a Hokage hat, said with a smile. Let's take a look at the results of their hard work in the past 5 weeks. It's a little late, but I still want to try to write 5 chapters. Chapter 111, Become Famous, 25. Sandaime-sama. Hokage-sama. When Sarutobi Hiruzen came over, Group C had just finished drawing lots, and the students greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen one after another. Everyone, just treat it as usual. I'm just here to take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile. Number 1, Mitarashi Anko, and number 2, Asakawa Sankan, are ready to start fighting. Shadow clone Mu began to host the test. The students called by Mu quickly went to the battlefield and got ready for the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around. In order not to affect each other, the distance between the 3 test sites of the 3 groups was not short. Mu, you have worked hard for these 5 weeks, leading more than 300 students alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In this case, one person is really not enough, and you have to use the shadow clone. Look, Mu's real body is still next to him, and the shadow clone is still presiding over the exam. Duty. Mu replied with a smile, without saying too much. The third generation nodded with a smile and turned his attention to the battle that had already begun. Although the opponent Asakawa Sankan is a 4th-year student, Hongdu is at a disadvantage in height, but Hongdu is not at all weak, and directly rushed up to fight with Asakawa Sankan in close combat. Hongdu's physical skills are very radical, the kind that I can get hurt, but you must be more seriously injured than me. Feeling the gazes of many onlookers, Asakawa Sankan secretly groaned, he couldn't stand Hongdu's crazy attack. Asakawa Sankan took advantage of Hongdu's punch and retreated to the tree, then ran directly up the tree, and threw a large number of shurikens at Hongdu, trying to kite Hongdu. But Hongdu was not thrown away by him. She had already completed the tree climbing training and practiced using the forest to fight. She soon caught up with Asakawa Sankan and fought with him on the tree. The 3 basic ninjutsu of clone, transformation, and substitution were used by both of them. Mu, this Mitarashi Hongdu is a student in your class. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said. Because Mu's class performance was too outstanding before, he had a little impression of the top students in Mu's class. Well, she is a student in class 1 of the 1st year. Mu nodded. To have such chakra control ability and ninjutsu level in the 1st grade, she is a very good student. Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his mustache and nodded. He was very satisfied with Mu's teaching results. The strength shown by the 2 students was very good, and this was the C group with the worst progress. Yes, such strength may not be achieved by ordinary 3rd-year and 4th-year students. The Chunin teacher who came with Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Her opponent is not bad either. If she practices more, she should be able to reach the level of graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Other Chunin teachers also nodded in approval. One of them was even more surprised, because Asakawa Sankan was a student in his class. He remembered that this student was quite ordinary, but he didn't expect that he would make such great progress in just 5 weeks of special training. Whether he didn't study seriously before or worked too hard in these 5 weeks, or Mu was really good at teaching, he didn't know which reason it was for the time being. Mitarashi Anko 1. In the end, Asakawa Sankan was slightly inferior, and Anko 1. Number 3 Gangzatetsu and number 4 Nakamori Goiki are ready to start fighting. Mu quickly announced the name of the next battle player. Nakamori Goiki, this is my student. Iketani Yang said. Oh, how are your actual combat scores? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. It's pretty average, with actual combat scores of around 15 points. Iketani Yang said honestly. But his opponent looks like a first or second year student. It should be okay, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Nakamori Goiki's level when he heard 15 points. According to the grading standards of the ninja school, it was a very ordinary score. Not necessarily. That Gangzisha is also a student in teacher Muyu's class. His actual combat performance is quite good. Ueda Aya said it before Muyu came out to recognize the student. While the onlookers below were discussing, the battle began. Nakamori Goiki took advantage of his physical advantage and rushed forward quickly, launching a fierce attack. Although Gangzisha had a disadvantage in strength, his short stature also meant flexibility. Gangzisha flexibly dodged Nakamori Goiki's attack. For a while, the situation was very stalemate. If nothing unexpected happens, Nakamori Goiki should win. There is a Chunin teacher who speculated. Although it seems that Gangzisha is not suppressed too much at the moment, he is actually at a great disadvantage. Gangzisha is young and does not have an advantage in physical strength. If he continues to waste time like this, he will be caught sooner or later. This student is not bad. Although he is not as good as his classmates, he is also very good. The third generation said while puffing smoke from a small pipe. After all, the battle spanned several grades, and the third generation felt that it was already very good to be able to fight like this. Confusing enemy technique. Seizing a breath of respite, Gangzisha directly used his strongest ninjutsu. In order to enhance his ninjutsu, Gangzisha went to a women's clothing store. 6 older sisters wearing different styles of cool clothes suddenly appeared on the field and surrounded Nakamori Goiki. Hey! Nakamori Goiki's sight was attracted by the mysterious power. And Gangzisha seized this opportunity to kick Nakamori Goiki down with one foot, and then pressed the kunao in his right hand against Nakamori Goiki. Gangzisha wins. Nakamori Koichi, who had reacted, was both confused and shocked. He knew the jutsu of Gangzisha, but he didn't expect Gangzisha to dare to use it in such a scene. The third Hokage was watching. Silence. At this moment, the field was silent, and no one made a sound. Both students and teachers looked at this scene in shock. Ahem. Finally, it was the cough of the third Hokage that broke the silence. The third Hokage, who was absorbed in watching, was choked by the smoke. He quickly wiped off the red under his nose and commented seriously. Teacher Muyu did a good job in this special training. Gangzisha used his own advantages flexibly, and Nakamori Koichi's performance was also remarkable. How many points do you think he can get in this actual combat? 24. A Chunin teacher said first. Other teachers also gave scores accordingly, and the scores were similar. No teacher mentioned Gangzisha. Everyone tacitly ignored what had just happened and praised Muyu for teaching well in the summer special training and the great progress of the students. Only occasionally would they secretly glance in the direction of Gangzisha, thinking that he was really a talent. Zisha, you are really going to be famous now. Shinayu Izumo looked at the winning Gang Zisha with envy. Under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage, he flexibly used ninjutsu to defeat the strong with the weak. He wished that he was the one standing on top now. Number 5 Ishii Yoshikazu and number 6 Shinayu Izumo are ready. Hearing his name, Shinayu Izumo quickly stepped onto the stage. He also wanted to become famous. Today, I am not in a good state. I feel that this chapter does not express the feeling it should have. If you see any problems, just leave a message in the chapter. I will correct it. The next few chapters may be published later. Chapter 112 Shocking Teaching Results, 35. Shinayu Izumo quickly stepped forward and met Gang Zisha, who was walking back. The two smiled at each other and gently bumped their fists. Izumo, I have succeeded. Now it's up to you. Gang Zisha's face was full of joy. Now thinking back to the battle just now, he couldn't help but want to cheer for himself. As a first-year student, he fought against a fourth-year student. He was at a disadvantage and calmly looked for opportunities to defeat the enemy with one blow. He was really a ninja. Gang Zisha believed that the third Hokage would definitely remember his name. It's a pity that I couldn't spread the reputation of Brother Ebisu. Gang Zisha felt a pity. Because Ebisu emphasized it many times, Gang Zisha didn't do it the same as last time. Gang Zisha felt that Ebisu was good in everything except that he was too low-key and didn't want others to know how powerful he was. After watching the battle of Kamatsuki Izumo for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen had almost made a rough judgment on the result of this special training. Special training did bring a lot of improvement to the students. After the special training, the students with 15 points could achieve a good score of 24 points. After the special training, the first-year students like Gang Zisha had the strength to fight against the senior students. Apart from the ninjutsu that made him a little curious, Gang Zisha's performance in all aspects far exceeded the level that a first-year student should have, and Kamatsuki Izumo in this game also had similar strength. The student's strength has improved a lot in this special training. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. In fact, the score comparison has already shown the student's progress very intuitively, but there are certain subjective factors in the actual scoring, and the third generation prefers to see it with his own eyes. Confusing enemy technique. Several older sisters wearing cool clothes suddenly appeared on the battlefield again, performing various suggestive actions. Kamizuki Izumo seized the moment when his opponent was distracted and defeated him. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt his nose moist, and felt that there were various surprises in this strength test. Teacher Muyu, these students of yours are all very creative. Ike-Yang's face turned red after racking his brains, and he could only come up with such a more appropriate compliment. Others can be unflattering, but Ike-Yang can't. After all, he has been a substitute teacher for so many times. Zisha and Izumo are like this. Muyu said with a smile. In fact, it's not just me and Izumo. Gang Zisha sneaked over to Muyu. Teacher Muyu, this technique was developed by Izumo, Ebisu and me together. To be precise, it was Ebisu who led us to develop it. Gang Zisha deliberately said in a louder voice. He couldn't stand that Ebisu, who played the biggest role, was unknown to others. Teacher Tanaka, isn't Ebisu a student in your class? I remember that his grades were pretty good. Yes, he is a student in my 4th grade, 6th class. Tanaka just showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. He didn't expect that this strange ninjutsu was actually related to the good students in his class. He remembered that Ebisu was a very serious person. Ebisu. Sarutobi Hiruzen also heard what Gang Zisha said and remembered the name. After completing the mission, Gang Zisha quietly went back, brushing his clothes and hiding his name. Zisha, how was my performance just now? Shinayu Izumo asked excitedly. Very strong, I saw that the third generation was watching very seriously. Gang Zisha said while holding Shinayu Izumo's neck. That's great, now our brothers are really on the road to fame. Shinayu Izumo waved his fist to celebrate. Not only the two of us, but also Brother Ebisu. Gang Zisha told Shinayu Izumo about his actions just now with a proud face. No doubt, if Brother Ebisu knew about it, he would definitely treat you to a meal. Kamizuki Izumo gave Gang Zisha a thumbs up. It takes courage to sneak into the group of teachers. We'll tell Brother Ebisu this good news after the test is over. Gang Zisha said excitedly. Ebisu, who was waiting for his battle in Group A, felt his nose itchy and sneezed. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Seize this opportunity to perform well in front of Lord Hokage. Ebisu shook off these distracting thoughts and tried his best to maintain his good condition. After watching 2 more battles, other Chunin teachers also found that the improvement of those students was not accidental, but all of them had a significant improvement. How is this taught? It's only been 5 weeks, and there is such an improvement. Are all the students practicing every day without distractions? Some teachers felt puzzled. Many Chunin teachers have heard of Muyu's teaching ability. But most people think that even if you are good at teaching, it will not be of much use. In addition to the theoretical results, the actual combat is still determined by the student's talents. No matter how good you are at teaching, can you change the difficulty of ninjutsu? But the progress in front of them cannot be faked. The students who they thought were average or even bad before have reached a good level in the special training of more than 1 month. Go and see the students in other groups. After the 5th battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. After watching the battle of 10 students, the level of the whole group is almost known. This is Group B. Muyu led Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to the direction of Group B. Group B was testing near the river. When Muyu and others went over, they saw 2 students standing on the river and fighting fiercely. The students in Group B have basically completed the chakra control training. They have no problem climbing trees and treading water. In addition, they are faster than Group C in physical skills and ninjutsu. Muyu introduced. Can all of them walk on the water? A Chunin teacher showed a skeptical expression. If climbing a tree is something that excellent 4th grade students can generally master, then treading water is a skill that even genin may not be able to master, and it especially tests the level of chakra control. He took a quick glance and found that the number of students in Group B seemed to be no less than that in Group C. He thought it was impossible for there to be so many excellent students. But he soon had to believe that this was the fact, because all the students in Group B went to the river to fight while they were fighting. Not only could they tread water, but they also looked very skilled. These students are definitely qualified to become genin directly after graduation. A teacher commented. If Group C is an excellent group of students, then Group B gives them the feeling that there is no problem graduating directly. Yes, with such a level of clone skills, even if the graduation exam standard is used, it will be full marks. A teacher agreed. Some teachers saw their own students among them and doubted their lives. This kid was not so powerful before, how did he become so much stronger all of a sudden? For a moment, they didn't know whether they had buried their students or the students were playing them. After seeing the excellent performance of the students in Group B, the 3rd generation had some expectations for the level of the students in Group A. This is Group A. After watching a few games, Muyu brought Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to Group A. Chapter 113 Shisui's Amazing Strength, 45. Muyu introduced the level of the students in Group A as they walked. The students in Group A had basically completed the chakra control training 2 weeks after the special training began. During the special training, they mainly strengthened their chakra control ability and learned instant. Group A is the fastest progressing group, and its students are the strongest among all the groups. The composition of its members is mainly 4th-year students and graduated genin, followed by 3rd-year students and 1st-year students. There are also 1st-year students? How can a 1st-year student reach this level? A teacher couldn't help asking. With the ability to control chakras such as climbing trees and treading water, and mastering the instant body technique, he is considered strong among genin. How can he be at the level that a first-year student can reach? That first-year student should be Uchiha Shisui in your class, Teacher Mu. If it is him, it might be possible. Aya Ueda asked. Except for Shisui, Aya Ueda couldn't think of anyone in the first grade who could have this ability. Mu nodded. Although Shisui's reputation as a genius is not small in the ninja school, there are still Chunin teachers who think that it is impossible for a first-year student to reach this level. Not to mention the first in the first grade, they think that the first in the second grade can't have this level. Only Mu has a good reputation, otherwise some teachers may maliciously speculate whether Mu likes Shisui more and uses privileges to directly transfer him to Group A. Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't know how strong Shisui was now, but the battle where Shisui defeated Asuma before was enough to enter Group A. Number 17 Uchiha Shisui and number 18 are standing together and preparing for battle. Mu and the others came just in time to catch up with Shisui's battle. It's Lei Tong. I taught him before he graduated. He is a very good student. The teacher who thought that it was impossible for a first-year student to reach the level of Group A said with a smile. He was happy for his former student. There were not many opportunities to show his strength in front of the Hokage. He knew the strength of Bingzu Lietong. He was not weak when he was studying in school. Now he has graduated and practiced for a long time. It was not easy for him to fight against a first-year student. Bingzu Lietong didn't know that his former teacher had already opened champagne before he started. He felt a headache after hearing the name of his opponent. Nothing to say, this time he will definitely be eliminated in the first round. Bingzu Lietong has no confidence in defeating Shisui. Of course, Bingzu Lietong did not give up directly. If they were going to lose, they had to lose decently. Take a deep breath. Bingzu Lietong walked to the battlefield with a free and easy look and made a seal of opposition with Shisui. The result is already known in advance. Next, just try to show your strength. Look at Lietong's calm expression. It seems that he is very confident in this battle. The more the Chunin teacher looked at Hijirido, the more he felt that he was worthy of being his student. The teachers nearby all nodded in approval. In fact, most teachers believed in Muyu's words and Muyu's character, and believed that Shisui could reach the level of Group A, but they did not think that Shisui could defeat Hijirido. One side was a first-year student who had just finished a semester, and the other side was a genin who had graduated for a long time and was still receiving the same special training. No matter how you look at it, Hijirido will win. Let alone Shisui, even if Kakashi who had just finished a semester came, they would think that Hijirido would win in the end. Muyu showed a gentle smile and did not speak. He did not need to say too much. Shisui would be able to slap him in the face by showing his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and looked at the battlefield with a smile. He was a little looking forward to the expressions of those teachers when they saw Hijirido lose. The battle begins. Muyu shouted. Swoosh! As soon as Muyu finished speaking, Bingzu Lietong rushed forward using the instant body technique, holding a kunao and stabbing at Shisui. He knew how strong Shisui was, so there was no need to test him, so he went all out. Lietong has a shortcoming. He doesn't know how heavy his blows are, and he hasn't changed it yet. The Chunin teacher saw Bingzu Lietong rushing forward with a kunao and not giving Shisui a chance to perform, and shook his head and said. But the next moment, something surprising happened. Uchiha Shisui's body disappeared at the last moment, and Bingzu Lietong stabbed nothing. Bingzu Lietong was not disappointed. It would be a problem if Shisui couldn't dodge. He threw a kunao behind him without hesitation. Shisui paused his attack and slightly sidestepped the flying kunao. His speed is even faster than Lietong. Teacher Bingzu Lietong was a little dumbfounded. Then Bingzu Lietong grabbed a large shuriken and threw it at Shisui, then quickly formed a seal and cast a clone technique to create 4 clones. The clones and the main body went up the tree together and kept exchanging figures on the tree. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Shisui dodged the shuriken and started to perform ninjutsu directly. First, he spit out a large mouthful of flames, then quickly threw shurikens at the flames, and then the shurikens with flames rushed towards the trees where Bingzu Lietong was like small fireballs. Boom! Boom! The shuriken carrying high-temperature flames hit the trees and made a big hole. At once, the trees attacked by Shisui all collapsed, and Bingzu Lietong's clones all dissipated. The main body was not seriously injured, but just fell down. Is this a first-year student? Many Chunin teachers were dumbfounded when they saw the destructive power caused by Shisui's fire escape. Not to mention the first-year students, even a graduated genin would not be able to perform this kind of fire escape. Lei Tong should still have a chance. The strength of a ninja is not only determined by ninjutsu, but also by physical skills. Teacher Bingzu Lietong thought about it and felt that Bingzu Lietong still had a chance to win. This Uchiha Shisui has such strong ninjutsu, so physical skills must not be particularly good. After all, he is so young and can't be proficient in everything, and Bingzu Lietong is good at physical skills. Shisui did not release any more ninjutsu, but ran towards the fallen Bingzu Lietong. Bingzu Lietong had no time to retreat, so he had to quickly get up and fight Shisui in close combat. Although Bingzu Lietong looked much taller and stronger than Shisui, in the physical skills duel, he was beaten back quickly by Shisui in the surprised eyes of many Chunin teachers, looking suppressed. Bingzu Lietong's teacher rubbed his eyes, widened his eyes and looked at the battlefield again. After repeating it twice, he was sure that he was not dazzled. Uchiha Shisui wins. Bingzu Lietong was unable to withstand Shisui's high-intensity attack and was quickly defeated. Mu Yu announced the victory. The teachers fell into a very quiet state again, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They once suspected whether Uchiha Shisui had been practicing since his mother's womb. The strength of a first-year student was too extraordinary. Shisui is the most diligent in the class. Mu Yu said leisurely. Other students only started to practice all day during special training, but Shisui started to practice all day in the South Forest very early. During special training, he would go to Mu Yu to practice at night after practicing during the day. You all should learn more from Mu Yu and create more teaching miracles. The third generation looked at the shocked expressions of many teachers and said with a smile. Number 19 Sarutobi Asuma and number 20 Uchiha Obito are ready to fight. Chapter 114 The slap in the face came too quickly. Ichia Yang finally saw the outstanding students in his class, smiled and said. Obito is a student in my class, he is very strong, he was the second in the 4th grade before the special training, I don't know how much he can improve after the special training of teacher Mu Yu. I have seen Uchiha Obito fight, he is indeed very strong. A teacher next to him said in approval. Uchiha Obito is indeed very strong, but his opponent is stronger. Although Asuma is a genin who graduated this year, he basically maintained the first place in the grade before graduation. Kimura Shanran said. He witnessed Obito's rise step by step to get rid of the last place, but he still didn't think highly of Obito, because Obito's opponent was the son of the 3rd Hokage. Obito was ranked 2nd in the grade, while Asuma was ranked 1st in the grade all the year round. Iketani had to nod his head. Normally, Asuma had a greater chance of winning. The teachers who had taught Asuma began to praise Asuma's performance in school, almost praising Asuma to be almost the same as Shisui and Kakashi. The 3rd Hokage still had a smiling expression on his face, but he didn't take the teacher's praise seriously. How could he not know what level his son was at? Asuma's performance was not bad, but it would be uncomfortable to compare him with Shisui and Kakashi. The 3rd Hokage no longer paid attention to the teacher's discussion and focused on the battle that was about to begin. He still had to care about his son's battle. Obito, how is your condition today? Asuma asked with the seal of opposition. Very good, I slept well last night, what's wrong? Even if your father was here, I wouldn't give in to you. Obito also asked with a seal. Who asked you to give in? You must use all your strength later. Asuma replied. Although it is difficult to win a battle with Obito, it can show his strength to the fullest. Because he and Obito are similar types of ninjas now, both have decent fire escape, physical skills and other aspects. The reason why he lost to Obito, who was not at his peak last time, was completely careless. He didn't expect Obito's physical skills to improve and was caught off guard. The battle begins. Seeing the two of them ready, Miyu shouted. Swoosh! The two of them used the instant body technique at the same time and disappeared from the spot. Shurikens fell on the ground where they were standing. The shuriken didn't hit, and the two rushed towards each other and started close combat. The two of them fought back and forth for a while and it was hard to tell who was better. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly at Asuma's performance. Asuma's physical skills have improved a lot compared to before, and now he looks more like a qualified ninja. Seeing that Obito was not inferior to them in the physical skills battle, Kimura Shanran showed a surprised expression and said, Uchiha Obito has improved again. In the last grade exam, Obito was only good at physical skills, but now Obito's close combat ability has improved. Soon, something even more surprising to Kimura Shanran happened. Asuma was gradually losing ground. The speed of the shaving that Obito mastered was faster than the ordinary instant body technique. As long as Asuma showed a flaw, Obito would seize the opportunity. Miyu had to say that the localized shaving of Naruto was indeed an excellent instant body technique. Although it had the disadvantages of high consumption and easy fatigue, this was not the disadvantage of shaving, but the disadvantage of the user. If the body was strong enough, it would be fine. Fortunately, Asuma had more combat experience than Obito, and did not let Obito continue to expand the victory. In terms of physical skills, it was temporarily impossible to determine the winner. After a fight, the two of them pulled away. Quickly seal the distance. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra and transformed it into flames, then sprayed a large fireball in the direction of Asuma. Fire style, great flame technique. Asuma also condensed chakra and sprayed fierce flames in the direction of Obito. The two flames wrestled with each other, both trying to engulf the other. But in the end, Obito's huge fireball was superior and gradually pressed towards Asuma. Asuma tried hard to condense chakra, but still couldn't offset Obito's great fireball, so he had to dodge. Whoosh! Obito seized this opportunity and used the faster shaving to dodge Asuma's great fireball and attack him. Lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, already knowing the outcome of this battle. In his eyes, Asuma made too many mistakes in this battle that shouldn't have happened. He shouldn't have continued to fight hard due to his speed disadvantage, but should have calmly thought about countermeasures. As for using fire style and great fireball to fight, it was a decisive mistake. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was now Asuma's strength, he would have more than 100 ways to defeat Obito. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not only see the shortcomings. Asuma had indeed made great progress. If the previous Asuma had come, he would have lost in the physical training stage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen expected, although Asuma, who had lost repeatedly, was still trying to hold on, he still couldn't stop Obito's swift offensive. Uchiha Obito won. How is it possible? Asuma actually lost. The teachers were dumbfounded and felt very embarrassed. They just praised him a lot, but he lost to a student in school. Isn't this a pure slap in the face? Uchiha Obito is very good. If he can keep it up, he can become an excellent ninja in the future. The third generation said with a smile. Sandajime-sama is right. I also have high hopes for Obito. Ikutani Yang instantly became tough. Number 21 Ebisu and number 22 Shiranui Genma prepare for battle. Hearing the name Ebisu, the teachers present all recalled the unforgettable beauty they saw in Group C not long ago. Isn't this the most creative student? A Chunin teacher teased the head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 4. The third generation also became interested and looked at the battle space, wanting to see what was special about Ebisu, the leader of the development. Ebisu noticed a lot of onlookers and was a little excited. If he performed well this time, his road to becoming a ninja would be smooth. Although his strength was not as good as Shiranui Genma, Ebisu had tried his best to show everything he had mastered, and finally lost. This battle of Ebisu disappointed many teachers. It was not that the battle was not exciting, but that it was not quite what they imagined. The head teacher of Class 6 of Grade 4 quietly left the team of teachers and found Ebisu with a dark face and criticized him. Ebisu felt a little puzzled. Although he lost, he felt that his performance should not be bad. Besides, he and Shiranui Genma are classmates. He used to lose to Shiranui Genma frequently, so it is normal for him to lose now. The third generation and many teachers have been at the training ground to see all the battles end. They will stay in Group A for a little longer, but they will also go to see other groups. The teachers are more and more surprised, because many of the special training students are those they have taught before. It feels like they don't recognize the strong ones after more than a month. The limit of 10,000 points per day is successful. Please vote for me and subscribe. Chapter 115 Promoted to Jonin. What do you think of Muyu's summer special training? After watching the test, Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee and asked the visiting Chunin teacher with a smile. It's too strong. I feel that the students have improved much more in this month of training than in a normal semester. Iketani Yang sighed. He praised it not entirely because he had a good relationship with Muyu, but because he really felt that Muyu's special training was particularly powerful this time. He is the head teacher of the second class of the 4th grade. He has students in the 3 groups of ABC. Recalling the strength of these students before the special training, he really feels a little incredible. For example, ordinary students like Nakamori Koichi have been promoted to good, and those who were originally good have become excellent. Every student has improved. It feels very suitable for students who are about to graduate in the 4th grade. If more similar special training is carried out, then our Konoha's genin will be more excellent in the future. Kimura Shanran thought for a while and said. In fact, improving the strength of genin has a very important meaning, that is, to make genin more capable of doing tasks with higher commission rewards more quickly. Considering the genin's strength, in order to train ninjas more safely, there is a limit for genin who have just graduated under normal circumstances. At the beginning, they can only do some miscellaneous tasks such as picking up garbage, catching cats, and weeding. If the quality of genin is improved in the future, then this limit may be relaxed. The higher the reward, the harder the task, and the more difficult the task, the more training you can get. This can form a virtuous circle and accelerate the overall training speed. Even the teacher who was similar to her changed his opinion of Muyu and kept praising her for her excellent teaching skills. The facts are there. There is no need to make any groundless guesses. Anyone with eyes can see the teaching results of Muyu in the past month. I am just teaching to the best of my ability. The students' progress is inseparable from their own efforts. Muyu smiled gently. Special training is much more tiring than normal school. I have 8 hours of training a day. Hours, it is not easy for students to persist. Muyu sighed. Muyu did not attribute all the progress of the students to himself, but began to praise the students' efforts. On the one hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the teachers have seen his achievements and praised him a lot, so he does not need to brag. On the other hand, students are not easy. Classes in his class are not like physical education classes in the previous life, where students can do a little exercise and then walk around freely. Teaching skills can only make it easier for students to absorb what Muyu teaches, but it is not a strength enhancer. If students do not learn and work hard, teaching skills are useless. No matter what, Muyu, you gave me a big surprise this time. The progress of the students is real, and I see it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Your summer special training has given everyone an excellent demonstration, and it is also a new direction to improve the strength of graduating genin. Jianyu Sheng Mu Yu has strong teaching ability, outstanding work performance, and is extremely hard-working. I am hereby promoted to a special jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Mu Yu with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed a scroll to Mu Yu, smiled kindly and patted Mu Yu on the shoulder and said, Mu Yu Jonin, I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and cultivate the next generation for Konoha. The future of Konoha depends on you young people. Promotion to Special Jonin was an agreement between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mu Yu at the beginning. As long as Mu Yu can make good results in this summer special training, she can be promoted to Special Jonin. In fact, when Mu Yu handed the performance information to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already decided to promote Mu Yu. So everything for his promotion was prepared in advance. As long as there was no problem at that time, he would promote Mu Yu on the spot. Promotion to Jonin and Special Jonin is very difficult. You have to complete many tasks to accumulate merits and have special skills far beyond ordinary people. Superhuman strength. But it is simple to say it is simple. In fact, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing, he can directly promote a genin to jonin. As a Hokage for decades, he has the final say and no one will question his decision. However, for the credibility of Konoha and the value of jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not promote a ninja to jonin casually. Thank you for your appreciation, Sandaime-sama. I will definitely devote all my energy to teaching students and cultivating stronger ninjas for Konoha. Mu Yu took the scroll with both hands and said with a touching look on his face. Although he didn't have any special feelings in his heart, after all, there were so many people present, he had to be grateful. Jounin. Ikegami Yang's eyes widened, looking at Mu Yu with envy. Even if it is a special jonin, it is still a jonin, a high level among ninjas, and can attend the jonin meeting to discuss various important matters. There are only 2 jonins in the ninja school teachers. The class monitor of the teacher class is a jonin, the deputy class monitor is a special jonin, and the rest of the grade directors and office directors are all chunins. Looking at Mu Yu, who is a few years younger than himself and has just become a teacher in the ninja school not long ago, becoming a special jonin, Ikegami Yang's heart can't help but be envious. If he is a special jonin, it will be easier to chase girls. Promoted so quickly. Ueda Aya was also very surprised. Although she knew that Mu Yu would be promoted sooner or later with her teaching level, she didn't expect it to come so soon. If you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. He has brought out a class like Class 1, Grade 1, with outrageous results, and has also created summer special training to improve the strength of students who are about to graduate. The Chunin teachers all looked at Mu Yu with extremely envious eyes. But there was only envy. After all, Mu Yu's results were real. If they were in his place, they really didn't have the confidence to teach such results. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly in his heart after seeing the expressions of Mu Yu and other Chunin. This direct promotion of Mu Yu to a special jonin will not only make Mu Yu particularly grateful to him, but other Chunin will also think that the third Hokage is a good person who appoints talented people, and will work harder in teaching in the future in order to be promoted. This is a good thing that only requires a little preparation in advance to achieve multiple goals. Hey, what are the students doing there? A teacher asked curiously. It should be my shadow clone who will announce the results after sorting them out. The final results will be compared with the initial group test results for the last time, so that students can see their progress more intuitively. Mu Yu explained with a smile. Except for the special Group A, the 2 groups BC are all grade standards from the beginning to the end. Let's also take a look at the students' progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, leading the teachers to walk over. Mu Yu also showed a sincere smile and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike the grateful expression at the beginning, this time his smile was from the heart. However, his smile was not because of the position of special ninja, but because the system reward arrived, and it was more than he imagined. Under your guidance, the students who participated in the summer special training have made progress in ninjutsu and taijutsu and their overall strength has improved. Awards: Chakra plus 800, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll, Combination Ninjutsu, Proficient Level. There is no improvement reward given by the summer special training that he can't use. Needless to say, Chakra, no matter how much he is given, it's not too much. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll can be given to those who continue to improve ninjutsu or high difficulty ninjutsu, and Combination Ninjutsu can allow him who has mastered a large number of ninjutsu to further improve his output ability. And the rewards are not only the improvement rewards of summer special training. Yu continued to look at the system notification below. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the summer training and received a reward, Chakra plus 200. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to achieve excellent results in the summer training and received a reward, Chakra plus 150. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to achieve excellent results in the summer training and received a reward, Chakra plus 150. Another 500 chakras were credited. Looking at the test results, Yu could only say that the system bug was really hard to get. His guess was half right and half wrong. The test he took could indeed trigger the system test reward, but there were triggering conditions that he didn't know about. It could be the interval between the tests, or it could be the student's improved strength during the test. Yu couldn't determine which factor it was for a while. However, since there was a reward, the test could still be taken, but taking the test every few days to brush the system reward would definitely not work. Chakra directly increased by 1,300, and the chakra increased by half a small card. Of course, Yu was happy from the bottom of his heart. Yu opened the panel and began to check his latest attributes. Name: Hanyum Wyu. Chakra: 15,300. Now Myu's total chakra has reached the level of 6 small cards. Myu can only say that the summer training was really well organized. He was originally prepared for the chakra increase rate to decrease after the holiday, but the actual increase due to the summer training was even higher than when he was in school. In just over a month, the chakra increased by a full 3,250 points. You should know that this is the increase without the settlement of training tasks, and Myu has not yet calculated the benefits of obtaining ninjutsu. There are many components of the increase in chakra. The biggest one is the settlement of promotion and exam settlement. The others are the rewards for class, the return of apprenticeship, and the return of apprenticeship to the master. In addition, Myu's natural chakra growth has also increased this month. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and mental energy. Since mastering the rock breathing, Myu's physique has been slowly getting stronger every day with the blessing of Changzhong, so the natural increase in chakra has also increased. Myu estimated that his chakra might break through the 20,000 mark before the end of the next semester. You have made a lot of progress, from 12 points to 23 points. Hehe, yours is not bad either, from 15 points to 25 points. When Myu and others passed by, the students were happily discussing their progress with their companions. Comparing with data can indeed show the progress very intuitively, and the teachers were amazed again. After looking at the scores, Myu gathered the students for the final speech. Are you satisfied with your academic performance? Myu asked with a smile. Satisfied. I didn't expect to improve so much in 5 weeks. Teacher Myu, you are so amazing. I never thought that improving strength would be so simple. The students answered Myu's questions in a flurry. The specific words may be different, but the meaning they expressed was very satisfied. It seems that everyone is satisfied with their own improvement, but what I want to say here is that the most important thing to achieve such an improvement is your own efforts. If you continue to work hard in the future, everyone will become an excellent ninja in the future. Myu said with a serious look. This is probably the greatest kindness he has shown to his students in the past month. It is not to improve the favorability and training efficiency, nor to get the promotion reward to make students practice harder through various methods, but simply to hope that these children can strengthen their strength and save their lives in the future war. Miyu, who has traveled through time for less than 5 months, has no sense of belonging to Konoha, and only wants to strengthen his strength to remove the curse on his body. But he thinks that anyone who has received modern education should not have the heart to watch a child around 10 years old fight on the battlefield. It is a pity that Miyu is now a clay Buddha crossing the river and can't protect himself. While busy developing, he has to worry about being discovered by Danzo, the old Jinbai. No matter how reluctant he is, it's useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the biggest boss, was at the scene. After Miyu finished speaking, he was very sensible and invited Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak. Actually, before coming here today, I was a little worried, but after seeing the progress of you children, I feel relieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kind smile. I am very pleased to see that the new era of the village is all about such efforts, because the struggle and sacrifice of our ancestors have not been in vain, and the village has been thriving. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen said the famous saying of the will of fire. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will also continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. You are the new leaves of Konoha, and there is nothing that makes me happier than seeing you grow. The third generation held a pipe in his right hand and said with a smile on his face with his left hand behind his back. Miyu stood behind the third generation Hokage, and he faced the students with a gentle smile. He remembered a sentence, that year when he was 18, he stood like a baby. After the third generation finished speaking, it was really the end, and it was time to disband. However, the students did not disband immediately. Instead, they pulled Miyu and refused to let her go, and tied Miyu's eyes and said they wanted to give him a surprise. After using the perception ninjutsu to explore the surroundings, Miyu let the students push him. Dang dang dang, a huge 5-layer cake. Accompanied by Hongda's energetic voice, Miyu's covered eyes regained their sight, and saw that he was surrounded by students, and in front of him was a huge cake that was only slightly shorter than him. On the top of the cake were 18 kunao-style desserts, and the cake was also filled with densely packed small candles. Teacher Miyu, thank you for your guidance over the past month. The students said in unison. Among the more than 300 students, more than half of them were not familiar with Miyu before the special training began. Some of them had only taken a class once, and some may have only heard of Miyu's reputation. But during the more than 1 month of getting along with Miyu, they all fell in love with this teacher who was strong in teaching ability and extremely gentle. When the groups were first divided, many students were quite disappointed with Miyu, and felt that Miyu was also the kind of teacher who would treat students differently based on their grades, and put the poor and ordinary students together and let them go. But soon they found out that they were wrong. The purpose of grouping was not to treat students with good grades better, but to arrange teaching more reasonably. Although Group A was basically for outstanding students from each class, Miyu did not favor Group A. One shadow clone took care of one group, and the main body taught the 3 groups in a cycle. There was no saying which group would receive more care. Every student had received guidance from Miyu's main body. Even if they did not take the initiative to ask Miyu questions, Miyu would take the initiative to teach them when she saw them. Miyu could accurately call out each of their names, instead of asking them what was wrong. Miyu said that the students worked hard, but the students knew that Miyu worked harder than them. Miyu taught them when they were practicing. Miyu rarely rested during breaks and would take the opportunity to talk about some theoretical knowledge related to practice. No matter how tired they were practicing alone, and Miyu not only taught back and forth between the 3 groups, but also had to divide 3 shadow clones to make up for the time when the main body was not there. It was really one person doing 4. Excellent students may not feel deeply touched, but those ordinary students and poor students who are rarely cared for by teachers really feel the warmth from teachers in Miyu. What they didn't get from ordinary teachers was actually received from the famous excellent teachers, which really surprised the students. This is the biggest motivation for many students to work hard. They can't let down such a good teacher Mu. Everyone pooled money to buy the cake. The 18 kunao are because teacher Mu is 18 years old this year. There are a total of 359 candles on it, and everyone put one on it. Obito explained the students' intentions to Mu with great interest. Looking at the innocent smiling faces around, Mu's eyes flickered and she was touched. Students of this age are innocent. If you treat them well, they will treat you well. Although they don't know what the purpose of those who treat them well is. After you have enough ability, do something within your ability. Mu thought in her heart. Although this world is rotten, there are still many lovely people. The teacher has received your kindness. I am really sorry to bother you all. Mu said with a smile as bright as the warm sun. It's not a bother. If you are willing to be the head teacher of class 6 of grade 4, it won't be a bother. Shiranui Xianjian said with a smile. Yes, teacher Mu, you can be the head teacher of class 3 of grade 4. This way, you can often teach us. The same applies to class 1 of grade 4. The students of class 2 of grade 4 smiled but said nothing. They believed that as long as Ichia Yang was there, teacher Mu would be their teacher. No, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Teacher Mu can only be the head teacher of class 1 of grade 1. Hongdu protected Mu and looked at the students around him with a cautious face. Let's share the cake together. If I eat this cake alone, you will probably never see your teacher Mu again in the future. Mu smiled with a relaxed face. Hearing Mu's words, the students temporarily stopped fighting for the ownership of Mu and began to receive the cake one by one. Mu thought that one person was too slow, so he directly split several shadow clones to help cut together. The only thing the old man did right this year was to invite teacher Mu to be a tutor. Asuma thought while eating cake. Since the family conditions of each student are different, those with money will contribute more, and those without money will contribute less or contribute more. Asuma directly contributed most of his pocket money, and he was the one who contributed the most. Then they chatted while eating cake, and everyone talked about the interesting things that happened during training. Brother Ebisu, I have good news for you. Gang Zisha said to Ebisu with excitement. What good news? Ebisu asked a little depressed, he still didn't understand why he was criticized. Your name of genius has spread to the Hokage. Gang Zisha replied. Brother Ebisu, you really have to treat Zisha to food this time. This time he was brave enough to run to the teacher's pile. Shinayu Izumo also said with a smile. What genius name? Ebisu felt something was wrong. He had a very scary answer in his mind, and he also found the reason why he was criticized for no reason. It was like this at that time. I heard teacher Mu mention my name, and the Hokage was right next to teacher Mu, so I deliberately said out loud the name of brother Ebisu, the main contributor to the perfection of the art of confusing the enemy. Gang Zisha said proudly. But brother Ebisu, don't take it to heart, this is a return for your kindness in preaching to us. Gang Zisha said generously. In front of the Hokage. Ebisu's face turned pale, and his ninja journey seemed to be over before it even began. Brother Ebisu, why don't you smile, don't you like to laugh? Shenyu Izumo felt that something was wrong with Ebisu. Hard, fist hard. I really should treat you two to something, cake for you. Ebisu couldn't hold it anymore and smeared the unfinished cake on the faces of the two people. Then a chain reaction triggered a cake war. Although everyone was embarrassed in the end, most people were happy. Don't be too sad, I'm no longer teaching at the ninja school. If you have any problems, you can ask me. I will always be your teacher Mu. Mu said so at the end. Mu was in a good mood today, and his chakra increased slightly. Today, he received the second gift since crossing. Asuma saw the third generation waiting for him on the way back. Asuma remembered Mu's words before, and felt a little touched, and then said, how do you feel about my battle today? Too many mistakes. If it were me, I could have more than 100 ways to win. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said. Asuma's face darkened, and he went straight past Sarutobi Hiruzen and went home. This time it's not short, I finished it in one breath, and there are 2 more small chapters later. Chapter 116 Goodwill from the Third Generation, 45. After returning home, Miyu opened the scroll given to him by the third generation and took a look. After reading it, Miyu found that this was equivalent to the appointment letter of the special Jonin, with the signature of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, on it. It was more formal than the Chunin. In the original owner's memory, there was only one piece of paper to be promoted to Chunin, but the special Jonin was at least written on the scroll. Putting the scroll in the study, Miyu began to read the sealing technique information given by Kushina. The 5 elements sealing was much more difficult than Miyu had imagined. It was indeed an extremely difficult sealing technique. Now it has been 12 days since he started to learn the 5-finger sealing, but Miyu's 5 elements sealing was still stuck at a proficiency of more than 80 and could not get started. Miyu was thinking about whether to use the ninjutsu proficiency scroll on the 5-finger sealing. He should be able to master the 5 elements seal instantly. After thinking about it, he gave up. It was a waste to use the ninjutsu proficiency scroll on a practical ninjutsu. After all, it was not like he couldn't practice it. His talent for sealing was really good. Miyu wanted to save this good thing that ignored the difficulty of ninjutsu and directly improved it to the proficiency level for high difficulty ninjutsu. If there is a chance to obtain Flying Thunder God and successfully get started, the ninjutsu proficiency scroll will come in handy at this time. According to the system's rule that the proficiency of obtaining the same ninjutsu can be stacked, maybe smashing several proficiency scrolls in a row can smash out a mastery ninjutsu. After a long time, Miyu heard a knock on the door downstairs, so he put down the sealing information and went down to open the door. Miyu Jonin, this is what the third generation asked me to give you. The ninja handed 3 scrolls to Miyu. Miyu thanked him and invited him to come in for tea. The ninja shook his head and left. Miyu thought that the ninjas under the third generation were better than those under Danzo. At least they would not show up at his house quietly and knock on the door. Miyu opened the scrolls one by one. The first scroll recorded 2 ninjutsu, namely Water Style, Water Rush Wave and Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Both ninjutsu were pretty good. Water Rush Wave not only had few seals, but also had good attack and defense. The body can transform the water flow into a water tornado to protect itself, and can also control the water to attack the enemy like a waterfall. Hailonghuo is also a very flexible fire escape. However, Hailonghuo Miyu has already mastered it, and Miyu has also obtained it once in a lecture. But it is not a complete failure, and he can use these 2 ninjutsu openly in the future. As for the second scroll, it is a plain 300,000 taels of banknotes. With the monthly salary of 100,000 taels for teachers in the ninja school, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen is almost giving. He calculated 3 times the salary. Miyu accepted it with a clear conscience, as he deserved it. He taught 8 classes in the 4th grade alone, and also taught some outstanding students from other grades and some graduated genin. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him 10 times the salary, it was still the compensation he deserved. The third scroll was Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement for his next work. The ninja school will start in 9 days. Teachers will start school a week earlier than students. Miyu will go to the ninja school in 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he wanted to promote Miyu to the teaching class. But after all, Miyu has been in the ninja school for a short time and has only served as an ordinary teacher, which is easy to cause controversy, so let Miyu be the grade director for 1 semester first, and then promote Miyu to be the deputy monitor of the teacher class in the 3rd semester. The content of this scroll is what Miyu cares about the most. He doesn't care about the salary increase brought by the promotion, but he can use the power after the promotion to seek more rewards for himself. Through the summer special training, we can know that the reward for taking a large class is twice that of an ordinary class. Then he can completely apply for the ninja school courses reform, and also add some large classes to get more rewards. And adding large classes can also relieve the pressure of ninja school teachers. For example, Ikegami Iwao, who teaches 2 classes, has almost full schedules. Of course, it is impossible to have large classes for all classes. Miyu is confident that he can take care of hundreds or even thousands of people in ninjutsu and taijutsu classes, but ordinary chunin teachers do not have this ability, and they must teach in a mess. Miyu is going to apply for large classes for theoretical classes, such as Ninja World History, Konoha History, and Mathematics. Theoretical classes are relatively not as difficult to teach as ninjutsu and taijutsu classes. No matter how many people are there, they are standing on the top to teach. As long as the students listen carefully, the effect will not be much different. Through this scroll, Miyu can feel the kindness of Sarutobi Hiruzen to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen may tolerate a root ninja to be an ordinary teacher honestly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen will not take the initiative to promote a root ninja to a senior position in the ninja school. Miyu estimated that he would be able to leave the root soon, and maybe he would not need to break the curse seal himself, and Danzo would have to help him to do it. In Konoha, Danzo could not beat Sarutobi Hiruzen, because the Hokage could really do whatever he wanted. During dinner in the evening, Miyu told Kushina and Minato about his promotion to Special Jonin. Is the 3rd generation old man also so fast? Kushina was a little surprised. She did not expect that the 3rd generation would directly handle Miyu's Special Jonin on the day of the meeting. Let's go together when we have meetings in the future. Minato smiled gently, happy that Miyu became a Special Jonin. There is a big gap between Chunin and Jonin, even Special Jonin, which is directly 2 levels. It may not be obvious at ordinary times, but during war, the right to speak of the 2 is completely not at the same level. Jonin can lead the team to perform important tasks. Before, I thought that Miyu had a good talent for sealing techniques, and should be able to be promoted to a Special Jonin with the help of sealing techniques. It seems that I underestimated you, Miyu. Kushina sighed with a smile. After testing Miyu's talent for sealing techniques, she wanted to help Miyu through sealing techniques, but Miyu was too good at teaching. As soon as the sealing technique got on track, she became a Special Jonin directly through teaching ability. It's still far behind you and Minato. Becoming a formal Jonin is my next goal. Miyu replied with a smile. If you practice hard, you will definitely be able to do it. Minato encouraged. Because Kushina mentioned the sealing technique before, Miyu quickly led the topic to the practice of sealing techniques very smoothly, and raised some problems he encountered. He would not put all his hopes on others. He still had to do the research work he should do, and he would continue to learn the sealing technique. More skills are better than less. Even if it is not for breaking the root curse, mastering more advanced sealing techniques can improve comprehensive strength. Chapter 117 Miyu, who is conscientious in his duties. After finishing his meal, Miyu thought for a while, and finally took out a blank scroll and began to write a task report for Danzo. Although according to the current trend, Sarutobi Hiruzen should ask for people soon, he should not open champagne at halftime, and he must be foolproof. Miyu wrote about Sarutobi Hiruzen's inspection today, and focused on describing the praise and respect of the 3rd Hokage for him, creating an atmosphere that the 3rd Hokage was very optimistic about him and wanted to win him over. He also wrote about the rewards he gave later, in order to highlight the importance of the 3rd Hokage to him. Only the content of the work arrangement scroll was not written into the report. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask Danzo for people for a while, then this task report could continue to maintain his loyal root ninja personality, and to a certain extent prevent Danzo from making trouble. Although he was also a ninja on a mission, Miyu did not trust Danzo at all, and he tried his best to prevent possible accidents. If the 3rd Hokage wants someone soon as he expected, this scroll will not have any negative impact, and it can even prevent Danzo from secretly disgusting him after he leaves the route. This is why Mu did not write down the work arrangement that Sarutobi Hiruzen told him in the report. If it is not written, even if the task report submitted by Mu this time finally reaches the third Hokage, Mu is just fulfilling the task assigned by Danzo, not a diehard route fan. This work arrangement scroll is unknown to Danzo. As long as Mu does not leak it, only the third Hokage and him know it. If he does not write it down, Danzo will not know it. Mu put the written scroll on himself and went to the South Forest to teach his disciples. Good evening, Teacher Mu. Obito and Nohara-rin also happened to arrive and greeted Mu with a smile on their faces. Good evening, Obito, Xiaolin, and you too. Mu responded with a smile. Since Nohara-rin also joined the forest training after school, Obito came a little earlier. Practice, learn the breathing method as soon as possible. Obito was full of energy today. Because Obito was unlucky in the strength test today, the number of lots he drew was close to Shisui, so he met Shisui in the second round and was beaten by Shisui. Fortunately, the practical test not only looked at the ranking but also the score. Although Obito was eliminated in the second round, he performed very well in both battles. Good score is very high, otherwise it may affect Mu's reward. Shisui is very strong. Obito was very convinced by the beating, but he still felt unwilling in his heart. Because Shisui is not only of the same clan as him, but also 2 years younger than him, but he can beat him in battle. In the practice of flame breathing, Obito saw the hope of surpassing Shisui. Flame breathing is undoubtedly an extremely powerful secret technique, and he just happens to have an unexpected talent in this secret technique, which is a good opportunity to overtake on the curve. At the beginning of his practice, Obito asked Mu to help tie and fix to assist in practice. Seeing that Obito was so diligent, Mu was very satisfied. School is about to start, and Obito's training task will soon have the opportunity to be settled. If Obito does not work hard to practice and improve the progress of flame breathing within this month, then this training task will definitely fail. Mu can't interfere with Might Guy because of the training task and let Obito get the first place. There is no reward for the second place, so it won't be like this. The more correct approach should be to motivate Obito to practice harder. Since Might Guy understood what he had taught before in the battle, Mu was ready to start a new round of teaching. What you have to do next is to feel the power of the rock and try to merge with it. Mu said to Might Guy. It sounds a bit abstract, but it is indeed an indispensable practice process for breathing, because breathing is somewhat idealistic. In the words of the Hokage, it is related to spiritual energy and yin escape. The stronger the belief, the stronger the breathing. If the belief is weak, even the knife will become fragile. Try to merge with the rock. Might Guy thought about it, and felt as if he understood Mu's idea, and used the transformation technique to turn himself into a stone. Teacher Mu, do you want to practice breathing in this state? Might Guy asked. Mu didn't know how to answer for a while. In the memory of the rock breathing practice that came out of his mind, he completed this step by sitting on a stone. But thinking carefully, turning into a stone should be better than sitting on a stone. Why don't you sit on a rock and transform into a rock? Mu thought for a while and said. Only children make choices, he wants both, and stacks 2 together. Might Guy cancels the transformation, then finds a big rock to sit on and then uses the transformation. After the training, Mu uses the appraisal technique to look at Might Guy, and his proficiency is still 19 points like yesterday, and he has not increased today. Mu was not surprised. The practice of rock breathing is difficult, and the effect of the previous enlightenment has been almost consumed. It is not easy to increase so quickly next time. It is possible that there will be no increase in 5 days. Mu took a look at Obito's proficiency in flame breathing. Obito's proficiency has been steadily increasing, and now he has 8 points of proficiency. Akai, why are you turning into a stone? Obito asked puzzled. Teacher Mu asked me to merge with the stone and feel the power of the rock. I thought that turning into a stone is equivalent to merging with the stone. Might Guy said honestly. Being integrated with the stone, will the training be so difficult in the future? Obito scratched the back of his head after hearing what Might Guy said. If rock breathing is to be integrated with the rock, then his flame breathing must be integrated with the flame. Can the transformation technique be transformed into flames, and must jump into the fire? Actually, I have a good idea. Kai, you hollow out a piece of stone and sleep in it. When you sleep, you will be integrated with the rock. Then you will definitely practice very fast. Obito said with a brainwave. Might Guy showed a serious thinking expression. Then you will sleep in the fire during the next training. Mu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. Sleeping in the stone to comprehend the stone, the breathing method is not so abstract. Hehe, it's different. Sleeping in the fire will burn you to death, but sleeping in the stone will at most make your back a little uncomfortable. Obito laughed. Feel the power of rocks. Shisui looked thoughtful. If it was just about sensing the power of elements, could the breath of flame be used to sense the power of flames through the practice of changing the nature of the element? After the training, Mu put the scroll he had brought with him to the place where he submitted the task report, and then went home to wait for a reply. Chapter 118 The new semester begins, 15. The next morning, Mu noticed some movement and directly performed the perception ninjutsu, and found that a person with strong chakra entered his courtyard. Mu calmly got up and walked out, and saw a ninja wearing a root uniform and a mask in the courtyard. The latest instructions of the organization. The root ninja said coldly, and handed the 2 scrolls to Mu. After completing the task, the root ninja did not stay for a second, and disappeared directly. Name, Yamanaka Ryuya. Chakra, 6400. Skill, Heart Transformation Technique, Proficiency, 2800/3000. Evaluation, A Jonin with good auxiliary ability. The root Jonin that once made Mu uneasy has been crushed by Mu on the panel. Mu's chakra is more than twice that of Yamanaka Ryuya, and his skills are even more overwhelming. Mu has many master-level nature changes and secret techniques, while Yamanaka Ryuya doesn't even have a master-level skill. It's meaningless to compare with this ordinary root Jonin. What level will Danzo's panel be? Mu thought silently in her heart. If this is a world of immortal cultivation, Genin, Chuyunin, and Jonin are not positions, it was the level of cultivation. He thought Danzo should be at the level of Kage, but he was not strong among the Kage. He could not compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Reikage, and Onoki. Mu opened the scroll. The first scroll was Danzo's latest order. Danzo was very satisfied that Mu could be promoted to a special Jonin with his ability, but Danzo told Mu not to reveal his identity as a member of the root organization and to continue to work hard on the mission on this basis. Mu summarized only so many useful contents. The rest were some brainwashing words, which Mu ignored directly. He could feel that Danzo was a little surprised that he could do this. Danzo sending him to the ninja school should be just a casual move. After all, the original owner was not excellent in all aspects. The other scroll was Danzo's reward for him, but it was not ninjutsu and money but secret medicine for cultivation. Mu burned the task scroll and put away the secret medicine. He didn't dare to eat the secret medicine sent by Danzo, but the value of the secret medicine for cultivation was not low, so Mu didn't burn it directly. Today is Sunday, and the summer training just ended yesterday. Mu gave the students a half-day off. They don't need to practice in the afternoon, but only need to practice in the morning. It's just right that he will teach Asuma in the afternoon. Where should we go to play in the afternoon? Before he started practicing, Obito was already thinking about where Nohara-rin should go to play. Sorry, Obito, I have to read materials at home today. Nohara-rin said apologetically. Recently, she has been learning about medical ninjutsu and has no time to play with Obito. Obito, you can find Kakashi to play with you. Nohara-rin suggested. Think about it carefully. I can feel the chi in my body more clearly recently. Maybe the breath of fire is about to break through. I should practice seriously in the afternoon. After thinking for a while, Obito decided to practice well. He ate too much and went to play with Kakashi alone. Unless Obito achieved something worth showing off in front of Kakashi, he could go and inform Kakashi. Training is good, we will graduate soon, and we will be ninjas by then. Nohara-rin smiled gently. 2 semesters are not too many, and with the holidays, it's about 7 months. Ninja, I'm so excited. I can do missions to make money, and I don't need the pocket money given by grandma, and I can buy her gifts. Hearing Nohara-rin's words, Obito began to imagine his ninja career. First, you have to make money, and then you have to have strength. The higher the amount of money, the harder the mission. Miyu knocked on Obito and interrupted his fantasy. Ninja is indeed a profession that makes money quickly. Apart from the S-level missions that ordinary ninjas can't get involved in, the commission amounts of the 3 levels of DCB missions are actually quite a lot. D-level has a minimum of 5,000 taels and a maximum of 50,000 taels, C-level has 30,000 taels to 100,000 taels, and B-level missions can get a commission of up to 200,000 taels. This is why capable ninjas don't go to be chunin teachers, who only get 100,000 taels a month, and doing 2 more C-level missions will exceed this amount. Not every C-level mission can encounter a jonin opponent. In fact, normal C-level missions will not encounter ninja enemies. Ninja enemies may appear, and the mission level is B or above. Ninjas make a lot of money but spend it quickly. Good quality shuriken and kunai are not cheap, and advanced ninja tools such as detonating tags are even more expensive. The secret medicine for training is also very expensive. Don't even think about using money to train if you have a fixed monthly salary of 100,000 ryo. You can't afford the cost of continuing to become stronger. However, for those who want to play badly, being a teacher in a ninja school is still a good choice. Because if you are not capable, you can't complete C-level missions quickly, so you can't make much money in a month, and you still need to run around, which is not easy at all. It is better to stay in the ninja school comfortably and get a monthly salary of 100,000 ryo, and there will be bonuses for leading a class with good grades. And after stopping ninja training, the 100,000 ryo can be used to enjoy all of it, and life is very comfortable. Obito laughed twice and began to practice today's breathing of fire. In the afternoon, Miyu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house as usual and took Asuma away for teaching. Miyu noticed that Asuma seemed to be in a bad mood, so she asked the reason in a gentle voice. Because it was Miyu who asked, Asuma told her what happened yesterday, and even got more excited. He is like this every time, as if I am useless in his eyes. When asked about his performance, it is always no good, and there are always too many mistakes. He is even unwilling to say that it is okay. Is it really that bad in that battle? As Asuma gradually choked up, his eyes were covered with mist. Miyu could only say that Asuma still had great feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise it would not be like this. Don't worry, you have tried your best in that battle, but Obito is stronger. Miyu touched Asuma's head and comforted him. In fact, he can understand Asuma's psychology at this time, because his parents in his previous life were also extremely demanding on grades. Miyu's grades in elementary and middle school were considered good. He often got high scores in mathematics and Chinese, and often got full marks in mathematics. However, when Miyu got full marks, his parents would tell him that the test was easy and the teacher was lenient in marking the papers. In short, it was not Miyu's own ability. Strength. But if he didn't get full marks, then Miyu didn't study hard and fell behind. Over time, Miyu gradually lost confidence in himself. Later, he was left alone for 2 years because of an accident and fell into depravity. He woke up in the second year of high school. Did his parents not want him to be good? No, he could see that his parents loved him very much, but his parents were very rough in teaching people. They were worried that Mu would be complacent and then fall behind. They hoped that Mu would maintain a humble and studious attitude. Teacher, you can see it, why can't he, a Hokage, see it? Asuma was still resentful. Fortunately, Mu's favorability with Asuma was high enough. After comforting him for a while, and saying something like Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for you on the road as a father, Asuma's emotions were stabilized. After venting, after an afternoon of practice, Asuma's mood obviously improved. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have to be more supportive and don't let me down. Mu said in his heart. As a tutor, he had to help maintain family relationships. He really did his best. On Monday, Mu went to the ninja school to attend the teachers' meeting. When writing this chapter, I brought some personal emotions. The protagonist's experience is exactly what the author himself experienced. How should I put it? It's quite melancholy. Chapter 119 Conducting a Large Class Pilot, 25. Teacher Mu, good morning. Yes, good morning to you, Mr. Kubo. Teacher Mu, have you had breakfast? Do you want to have breakfast together after the meeting? I have, thank you. In the morning, perhaps the news that Mu had been promoted to a special jonin had spread among the teachers, and many more people greeted Mu. Fortunately, Mu now has a good memory. He can basically remember the names of everyone he has dealt with, so he was able to deal with it calmly. The first meeting of the new semester was a general meeting of all teachers, which was held in the lecture hall. However, the third Hokage did not come this time, and the monitor of the teacher class was in charge. A new semester has begun. I hope that everyone can continue to work hard on teaching and strive to cultivate excellent ninjas for the village. The monitor of the teacher class said. The monitor of the teacher class is obviously a relatively ordinary leader. When he opened his mouth, he reminded Mu of the time when the school leaders spoke in the past. It is hard to say whether it is useful or not, but it is quite boring. The first meeting did not have much substantive content. Basically, it was to bring out the excellent teacher cases of the previous semester for everyone to learn from, and there were also major job changes. Teacher Mu will serve as the head of the first grade and be responsible for the teaching arrangements for the first grade. The monitor of the teacher class said with a smile on his face about the position arrangement of Mu. Teacher Mu is an excellent teacher in our ninja school. During the holidays, she worked hard to train students and is a role model for everyone to learn from. Mu stood up and responded. The teachers applauded enthusiastically, and no one was surprised. Aside from the nominal principal of the third generation, Mu is now one of the only 3 jonins in the ninja school, and a special jonin who was promoted for his outstanding teaching ability. It is normal for him to be promoted. Mu jonin, congratulations on your promotion. Kimura Shanran joked. Yes, Mu jonin, you have been promoted from an ordinary teacher to a grade director in 1 semester, which is enviable. Ikuni Yang also said with a smile. Ueda Aya also participated. They are all in the same small office, and their relationship is not bad, at least on the surface. Just call me Mu as before. It feels weird to bring a jonin, and it's not a formal jonin, just a special jonin. Mu smiled gently. Special jonin is also a jonin, but it is indeed more comfortable to call Mu. Ikuni Yang laughed. Teacher Mu, you can't celebrate your promotion and salary increase. Let's go to the izakaya tonight for a drink. I'll treat you. Ikuni Yang invited. There was still a lot of bonus left for the previous outstanding teachers, so he was very generous. I'll go too. Kimura Shanran hooked his arm around Ikea Yang's shoulder and said. You can go, but you pay for it yourself. Mu will treat me, but I will pay for it myself. Kimura Shanran grabbed his throat. Okay, I'll treat you, okay. Seeing that Kimura Shanran had borrowed money to make ends meet, Ike Gaoyang decided to treat him as well. What about me? Ueda Aya asked. Then Ueda Aya raised her throat and called Ike Gaoyang in a tone similar to Jiggy, which scared Ike Gaoyang so much that he got goosebumps. She decisively said that everyone would have a share. Mu Yu smiled and nodded. This kind of relationship is okay. He doesn't mind occasional gatherings of colleagues, but Mu Yu's main body is very busy, so he usually sends a shadow clone over, and Ike Gaoyang and his team can't tell with their strength. Mu Yu feels that there is no one else. The clones who suffer in the heavens and the worlds are completely different from his situation. The main body is working hard to teach students, while the clones go out for drinks and dinners. There is no other way. The clone has no effect of skills. In order to make students stronger as soon as possible, he tries to teach with his original body as much as possible so that students can get the blessing of teaching skills. In the afternoon, Mu Yu was in a meeting again, but this meeting was not a large meeting but a small meeting. The only teachers who attended the meeting were the grade directors and the dean of teaching of each grade. The meeting was held in the conference room. The dean of teaching is the monitor of the teacher class. There are many substantive contents in this meeting. Basically it is to decide the teaching arrangements for this semester. Dean Shimano, I have an idea that can reduce the teaching pressure of teachers. Mu Yu said. Everyone looked at Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu was a newcomer, no one dared to look down on her. She was a teacher valued by the third Hokage. Shimano Hisanobu smiled and nodded, saying, now the teaching pressure on teachers is indeed quite high, and the courses are very full. I wonder what Mu Yu's solution is. Integrate courses and conduct large class teaching. Mu Yu said. Arrange the same courses for 2 or more classes at the same time, and let one teacher teach them together. Originally, 3 classes required 3 teachers to teach, but only 1 teacher is needed for large class teaching. The teachers in the conference room all showed a thoughtful look, feeling that Mu Yu's idea was indeed good and very useful in reducing the pressure on teachers. Will this affect the quality of students' learning? Shimano Hisanobu thought for a while and said. It sounds good, but can one teacher handle so many students? Even if the teacher is under great pressure, it will not affect the quality of students' teaching. I have tried large class teaching in the summer special training, and the effect is quite good. The students have made good progress. Mu Yu explained with a smile. There were 2 grade directors present who had visited with the 3rd generation. Indeed, I remember that teacher Mu Yu divided the teaching into 3 groups. A grade teacher said. Well, there are 359 people in total. I divided them into 3 groups according to their learning progress. Mu Yu replied. In fact, we can conduct pilot teaching first, such as teaching only in the 1st grade, and conducting experiments in theoretical classes first. Mu Yu said. He had already prepared relevant arguments and rehearsed many situations, which were still within his expectations. Only in the 1st grade, and it's just theoretical classes. Shimano Hisanobu thought for a while and felt that it was feasible. The 1st grade is still early for graduation, so it's okay to toss for a semester, and it's acceptable even if the theoretical classes are lame, as long as the actual combat doesn't decline. Then this matter will be in the hands of teacher Mu Yu. Shimano Hisanobu finally nodded in approval. Well, I will try my best. Mu Yu smiled and nodded. Everything went as he expected. Next, he just needs to arrange more big classes for himself, improve the strength of the 1st grade class, and get a wave of promotion rewards. In addition, with Obito's training task of getting the 1st place, his strength will soon usher in another small increase. On the other side, Danzo was notified by the Anbu to go to the Hokage's office. Danzo didn't think much about it. As a senior official of Konoha, it was normal for the 3rd Hokage to discuss things with him. Chapter 120 I am the Hokage, you regret it. 35. Danzo walked into the Hokage's office without knocking. When Danzo entered, Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the Hokage's office, overlooking Konoha. The Hokage building is very high, so high that you can stand on the Hokage building and have a panoramic view of the main city of Konoha. Hiruzen, is there anything you want to discuss? Danzo asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, nodded and said, take a look at the information on my desk. Danzo walked to the desk, picked up the information on it and began to look through it. The words Hanyu Muyu instantly caught his eye. Seeing Muyu's name, Danzo narrowed his eyes and immediately had a guess in his mind. I just reminded him not to reveal his identity, and he was discovered. He is really incompetent. Danzo thought to himself. However, as an old actor, Danzo's expression did not change at all. He quickly finished reading the information. There was nothing else on it, only some information about Muyu. Isn't it just that a special jonin with outstanding teaching ability has been newly promoted? Do you and I need to confirm it together? Danzo said calmly. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't make it clear, he pretended to know nothing. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed out loud. Haha, Danzo, are you sure this is just an ordinary special jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo with a smile. Does he have other special places besides the strong teaching ability recorded in the information? Danzo was still pretending to be stupid. He would never admit that he sent someone to the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his pipe into his mouth, puffed out smoke and said, Danzo, you don't have to play dumb with me here. I know he is a member of the route that you trained illegally. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen threw some information to Danzo. Danzo's face changed instantly after reading it. There was not only information about his secret training of Muyu, but also information about the training of other hidden players. How could he know? Danzo was a little confused. He didn't expect that his so-called hidden players were transparent in front of the third generation. Although Danzo established another Enbu, namely the route, under the slogan of training Enbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not stupid. He couldn't watch Danzo's power expand infinitely. He limited the number of members of the route. This is why Danzo trained hidden players like Muyu. If he didn't give them openly, he could only train extra members secretly. I did all this to protect Konoha. The number of route members you stipulated is not enough to protect Konoha's safety. Danzo not only did not admit his mistake, but tried to get Sarutobi Hiruzen to relax the restrictions on the route. Now that the war is about to start, Konoha needs more route members to protect Konoha. Hiruzen, don't tell me you think Konoha can stay out of it. Danzo wanted to change the topic from illegal training to whether Konoha would be involved in the war and how to protect Konoha. But Danzo is smart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been Hokage for decades, is smarter than Danzo. He knew Danzo's thoughts and was not confused by Danzo's words. He knocked on the table and said, let's not talk about other things for now. Let's discuss your violation of the rules in training additional members. There are 5 people here, 3 of whom are descendants of war heroes. You dare to attack them, Danzo, do you want to destroy Konoha's will of fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became sharp, and he stared at Danzo with a very oppressive look. The so-called war heroes are ninjas who died in the war. For example, Muyu's parents who died in the war are war heroes. Danzo didn't say anything. It's not so easy to fool and attack normal children. The talents of ninja descendants like Muyu are generally not too bad. I am also training talents for Konoha. Danzo thought about it and quibbled. Didn't you promote Hanyu Muyu to a special ninja? Isn't he a talent? Maybe he will be better if you don't interfere. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly. In his opinion, Muyu is indeed a good talent, with outstanding teaching ability, good sealing skills, good water escape and fire escape, and good interpersonal skills. Myu is not suitable to stay in the route. Tomorrow you come to the Hokage building to remove the curse seal on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said his ultimate goal. To get Myu is his goal today, and beating Danzo is a byproduct. Hiruzen, what do you mean? He spent a lot of effort to cultivate him, and I am the leader of the route. Danzo said with a clenched fist. Although Myu is not a member of the route he values, but being taken away like this is like the fruit of hard-planted trees being picked by others, which is aggrieved. If you refuse me, you will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Danzo's face was uncertain, and he did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's words for the time being. Then what should I do with the resources I spent on him? Danzo spoke. Sarutobi puffed out a puff of smoke and pointed at the information on the table. Danzo instantly understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. If you train in violation of the rules, don't expect compensation. Danzo took a deep breath and said coldly, I will come tomorrow. After that, Danzo turned and left. When he reached the door, he spoke again, Hiruzen, you will regret it. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him while sitting on the chair. Bang! The wooden door of the office was slammed shut. As soon as he walked out of the office, Danzo's expression instantly returned to normal. It was just that a special jonin was asked to leave. He might be unhappy, but he would never be particularly angry. The reason why he showed an extremely angry look in the office was just to express his anger and let Sarutobi Hiruzen give compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to compensate, but correspondingly, except for Myu, Sarutobi Hiruzen could pretend not to see the other 4 people who were trained in violation of the rules. This was the subtext of Sarutobi Hiruzen pointing to the information on the table, so except for Myu, the two did not talk about other people later. Except for Myu's 4 people, they are basically assumed to be members of the root organization in the future, but they are not on the official list of root organization members. Fortunately, Jia has not been discovered. Danzo thought. When he saw the list of those hidden players, Danzo's heart jumped suddenly, thinking that the wood-release ninja he was hiding was discovered. As long as his wood-release ninja was not discovered, the other hidden players were all exposed. Danzo felt that the loss was not great. He believed in the power of wood-release. As long as the wood-release ninja can be trained, it is not certain who will have the final say in Konoha in the future. However, on the way back to the route, Danzo still felt a little angry. Yesterday, he was thinking that after Myu became a senior member of the ninja school, he would have one more person to reach out to in Konoha, but today Myu was directly taken away. Go and notify Ye to come over. After returning to the route base, Danzo ordered his men. Chapter 121 Standing in the Sky, 45. At night, Myu did not go to the main city of Konoha, but studied the sealing technique in the house in the southern forest. Sensing someone moving quickly nearby, Myu temporarily put down his training and walked out. Yet, Master Danzo has something to ask you. The root ninja said lightly. Do you need me to change into a uniform? Myu asked. Although he did not have a formal organization of the root, he still had the root's uniform and mask. No, just follow me. The root ninja shook his head and said. Myu followed the root ninja silently, vaguely guessing something in his heart. The day before yesterday, he asked him to be careful not to reveal his identity, but today he let him, the hidden man, go to the root base openly. Obviously, his identity no longer needs to be hidden. If nothing unexpected happens, he may have experienced a "I'm the Hokage, you regret it" in the Hokage's office today or yesterday. Although he was going to the root headquarters next, Myu was not too panicked. A few days ago, he had just reported the situation to Danzo and told him the reward given to him by the 3rd generation. He was so loyal. He is now registered with the 3rd generation, and is also a loyal person in the root, with the main focus on stability. Master Danzo. After arriving at the root base, Myu greeted Danzo with respect. Yet, you are excellent. Danzo suddenly said. It is all because of you, Master Danzo, who has cultivated. I am just an ordinary orphan without your training, Master Danzo. Miyu said respectfully. You know, the third Hokage thinks highly of you. Danzo continued. Maybe, on the day the special training ended, he praised me many times and gave me 2 ninjutsu and 300,000 ryo. Miyu answered according to the report she had written before. By the way, my position in the ninja school has also been promoted today, becoming the head of the first grade, which may also be promoted by the third Hokage. Miyu added. Danzo nodded, revealing a thoughtful look. Danzo was testing whether Miyu knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Miyu to leave. After some testing, coupled with the mission report a few days ago, and the confidence in his brainwashing skills, Danzo temporarily determined that Miyu was loyal to him. I discussed with the third Hokage and felt that your talent, Miyu, should be used to cultivate ninjas in the ninja school instead of staying in the route. Danzo thought for a while and said. Tomorrow I will go to the Hokage building to help you remove the root curse seal on your body, and you will no longer be a ninja of the root. Danzo, is there something I did wrong? Why did you expel me from the route? Miyu said with a look of panic. Danzo, I want to protect Konoha with you. At this time, Miyu's heart was extremely calm. He certainly did not believe Danzo's nonsense. He also discussed with Sarutobi Hiruzen to better play his talent. Most of the time, he was forced to leave. Since Danzo wants to act, then he will accompany Danzo to act. Danzo is a good leader who can let go of his subordinates with pain in order to give full play to his subordinates, and he, Miyu, is a good subordinate who is loyal to the route. Looking at Miyu's performance, Danzo nodded with satisfaction. No matter what, Miyu is now loyal to the route and to him, Shimura Danzo. No, you did a good job, but now you have a more important task. Danzo said slowly. Although you are no longer a member of the route organization, if one day my order reaches you again, will you still complete it? Of course I will complete it. The tasks of Lord Danzo are all important tasks to protect Konoha. Miyu said without hesitation. Danzo smiled and handed Miyu 2 scrolls. One of them is the advanced fire escape ninjutsu of the village, and the other is to practice secret medicine. You continue to work hard in the future. I will notify you when I need you. Danzo said. Danzo is not worried about his investment going to waste. Even if Miyu is no longer loyal in the future, Danzo has a way to make him loyal. The resources of his route are not so easy to get. I will definitely not let you down, Lord Danzo. Miyu said with a touching face. If there are more ninjas like you, Miyu, in the route, I will not worry about no one to protect Konoha. Danzo said with satisfaction. You go back, practice well in the future, and wait for my call. Miyu finally left with a look of reluctance, and gave Danzo an appraisal before leaving. Name, Shimura Danzo. Chakra, 69,000. Skills, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 5,000/15,000, Wind Style, Vacuum Wave, Mastery, 2100/15,000. Potential, S, Basic Talent and Sharingan. Just as he thought, Danzo should have the strength of a cage, but not particularly outstanding. Compared with his old classmate Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's panel is much worse. Not only is the chakra difference of more than 100,000, but the skills are also incomparable, unlike Sarutobi. Hiruzen's 5 basic nature changes are all at the mastery level, and his mastery level skills are much worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. He also has few mastery level ninjutsu, all of which are wind escape. However, Miyu did not underestimate Danzo. No matter what, Danzo is much stronger than him now. Although he does not have many mastery ninjutsu, Danzo has mastered many forbidden techniques, and he is still quite difficult to deal with in real combat. You can see from his battle with Manjiki Suzuki that without Obito's help, Suzuki might have overturned. After walking a distance from the root base, Miyu's expression gradually returned to normal. The third generation wants someone, but you still don't want to let go. Being too persistent will make people annoyed. Miyu sighed in a low voice. He really wanted to grow peacefully, and do what he could when he reached a certain level of strength. But Danzo always seemed to not want him to have an easy life. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared in the yard, and even though he was about to let him go, he still didn't give up and called Miyu to the root. Miyu was very dissatisfied with Danzo, the root, and this dangerous world full of psychopaths. If his strength could reach a level that could suppress everything in the future, Miyu wouldn't mind standing above the sky once to make this world a little more normal. After returning home, Miyu took out Danzo and he took a look at the scroll given by Danzo. Discovering that the so-called advanced fire escape ninjutsu was the fire dragon flame bomb that he had already mastered, Miyu lost interest directly. As for the secret medicine for cultivation, Miyu didn't even bother to look at it and threw it into the corner. Miyu continued to study the sealing technique. Judging from the current situation, Danzo seemed to want to use him as a nail to drive into the third generation. Then the research on the sealing technique cannot be stopped. Maybe one day Danzo will suddenly put a curse seal on him again. Miyu thought it shouldn't be on the day of the removal, otherwise it would be a slap in the face if Sarutobi Hiruzen found out. Finally mastered it. Miyu nodded secretly in his heart as he looked at the 5 elements seal that he had finally mastered, and then directly threw a skilled scroll on it, sealing a large number of the knowledge of seal technique appeared in his mind. In a world where strength is supreme, only one's own strength is the most reliable. Chapter 122, The Root of Tongue Trouble. Miyu went to work at ninja school as usual in the morning. As the head of the grade and the person in charge of the large class pilot program, he had to arrange the class schedule before the students came to school. Miyu thought for a while and decided to set the large class to 4 classes, and the 4 classes took the theory class together in the large classroom. First, he was afraid that the number of students was too small and he would not be able to trigger the reward of the large class. Second, there were exactly 8 classes in the first grade, which could be taught by 2 different teachers to compare the situation. One of them must be himself, and as for the remaining one, Miyu was going to ask which theory teacher was a little more reliable, and let the reliable one teach, so as to avoid too big a difference in the results. Once this large class was arranged, the schedule of many first-grade teachers instantly became much easier. Miyu set it up like this, which was equivalent to turning the class that originally required 4 teachers into 1 teacher, and 3 teachers could rest at this time. A first-year teacher heard about Miyu's big class plan and came to the office to ask Miyu about the situation and thank her. With teacher Miyu, our small office has become much more lively. Ueda Aya said with a smile. Their office is relatively small, with only 6 teachers. After all, teacher Miyu is now in charge of the first-year teaching arrangements. Kimura Shanran nodded. I think teacher Miyu's idea is really good. Why not just implement it in the whole school, and have to try it in the first grade first? Ikegani Yang likes Miyu's big class plan very much. Because he has the most classes among them, if there is a big class mechanism, he will definitely be much more relaxed in the future, and he will have more time to date the goddess. Miyu smiled and said nothing. At noon, a ninja found Miyu and asked Miyu to go to the Hokage's office. Miyu walked into the Hokage building and met Danzo on the way to the Hokage's office. Danzo-sama. Miyu greeted Danzo. However, Danzo no longer had the smile he had at the root yesterday. He continued to move forward calmly, as if he had not heard Miyu's voice. Danzo and Miyu walked into the Hokage's office one by one. Danzo, remove the root curse seal on Miyu. The third generation said. Sandame Hokage, I. Miyu was surprised at first, and then wanted to explain something but was interrupted by the third generation Hokage. Miyu, I know you have a lot of doubts, we will talk about them later. The third generation interrupted. Stick out your tongue. Danzo said coldly. Miyu did as he was told and stuck out her tongue. Tongue curse root elimination are resolved. Danzo used his chakra and pointed at Miyu's tongue in the air. The curse seal on Miyu's tongue quickly dissipated without leaving any trace, as if it had never existed. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly and left the Hokage's office without saying anything. I'm sorry, Sandaime-sama. After Danzo left, Miyu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a guilty look on his face. Miyu, how can you be sorry for me? I have to thank you for helping take care of Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile. The relationship between him and Asuma was a little stiff these days, but after being taught by Miyu on the weekend, the relationship eased a little. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew who was responsible for this. The reason why Miyu was helped was that Asuma had a certain amount of power. Actually, I was sent to the ninja school by the root organization. Miyu exposed himself with a guilty look on his face. So what? Although Danzo's motive for sending you to the school was not pure, I can see that you are really teaching seriously and doing your best as you said. Otherwise, there is no way to lead such an excellent class as the first grade class, and there is no way to improve the strength of the special training students in just 5 weeks and gain their trust. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. In fact, he also felt it was quite amazing. Miyu, an ordinary ninja who had no presence in the root, actually had an extraordinary talent in teaching, and was sent to the ninja school by Danzo. But Miyu still looked guilty. How can there be so many buts? I promoted you to a special jonin, gave you ninjutsu, promoted you to the head of the grade, and brought you out of the root. Do I need to feel guilty for doing all these? What I need is for you to work harder to train better ninjas for Konoha in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed out his kindness to Miyu. Although he said that he didn't need Miyu to feel guilty, the third generation still deliberately pointed out all the benefits he had given Miyu. Because this is a great opportunity to improve Miyu's favorability, the more guilty Miyu feels about him, the more loyal she will be to him. Miyu, you are a person with outstanding teaching talents. In the future, you can complete your teaching work in the ninja school with peace of mind, and don't worry about other things. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Sir, I understand. I will definitely work hard to bring out more outstanding students and train more outstanding ninjas for the village. Miyu said with gratitude. In order to reduce the burden on teachers and to try new teaching methods, I plan to hold a large class in the ninja school. Teaching. Miyu took the opportunity to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about his big class, showing that he really cared about the education of the ninja school every day. It's indeed a good plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen jokingly sighed, if every teacher in the school has your teaching level, I think this plan doesn't need to be piloted, it can be implemented directly. Then the atmosphere between the two became better and better. The third generation felt that he had found a reliable talent, and Miyu finally got rid of the curse that worried him. But what made Miyu speechless was that Danzo was still not at ease with him and was still doing pua on him. After Miyu returned home at night, he received another scroll from the root. However, this scroll did not have any orders or tasks, it was all for brainwashing. The general content was that the reason why he was so cold to him during the day was that he was worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen would see that Miyu was still loyal to the root and to him, Danzo. In order for Miyu to have a better future with the third generation, Danzo was so cold and indifferent. Look. Miyu was also convinced. At noon, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a good impression of her, and at night, she had to read Danzo's pua scrolls. This life was too exciting. After a day, Miyu felt that her acting skills had improved a lot. Miyu wrote calligraphy for 10 minutes to calm her mind, and then began to learn contract seals. After upgrading the 5 elements seal to the proficient level, Miyu gained a lot of knowledge of seal techniques. She learned contract seals very quickly. By the time she was about to go to bed, she had already gained 20 points of proficiency in contract seals. I wrote it a little hurriedly. If you see the wrong name or have any questions, please tell me and I will correct it. Chapter 123 The Wonderful Use of Shadow Clone Technique. Teacher Miyu, I seem to have succeeded. During the evening training, Obito suddenly said with a look of surprise. Try physical skills and attack me. Miyu took a look and said. Although the strongest effect of the breath of flame is to enhance the power of fire style, it can also enhance physical ability to a certain extent. This is the function of all breathing methods and the first feature to appear. Obito is not yet ready to strengthen fire style. Hey! Obito adjusted his breathing rhythm, recalled the feeling just now, inhaled a lot of oxygen into his body, strengthened his body, and then rushed towards Miyu in one step. Miyu steadily caught Obito's straight punch, and felt that Obito was a little faster. He quickly threw Obito out, and Obito quickly kicked out a whirlwind kick. After holding Obito's legs and throwing Obito out, Miyu had already made a judgment in his heart. There is indeed a breakthrough. If you practice the breathing movements until the beginning of school, you should be able to proceed to the next step of practice. Miyu said. When you proceed to the next step of practice, you will gradually begin to show the characteristics of the breath of flame, not just the simple blessing of physical ability. We have to practice for another 5 days. Obito recalled the date and said, he thought he could start practicing like Might Guy today. Pa! Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together and said, don't be too ambitious. When Akai started to comprehend the attributes, his breathing method was much more proficient than yours. Now Obito has only 12 points of proficiency, and Might Guy had 19 points of proficiency when he started to comprehend the attributes of breathing method, but Might Guy's situation is a bit special. Miyu estimated that Obito's proficiency of fire breathing should be more than 15 points in 5 days, and then he can proceed to the next step of practice. Miyu used the appraisal to take a look at Shisui, who was still getting used to breathing in various postures. Shisui's current progress in fire breathing is still a little behind Obito, but the difference is not much, only 2 points of proficiency. I thought it would be fine as long as I could use the breathing method to strengthen it. Obito said, touching his head. Leaving the shadow clone to look after the two, Miyu went to check on Might Guy's training. How to describe Might Guy's training? It's a bit abstract. Here you can see a stone with hands and feet stepping on a big stone and holding a stone in both hands. Akai, did you feel anything special today? Miyu asked. Yes. Might Guy replied. Miyu used an appraisal on Might Guy and found that he still had 19 points of proficiency. He was a little confused. Might Guy would not lie about his progress. The stones are really hot after being heated by the sunday. Might Guy expressed his feelings. It was okay in the evening, but it was really hot to the hands and feet when the sun was at its strongest in the afternoon. Miyu didn't know what to say for a while. He felt that Obito had led Might Guy astray. When the sun is strong, find a cool place to sit on the stone. Miyu thought for a while and said, he hadn't come here in the afternoon or morning, so Might Guy should be practicing on his own. Miyu speculated that according to this progress, if Might Guy is fast, he should be able to enter the rock breathing when he graduates, and if he is slow, it may take about 10 months. It was originally expected to take a year, but Might Guy had an experience of rapid progress, which was equivalent to saving 2 months. Successfully entering the rock breathing, coupled with the improvement of physical fitness during the practice of rock breathing, and the learning of other physical skills, Miyu felt that it was time to let Might Guy try to complete the training task of challenging Kakashi. I wonder if the reward for the training task that spans nearly a year will be better. Miyu thought to himself. The ninja school is about to start, and there will be an exam 1 month after the start of school. At that time, Obito's training task will be settled, and Mu should also think about how to let Obito trigger a new training task. If Obito loses to Might Guy again and takes second place, it's very simple. Just refresh the training task to get first place again. If he gets first place, Mu is ready to guide Obito to challenge Kakashi. This is the best choice at present. It is the result obtained by Mu after analyzing a series of influencing factors such as Obito's personality, goals, dreams, interpersonal relationships, etc. Obito has the dream of becoming a Hokage. Now it seems that he can't refresh the tasks that are too far away. For example, Might Guy can't refresh the training task of becoming the strongest, and Shisui can't refresh the task of changing Uchiha. If it's closer, then only challenging Kakashi is suitable. First of all, Kakashi is strong enough as a challenged target, which is related to the reward of the task. Secondly, he has a special relationship with Obito, so it is easier to trigger the task. Obito may have other ideas, such as liking Nohara-rin or something, but Mu thinks that the system should not be able to refresh the task of teaching Obito to fall in love. Can that thing be called a training task? I wonder if there will be a disciple who can be promoted to trust level 4 by the end of this year. Mu thought of the trust level that has not been promoted for a long time. Although the trust level is not very important, Mu believes that trust is one of the core elements of the master-disciple system. When the trust level was 2, no matter how much he mobilized his emotions, he did not get the mastery level reward. Only when the trust level was 3 did he get the mastery of nature change and mastery of physical skills. The training task was also triggered after the trust level was 3. Not to mention other things, just the double chakra increase brought by each trust level increase made Mu want to raise the trust level of all disciples to the maximum. Even if Obito and the others were still young, the triple bonus of 3 people could provide him with a lot of chakra in a month. When the disciples develop, the difference will be even greater. Imagine that Mu has cultivated a disciple with more than 100,000 chakras from scratch, then each trust level is a difference of more than 100,000 chakras. Mu feels that his cheat is still very powerful, but it takes time to develop. Give him time, and he will sooner or later develop into an all-round and chakra-pulling invincible strongman. Speaking of which, school is about to start again. I feel that this vacation is so short. When the training was about to end, Obito sighed. It was a vacation of nearly 2 months, but he felt as if only a few days had passed. Because I had a fulfilling life. I trained in the training ground during the day and went to Mu teacher's place to train at night. Nohara-rin said softly. This vacation was very short for all the 4th year students, and they also had 5 weeks of special training during the vacation. I feel that it is better to continue special training before school starts, and my strength will improve faster. Obito missed the special training. Obito, you don't want to learn theoretical knowledge, do you? Nohara-rin asked. When Obito was training to shave and race with Might Guy, Nohara-rin saw Obito receiving the test paper with a painful face. Of course not, I just think that actual combat is more important than theory. Obito refused to admit it. In fact, you can use clones. Shisui said. Let the clone go to school, and the real body can continue to practice. Since the first exam in the 1st grade, Shisui has not gone to class. It is the shadow clone that goes to class. He only goes to class for exams. Can the clone of the clone jutsu last that long? It seems too easy to disappear and be discovered. Obito asked in confusion. It's not the clone jutsu, it's the shadow clone jutsu. Shisui shook his head and said. The clone created by the shadow clone jutsu has a physical body and the same consciousness as the real body. After the shadow clone is removed, the memory of the shadow clone will also return, and it is no different from going to class by yourself. Shisui explained. So it's such a convenient ninjutsu. Obito was shocked. Although he watched Mu use the shadow clone every day, he never thought that he could use the shadow clone to go to school instead of the real body. Shisui, you are so skilled, could it be? Obito looked at Shisui with a surprised face. I only went to class with my real body before the first exam. After that, it was the shadow clone that went to class, and the real body practiced here. Shisui answered calmly. Obito grabbed Shisui's shoulders with a look of joy and said, Shisui, you are indeed a genius. You have thought of such a good idea. Obito felt it was very strange. Shisui was stronger than him, but he practiced hard every day, but the gap in strength did not narrow at all. It turned out that Shisui practiced intensively every day. Putting aside the issue of strength growth, the key is that he does not need to go to the ninja school for classes, and the memory of learning will automatically appear in his mind. I would like to call the person who developed the shadow clone technique the clone sage. He is definitely a super genius. Obito couldn't help but praise. In just a moment, Obito thought of the use of the shadow clone other than going to school, such as letting the shadow clone do the questions. At that time, he would not need to do the questions himself. The questions were solved and he could also gain experience in doing the questions. This technique was developed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. There seems to be a related record in Konoha history too. Nohara Rin thought for a while and said. So he is the second-generation Hokage, no wonder he can develop such a ninjutsu. Obito remembered the name of Senju Tobirama. He solved the two major troubles of learning theory and doing exercises at once, and he recognized Senju Tobirama as the second-generation Hokage. Looking at Obito's excited face, Shisui felt that Obito might have thought something wrong. If he just hated learning theory and let the shadow clone go to school, then it would be meaningless, because the moment the shadow clone came back, Obito would get the same feeling as when the original body went to school. This is what Teacher Miyu told me. Shisui shook his head and said. Teacher Miyu, you are a little biased. You didn't tell me such a good thing. Obito looked at Miyu with extremely resentful eyes. Snap. Miyu knocked on Obito's head and explained. Shisui can use shadow clones to go to school because Shisui can no longer learn anything in school and can't find an opponent. Can you do it at that time? In fact, there are some other reasons. Obito at that time was not as active in training as he is now. Obito thought about it and it seemed that it was indeed not good. That time he didn't even make it into the top 2. He and Might Guy were eliminated by that Hyagakeman. Hehe, Teacher Miyu, mine should be fine now. I also want to learn the shadow clone technique. Obito's resentful eyes instantly turned into desire and expectation. Teacher, I want to learn it too. Might Guy was also moved when he heard that he could go to school instead of the original body. Although he was just slow in learning ninjutsu, he was not unable to learn ninjutsu. I will teach you tomorrow morning. From tomorrow to the day before school starts, you will practice all day for the next 4 days. Miyu thought for a while and said. Although he has work to do at the ninja school, it is almost done there. It is enough to send a shadow clone to do the next thing. Anyway, there is no course for him to earn rewards. As for why it is 4 days instead of 5 days to practice, because if you use the shadow clone to go to school next, the amount of training this semester will be greatly increased. That day will be regarded as a holiday before hard training. The next morning, Obito couldn't wait to go to the South Forest to learn the god-level ninjutsu of the shadow clone technique in his mind. Miyu planned the training time for them. From 8 am to 12 pm, half of it is used to learn ninjutsu and the other half is used to practice breathing. Shisui, who has already learned it, can practice other ninjutsu in that half of the time. From 12 pm to 2 pm is the rest time. You can go home to eat and take a nap. If you don't go back, Miyu will cook for them. Then from 2 pm to 6 pm, you can only go home to eat by yourself. Xiaolin, I tell you not to leave at noon. You must try Miyu's cooking. Obito reminded. Because of the time she joined, Nohara Lin has not eaten Miyu's cooking yet. Muyu's cooking is so delicious that Obito always eats here and then goes home to see his grandmother and rest for a while. Is Muyu also good at cooking? Nohara Lin was a little curious. He is not the kind of person who will have a problem. He is really that kind of person, very special. Obito described it incoherently for a while. In short, I have never eaten anything better than Muyu's cooking. Obito concluded. Nohara Lin, who was originally going to go home for lunch at noon, nodded. Obito's description was too exaggerated, which made her a little curious. How delicious must it be to be so praised by Obito? When the training time came, Nohara Lin put away her curiosity and began to practice according to Muyu's instructions. When using the shadow clone technique, you must do it within your ability. Now it's best for you to only create one shadow clone. Muyu told Obito and Might Guy about the dangers of the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique looks like an ordinary ninjutsu, but it is actually dangerous. In order to prevent people from not knowing their own strengths and weaknesses, multiple shadow clone techniques that can create a large number of shadow clone techniques at one time are directly listed as forbidden techniques. After explaining the dangers, Muyu began to teach. The learning difficulty of the shadow clone technique is B, but it is an easy one to learn among the B-level ninjutsu. After learning for 2 hours, Obito began to seal and release the shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. A white smoke flashed, and a lying Obito appeared. Missed, try again. Obito released the shadow clone and performed it again. The white smoke flashed, and a fat version of Obito appeared. Obito was afraid of being seen by Nohara Rin, so he quickly released the shadow clone and said with a serious face. As expected of a ninjutsu invented by the second-generation Hokage, this is very difficult, much more difficult than the clone technique. Ha ha ha, what are you doing, Kai? Obito couldn't hold it anymore after seeing Might Guy's shadow clone. There was a stone with hands and feet standing next to Might Guy, still exercising. Well, my head has been full of stones these days, and I accidentally became like this. Might Guy couldn't help laughing. Haha, this is too funny, I'm going to ask Shisui to come and see. Obito couldn't stop smiling at the devilish stone. Konoha whirlwind. The stone shadow clone directly kicked hard, and kicked Obito, who was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up, away with a whirlwind kick, and then continued to lift things on the spot. Kai, why are you hitting me? Obito spit out the grass in his mouth and asked Might Guy. It was the shadow clone who did it, you should ask him. Might Guy didn't think he hit Obito. Ah, shadow clone, why did you hit me? Obito thought it made sense, so he asked the shadow clone. However, the stone shadow clone did not respond. Obito suddenly thought of something. This shadow clone had no mouth, so how could he speak? Then Obito had no chance to continue questioning, because removed the shadow clone for Might Guy. Muyu looked at this abstract scene and twitched her mouth. Obito and Might Guy were geniuses in the shadow clone. It's time to practice the breathing method. Muyu reminded the two that it was time to practice the breathing method. When it was time for the breathing method, the positions of the people changed. Obito and Shisui practiced the breathing of fire together, and Might Guy practiced the breathing of rock alone. Shisui, you can't imagine how funny things just happened. Obito was ready to share the fun he just got with Shisui. Oh. Shisui was a little curious. Might Guy and Obito should have been practicing the shadow clone just now. He didn't understand what funny things could happen when practicing the shadow clone. Just now, Akai split a stone with hands and feet. Obito still felt funny when he recalled it now. In order to make Shisui understand more clearly, Obito split a clone that looked like Might Guy, and then used the transformation technique to become the appearance of Might Guy's shadow clone just now. The clone in the shape of Might Guy scratched his head in confusion, while Obito stood beside him, imitating the stone clone holding something. Your clones are very unique. Shisui had to admit that Obito and Might Guy were good at making things happen. As the happy training time passed, it was soon time for the meal that all the disciples were looking forward to. Wow, today is actually magic mapo tofu, Xiaolin, you are in for a treat. Opening the lunch box and seeing the food inside, Obito's appetite was instantly excited. Muyu's dishes are all delicious, but there are also some differences among them. Magic mapo tofu is one of the most delicious dishes that Obito thinks. Nohara-rin looked at the bright red in the lunch box and felt a little uneasy. It looked too spicy. We can't waste food and we can't let down teacher Muyu. With this thought in mind, Nohara-rin closed her eyes and scooped a spoonful of food into her mouth with a spoon. So spicy, so delicious. As soon as she took the first bite, Nohara-rin instantly fell in love with this dish. Unlike her imagination of being extremely spicy, the magic mapo tofu was not so spicy, and there were other equally excellent flavors. She finally understood why Obito admired Muyu's cooking skills so much. Nohara-rin even wanted to learn to cook from Muyu, so that she could eat such delicious food every day without bothering Muyu. It's a long chapter, and it's a bit of a writer's block, so it's a bit late, and there will be more later. Chapter 124 Disagreement on the Mission. After practicing for 2.5 days, Obito finally mastered the shadow clone technique on the afternoon of the third day. Shadow clone technique. Obito made a seal to condense chakra. Bang! A flash of white smoke passed by, and an Obito who looked exactly like Obito, neither fat, thin, nor short, appeared beside Obito. Finally succeeded! Obito exclaimed with joy. He could already imagine how comfortable his future life would be. The shadow clone would go to school, do homework, work, and play with Lin. No, the real body would go. That's great! Might Guy silently removed his shadow clone whose skin was the same color as rock. He also wanted the shadow clone to go to school. From now on, you will go to school, and I'll leave the homework to you. Obito said to the shadow clone happily. However, the shadow clone gave Obito an unexpected answer. Why should I go to school? Asked the shadow clone. The shadow clone's question stumped Obito, and Obito thought for a while and replied, because you are my shadow clone. You are Uchiha Obito, and I am also Uchiha Obito. Why can't you go to school and do homework? The shadow clone said reasonably. Because. Obito scratched his head, and for a moment he felt that what the shadow clone said made sense. Why don't I eat Muyu's meals in the future? This way, you can get delicious memories and don't have to worry about getting fat. The shadow clone suggested. I can also help you play with Xiaolin, so you have more time to practice. No, this is absolutely not possible. Obito waved his hands and shook his head frantically. Why do you only think about eating, drinking, and having fun, your shadow clone? Obito suddenly found a problem. Don't you also want to throw those annoying things to me and eat, drink and have fun yourself? The shadow clone said unceremoniously. Obito had nothing to say and directly removed the shadow clone technique. Teacher Muyu, haven't I learned the shadow clone technique yet? Obito asked puzzledly. He felt that there was something wrong with his shadow clone. Muyu used the appraisal to take a look at Obito, and the shadow clone had already entered the door. You have already learned it, and you don't need to learn this ninjutsu next. Muyu replied. But I feel like I haven't learned it yet. This shadow clone is not right. Obito feels that he still needs to learn. The shadow clone's thoughts are the same as the original body. Muyu said tactfully. The ninja world is very large, with many talents. It's nothing for Obito to quarrel with the shadow clone. There will be another ninja who fights with the shadow clone in the future. Hehe, then I will start practicing breathing. Obito smiled embarrassedly. He understood what Muyu meant. If the original body wants to be lazy, then the clone also wants to be lazy. Obito's score for the second generation of Hokage has dropped a little. Although this ninjutsu is good, there are still many places that are not considered carefully. A fulfilling life always passes quickly, and time soon came to the last day before school starts. Everyone take a rest tomorrow. Those who want to play can play, and those who don't want to play can lie in the yard and think. Life exams, there won't be much rest time after today. Of course, if you really want to practice, you can come here. I will practice here. Yu said. Xiaolin, let's go play together tomorrow. Obito chose to rest tomorrow. After all, Yu strongly recommended rest. Yet, Nohara-rin nodded and agreed. After all, he had refused once before, and it was the last day of school, so he could really relax. Then let's go find Kakashi together tomorrow morning and call him along. Nohara-rin thought for a while and said. Obito's original joy was reduced a little in an instant. He actually wanted the two of them to be together, but since Nohara-rin was going to call Kakashi, Obito asked Might Guy. Akai, do you want to go play together? No, I'm going to practice rock breathing tomorrow. Might Guy refused. From the study of the shadow clone, it is not difficult to see that Might Guy only has rock breathing in his mind now. What about Shisui? Obito looked at Shisui. Just have fun. I'm still a long way behind in my progress in flame breathing. I'm going to practice for a day tomorrow. Shisui replied. Shisui was ahead in all kinds of practice before, but his progress in breathing method was the worst. Although the difference was not much, there was a gap compared with the previous ones. He wanted to practice more time to catch up with Obito's progress. Obito's joy was reduced again. It felt like there were 4 people in the dormitory. On the weekend, there was a proposal to go out and play, but only 2 people went out. The remaining 2 said they wanted to study in the dormitory. Can they still play peacefully? It's just one day. I can't learn anything by practicing for one more day. Obito comforted himself. The next day, morning. Nohara-rin and Obito met at the designated place, and then they went to Kakashi's house together. They were lucky. Kakashi didn't do the task today, but sat at home in a daze thinking about life. Kakashi, do you want to go out and play together? Nohara-rin asked with a smile. Obito and I will start school tomorrow, and we may not have much time after school starts. Isn't it quite free to go to ninja school? Kakashi asked in confusion. He felt that he was too free when he was in school. That's because Kakashi, you are so awesome. Nohara-rin praised. Then let's go. Kakashi agreed, anyway he had nothing to do today. Seeing Kakashi agreed, Obito's mouth corners that were about to rise went down again. Damn Kakashi, as a ninja, you don't do your mission well and rest all day. Obito lowered his head and complained in a low voice. Obito, you are little. Bang. Before Nohara-rin finished speaking, Obito, who didn't pay attention to the road when walking, bumped into the electric pole. Damn Kakashi, can't you put this electric pole in a position where it won't be touched by others? This is the second time Obito has hit it. He thinks the location of this electric pole is problematic. Kakashi. If there is such a place, I will help you find your brain and eyes first. Kakashi replied. He thinks Obito will feel uncomfortable if he is not attacked. The location of this electric pole is not decided by him. Okay, don't quarrel. Rub it and it won't hurt. Nohara-rin said softly, then walked in front of Obito and gently kneaded the place where Obito just hit. How is it better? Nohara-rin asked softly. Hee. Obito felt Nohara-rin's soft little hand and showed a satisfied smile. Although he didn't hear what Nohara-rin asked, he still nodded. Then let's continue walking. Nohara-rin said with a smile. Kakashi, have you had breakfast? Nohara-rin asked, thinking of something. Obito came with her, so she knew that Obito hadn't eaten either. Not yet. Kakashi shook his head and said. That's good. I recently heard that a delicious dumpling shop opened on the street. The 3-colored dumplings inside are delicious. Nohara-rin explained. Led by Nohara-rin, the 3 of them went to the newly opened dumpling shop on the street. Each of the 3 bought 1 portion, 3 skewers per portion. It looks good. Nohara-rin said, looking at the round 3-colored dumplings on the small plate. Not as good as Mr. Muyu's tempura. Obito commented after eating. You are the only one who can compare 2 completely different foods. Kakashi said after eating a small dumpling. Well, the red one is filled with red bean paste, which is very good, but I think the strawberry filling will be better. Nohara-rin was not affected by Obito's words, and took a bite and said. Although Muyu's food is delicious, desserts and meals are 2 different tracks. Kakashi, can you briefly describe the life of a formal ninja? Obito and I will graduate in 2 semesters. Nohara-rin asked curiously. Training, mission. Kakashi answered simply. You are too simple, it's the same as not saying it. Obito couldn't help but complain. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Nohara-rin didn't care and continued to ask. Ninja, the mission is above everything, and the completion of the mission is the first priority. Kakashi thought for a while and said. I feel like Kakashi, you are like a mature adult. Nohara-rin joked. What mission is above all else? It must be companions. If the mission fails, there is still a chance to make up for it. If the companions die, there is no way to revive them. Obito disagreed with Kakashi's philosophy. So you are still a student now, and I have been a chunin for a long time. Kakashi said mercilessly. You are too naive. If some missions fail, it will bring great losses to the village. That is not comparable to the life and death of one person. I will definitely become a better ninja than you in the future to prove it to you. Obito was very unconvinced but had no choice. He really didn't have the capital to refute Kakashi now, because he was not even a ninja yet. Okay, you will definitely be excellent ninjas in the future, let's go shopping in the commercial street. Nohara-rin suggested. Then the 3 of them were basically led by Nohara-rin to walk around. At noon, they went to the forest for a picnic. Obito suggested to catch fish in the river and grill them. Don't drown, this river doesn't look shallow. Kakashi reminded. Don't underestimate me, I have chakra. Obito stepped directly on the water with a wooden stick tied to a kunao. Can you already tread water? Kakashi was a little surprised. Although he was still far away, Obito was indeed not the last place Obito he had in his impression before. He mastered the changes in the nature of fire attributes, and his ninjutsu looked quite good, and now he has mastered treading water. The fish was grilled by Kakashi. He has lived alone for a long time and has mastered many survival skills. Obito watched Nohara-rin praise Kakashi for grilling fish well, and secretly vowed to learn cooking from Muyu when he had time. Only Kakashi, he didn't want to lose in any aspect. Chapter 125 Strange Strength. Izumo, how was your vacation? It's hard to say, Zisha, how about you? Still playing a game with my vicious cousin. Euro, how vicious is he, Euro? He actually ignored the peace agreement signed before and reactivated that vicious plan. My parents have told me about it several times. Euro, it is indeed vicious, Euro, but I am not easy to bully. I pretended to accidentally knock off one leg and one hand of his favorite statue of the third Hokage. Euro is expected of you, Shinayu. Izumo gave Gang Zisha a thumbs up, thinking that you are more vicious. What about you, Izumo? Why is it so hard to describe, Gang Zisha asked. Didn't you have a crush on a girl next door before? I thought about getting a good grade in the final exam and approaching her again as a strong man. Then, did you succeed, No, I planned it for a few days, and then I started the summer special training. I practiced every day and forgot about it. When I remembered it later, I found that she was playing with other boys. Ita s okay, maybe Theta s her relative. After hearing the result, Gang Zisha finally let go of his worries, so he comforted her. It can't be a relative. It must not be a relative. Gang Zisha thought to himself. Didn't you two go out to play? I found a new dumpling shop that's pretty good recently. Hengdu interrupted. The two were not interested in the dumpling shop Hengdu mentioned, unless Hengdu had a lovely good sister to go with her. By the way, I just looked at the class schedule and it seems to be a physical training class today. Gang Zisha remembered something. I wonder who the new physical training teacher will be. Mu Yu told them during the summer special training that the physical training teacher would be changed, but didn't tell them who the new physical training teacher was. It doesn't matter who it is. It shouldn't be possible for him to teach worse than Mr. Tanamura. Shen Yu Chuyun said. After being taught physical skills by Mu Yu during the summer special training, he felt that Tanamura Toshihiro simply didn't know what to teach when he was in school. I hope to be 2/3 of Mu Yu's level, so I will be very satisfied. Gang Zisha felt that his requirements were not high. Go to the playground and prepare for class. Mu Yu walked into the classroom and said. Is it possible that you, Mu Yu, will be the physical skills teacher this semester? Hengdu asked excitedly. Yes. Mu Yu smiled and nodded. That's great. If there is special training next holiday, I will definitely be able to enter Group B. Gang Zisha cheered. He expected that 2/3 of Mu Yu would be enough, but this time Mu Yu herself came, which was far beyond expectations. The whole class was cheering. It was really good news for them that Mu Yu came to be the physical skills teacher. Everyone be a little quiet, don't be too excited, and go to practice first. Mu Yu said with a smile. Then Mu Yu took the first grade class to the playground for training. Feeling the long-lost relaxed atmosphere of the class, some students sighed. The vacation is too long. I missed the time of Mu Yu's class a month ago. Yes, and there is really nothing fun after a long vacation. I was very bored when I was on vacation for half a month. Listening to the discussion of the classmates, Gang Zisha and Shen Yu Chuyun couldn't help but feel that people's joys and sorrows were not connected. Students like them who had experienced summer special training may only have a half-month vacation in total. Teacher Tanamura said before that physical skills and ninjutsu are different and cannot be taught too detailed. I think Teacher Mu Yu is not very detailed. Because it was the first time to take physical skills classes from other teachers, the students subconsciously compared Mu Yu and Tanamura Ninehong. Everyone practice seriously and discuss after class. Mu Yu reminded gently. This semester, he is in charge of the first grade class responsible, all theoretical physical skills and ninjutsu are taught by Mu Yu. Mu Yu wants to create an absolutely strongest class, which can not only win the system's promotion rewards, but also prove his value in teaching. If it was Tanamura Toshihiro, they would practice and then refute, but it was Mu Yu who spoke, and everyone was quiet in an instant, all trying to practice. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Painful Foot. Mu Yu's mind flashed with the practice memory related to Painful Foot. He remembered that this was Tsunade's physical skill, which was very simple and unpretentious. The main feature was a powerful brick flying, and one foot could crack the ground. However, this seemingly simple physical skill is actually not simple. It requires special chakra burst skills. This skill can greatly increase strength and can be called super strength. The reward is not bad, mastering one more chakra skill, and it can also be passed on to Nohara Lin. Although it is a physical skill, Painful Foot is not suitable for Might Guy, because this skill is very challenging to the level of chakra control and requires fine operation of chakra. The theory class in the afternoon is a large class, and it will be held in the large lecture hall where the meeting is held. Yu reminded before leaving. Large class? What large class? The students were a little confused. They noticed that the theory class on the timetable had the classroom they were going to, but they didn't know why it was like that. 4 classes will take the theory class in the afternoon, and there will be students from Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4 at that time. Yu explained. It will be very lively with so many people in the class. Some students felt it was not bad. Isn't this the same as the special training? Shen Chuyun felt a little familiar. Yu didn't explain too much. In fact, it was just 4 classes taking classes together, and there was nothing special about it. This kind of large class tests students' self-control more, because there are too many people and the teacher can't manage them. It's impossible to pay attention to everyone at the same time. Of course, that was in Yu's previous world. It's different here. The teacher is a ninja or a Superman. Yu didn't know what other teachers thought. He felt that the theory class would not be too difficult to manage. Zisha, Izumo, what do you mean by special training? How come you have become much stronger? After class, some students who were familiar with Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo asked. There will be 2 exams in a semester, and they study together every day. As classmates, they are familiar with each other's strengths, and Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo have made great progress, so it is easy to notice. During the holiday, Teacher Yu organized a summer special training, and took us and a group of 4th grade students to train for 5 weeks. Gang Zisha explained. There are basically 4th grade students there. There are only 8 people in other grades like us who can go. When saying this, Gang Zisha raised his head slightly. Although his actual combat score did not rank among the top 3 in the class, he was able to rank among the top 8 in his grade. Some people expressed envy, while others felt that it was too tiring. They had just finished a holiday and had to do special training for 5 weeks, and school would start soon after the special training. I had diarrhea today, 4 times in one night, so the update is a little late. This seems to be Mr. Yu, who was said to be a great teacher last semester. We'll know whether he is great or not later. Yu ignored the little voice that did not affect the class, and continued. Everyone take out your textbooks, today we are going to learn the history of Konoha. During the Warring States period, there was a great ninja family, Senju, with benevolence as its core. Although it is the history of Konoha, it does not start from the establishment of Konoha. The beginning is how Konoha was established and rose during the war. As a teacher, Yu has read all 3 books on the history of Konoha several times. How should I put it? It is roughly the same as the history in his impression, but some techniques are used in the specific description. For example, there will be more praise for Senju. Although in Yu's eyes, Senju and Uchiha are both ninja families fighting for themselves, the Senju clan in the textbook can be said to be responsible for upholding justice, while the presence of the Uchiha clan will be much weaker, and Uchiha Madara is the biggest villain in the history of Konoha. Yu agrees with Uchiha Madara on this point. Uchiha Madara can indeed be regarded as the biggest villain in Konoha's history, because at that time Uchiha Madara had been fooled by Black Zetsu and he didn't care about Konoha at all. Yu is very familiar with the textbook. It is known that he rarely reads books when he teaches, because he already has a timeline in his mind and can just talk along it. He can also tell some historical stories while teaching knowledge points. This is what he learned from his high school history teacher. His history teacher in high school used to teach in this way, teaching knowledge points and telling some interesting stories, as well as various historical jokes. However, Yu dare not play the jokes of Konoha history in class. Konoha is just an ordinary city on the surface, but it is actually a military base in essence. This teacher is indeed better than the previous theoretical teacher. Those students who have not taken Yu's course have to admit that Yu's class is more interesting. After all, some theoretical knowledge is boring, and the teacher is still the kind of teacher who reads one by one from the textbook, which is really boring to the point of sleepiness. Euro complete a large class teaching Euro. Euro evaluation, a Euro. Euro awards, water style water dragon bullet technique, lightning style of false darkness Euro. Water dragon bullet is a technique that Miu has already mastered. When he obtained it again, Miu noticed that his proficiency on the skill panel has increased, while lightning style of false darkness is the first time Miu has obtained it. Let's focus on brushing chakra this semester. Miu thought about it and decided to change his class strategy. He would no longer brush chakra in half, but would focus on brushing chakra first. He now has mastered a lot of ninjutsu, not only the 5 basic attribute ninjutsu, but also many medical ninjutsu of yang style and illusion of yin style. It is enough for both teaching students and fighting. On the contrary, his chakra is currently only more than twice that of an ordinary jonin. If he can have the same chakra as the 3rd generation, he won't have to pretend even if he can't stand in the sky. Of course, just changing the battle strategy will definitely not increase so much chakra. After all, ordinary small classes only give 20 points each time. If you change from half to full, you will only get 100 more chakra points in a week. But now there are big classes, the benefits will be higher. After school, Miu went to the South Forest. Obito and Might Guy have been practicing there almost all day. Although he had the teaching skills, Might Guy still failed to learn the shadow clone within a few days. In the end, Miu separated a shadow clone with very little chakra and asked him to use the transformation technique to replace Might Guy in class. However, in order to prevent Might Guy's theory from returning to the past, Miu will take some time to make up for Might Guy's theoretical knowledge without affecting his practice. After all, there is always a break in practice, and it is not bad to study theory and relax during the break. I am a flame, I am a flame, I am burning. Obito squatted beside the fire and felt the temperature of the flame while trying to hypnotize himself. Miu used an appraisal on Obito, and his proficiency was still 15 o'clock in the morning. Obito's self-hypnosis method did not work. Seeing Miu's real body coming over, Obito sighed. Teacher, this training is too difficult. I almost got a heat stroke today and didn't experience any special feeling. Comprehension of flames is too abstract. Obito feels that he has tried everything, but he can't feel any changes at all. Don't be impatient. This secret technique is very suitable for you, but it's just too difficult. Miu comforted him. Starting tomorrow, you and Shisui will eat here every noon and night. I'll make some hot dishes, maybe it can speed up the progress. Miu thought for a while and said. When he practiced the change of the nature of fire attribute chakra before, his hallucination-inducing dishes worked. Maybe the step of comprehension of flames by breathing with flames can also work. Shisui, you can also practice the next step tomorrow. Miu said to Shisui. Although Shisui fell behind Obito at the beginning, Shisui practiced more diligently than Obito, and he performed well in the second step. Now his progress is the same as Obito, and he has reached the 15th proficiency. Ah! Hearing Miu's words, Obito subconsciously tightened a certain vulnerable part of his body. That was really a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. He was fine when he walked into the toilet, but he had to hold on to the wall when he came out. Even Shisui showed an expression of being in a state of great danger when he heard Miu's words. This was no joke. Teacher Miu, I think the progress is actually good now. After all, it is such a difficult secret technique. It is normal to have no progress in one day. Obito felt that he could struggle a little longer. Teacher Miu, I haven't started to practice perception yet. Why don't I try what normal practice will be like first? Shisui thought for a while and said. Miu felt that what Shisui said made sense, so she nodded and said, then Shisui, you don't need it tomorrow, Obito will eat it first. Obito looked at Shisui with a question mark on his face. He was just doing it for himself, right? I thought about it carefully, and I still think that Teacher Miu's idea is very good. It must be very conducive to practice, and it is also very troublesome to cook separately, otherwise everyone will eat the same. Obito suggested. It is impossible for one person to suffer. If he wants to be alone, don't blame him for dragging everyone down with him. Why do you have a different idea every now and then? Miyu flashed in front of Obito and knocked on Obito's head and said. This time, it is obvious that Shisui's words make more sense. Now Shisui and Obito both have a proficiency of 15. Next, Obito will eat Shisui instead of Obito. If Obito grows a lot faster, it means that it is effective. He not only has to feed Obito and Shisui hot dishes, but also has to find a way to make some heavy dishes for Might Guy. However, Miyu didn't know what kind of dishes to make. An environment related to Rockland appear for a while. He couldn't just use stones and mud to cook. Miyu felt that if fruit stones can be eaten, and they may taste good with the help of system skills. I am worried about everyone's practice, and I am afraid that you, Teacher Miyu, will be tired. Obito touched the place where he was hit and laughed. Teacher is not afraid of being tired, as long as you can practice something. Miyu said with a smile. Obito thought it was bad, and he might be the only one to suffer this time. Miyu immortal bless, I hope Shisui will not make rapid progress in practice tomorrow. Obito put his hands together and prayed silently. If Shisui practices something tomorrow, it will be more uncomfortable than if he doesn't practice at all, because it means that he will really be the only one to suffer in the future. Obito would rather Shisui eat all kinds of spicy food like him and make rapid progress and surpass him, than he would rather he be the only one to come out of the toilet with the help of the wall in the future. After finishing today's practice, Obito's progress of the breath of fire did not change. When Obito returned home and saw the shadow clone lying on his bed reading a novel, he remembered that he forgot to remove the shadow clone. Obito immediately removed the shadow clone. He really spent a lot of effort to get the shadow clone to help him go to school. The moment the shadow clone was removed, all the memories of the shadow clone's class today were left in Obito's brain. At this moment, Obito felt like he had been in a boring and long math class for half a day. Damn, math is so annoying. Obito lay down on the bed and wailed. He found a problem. Although the shadow clone went to class, after the shadow clone removed the memory and flowed back, the real feeling was completely the same as going to class himself. The boredom and pain were not less. Wait, could it be? Obito thought of something, and used the shadow clone again with a seal, and used the shadow clone to do a problem by luring it. After finishing the problem, Obito immediately removed the shadow clone, and the memory of the problem flowed back to his mind instantly, as if he had just done a problem. Obito collapsed directly on the bed and decided to cancel the title of Senju Tobirama Clone Sage. Isn't this completely useless? Doing exercises and attending classes is a mental torture. The memory flows back and the feelings are so deep. Isn't it the same as the original body? Obito feels that the shadow clone really needs to be improved. For example, it can choose whether to flow back the memory or not. This will be much better. It has to be Muyu Sage and Six Paths Sage. Obito feels that Senju Tobirama is not good enough. There will be more later. Chapter 127 Emergency Meeting of the Jonin. The next day, Obito continued to let the shadow clone go to the ninja school, while his original body continued to practice in the southern forest. Although the feeling of class will eventually come back, it is still necessary to practice. I can't lose to Kai again in the grade practical test in a month. Obito thought to himself. In the battle with Might Guy, he lost a lot but won very little. Obito was unwilling to accept it because they were all Muyu's disciples and received similar training. How could Obito admit defeat? Besides, Obito has not won the first place in the grade practical combat until now. He feels that this is not perfect, and he will not have the confidence to argue with Kakashi. To become an excellent ninja, you must first win the grade practical combat. Obito shouted with great fighting spirit. Although Shisui next to him could not empathize, he also said, "Come on. Feel the flame, understand the power of the flame." Shisui recalled the key points of perception described by Mu Yu, and began to change the nature of the fire attribute chakra while using the breathing method. Because he was not very proficient in the breathing method, he needed to concentrate and do both at the same time. Shisui made several mistakes before he succeeded. Sensing that the leaves in his palm had turned into black ash, Shisui shook his hand lightly and did not feel anything special. Shisui did not think that he could complete the training in one go. After all, Might Guy, who started first, was still stuck in the step of feeling the attribute power. Shisui continued to practice the nature change. Performing the nature change and breathing method at the same time made Shisui's energy and physical strength consumed very quickly. During the rest time, Shisui was not idle. He used the fire escape to ignite the wood and continue to feel the flame. Although it was a bit rough, it was direct enough. Until noon when Mu Yu's real body came, Shisui hadn't realized anything yet. When Mu Yu came, she first gave each of them an appraisal. There was no new change in their proficiency for the time being, both were 15 points. "Let's practice later, let's eat first." Mu Yu smiled. The happiest part in the past now made Obito a little scared. There was no way he could remember the spiciness at the beginning. "It's spicy, it's not a big problem for the first meal." Obito took the lunch box quickly. According to his experience, it's okay to finish the first meal, but the next one will be a big problem. As Obito expected, the lunch box was opened and a red color appeared directly, and the bright red pepper came into view. "So spicy, delicious!" Obito shouted spicy while eating fiercely. Because the food made by Mu Yu was so delicious, he couldn't refuse it even if it was spicy. How can I describe that feeling? It's like a person who wants to lose weight and wants to eat less this meal, but when he eats his favorite dishes, his goal of eating less becomes not to eat too much. As he continued to eat, Obito's eyes became a little blurry, immersed in the illusion of fire. After waking up, Obito quickly finished the rest of the meal, and then started practicing the breath of fire without wasting a moment. The time at the ninja school was very short at noon, and Mu Yu didn't stay for long before her real body went back to the ninja school for class. Stop after eating, Shui quickly started to practice. Although the dishes with a lot of chili peppers have a unique flavor, he couldn't bear to eat them every day. After school in the afternoon, Mu Yu went back to cook first. What he didn't expect was that the Jounin meeting was urgently held. It's all the fault of those Kumagakure barbarians. It's not long since the third Jounin meeting was held. Kushina thought it was all Kumagakure's fault. It's hard to comment on Mu Yu. Kumagakure did start the war first, but he felt that Kushina still had a little personal feeling in it. "Mu Yu, you are also a special Jounin, and you also need to go to the meeting. Let's go together." Minato invited with a smile. "Well, please take me to familiarize myself with you two seniors." Mu Yu nodded and said jokingly. Then Mu Yu's real body and Minato and Kushina went to the Hokage building for a meeting, and asked the shadow clone to deliver food to Shisui and Obito. On the way to the Hokage building, Minato and Mu Yu had a good general knowledge of Konoha's Jounin meeting. The Jounin conference is held twice a year, in January and June. Moreover, the emergency Jounin conference and the regular Jounin conference are not held in the same conference room. The regular Jounin conference is held in a regular conference room with a lot of tables and chairs. The emergency Jounin conference is held in an empty room with only 4 chairs. Mu Yu and Minato arrived at the right time. Some ninjas have come to the conference room, but not many. Although Minato has not become the famous Yellow Flash at this time, as Jiraiya's disciple, he is also considered to have a promising future. Many Jounins greeted Minato. As a newbie who just became a Jounin, Mu Yu has few people who know him, so no one greets him, but Mu Yu is also happy to be free. He is frantically using the identification technique to collect information about Konoha Jounin. Although the potential assessment of the identification technique is a bit rigid, it is still good to know the amount of chakra and ninjutsu. Name, Hyaga Hisashi. Chakra, 27,000. Skill, Gentle Fist, Mastery, 2100/15,000. Potential, S, Basic Talent and Hamura Bloodline. Miyu took another look at Hyaga Hisashi's brother, Hyaga Hayashi, and found that their data was similar, both with S potential, but Hyaga Hisashi had more chakra, and Hyaga Hayashi mastered more Hyaga Taijutsu. The two brothers, Hayashi and Hayashi, were the weakest adult S potential holders Miyu had ever seen. Although Minato was 5 years younger than the two Hyaga brothers, it was impossible for the two Hyaga brothers to last more than 3 minutes against Minato. The bloodline has given them too much. Miyu thought to himself. If he were to grade the two brothers, Miyu would not even give S, at most A+. The potential that the Six Paths brothers' bloodline can bless is very high, but it is difficult for ordinary people to stimulate this potential and realize this part of the potential. As time went by, Miyu saw more and more Jonin. As long as they were Hyaga Uchiha, their potential was at least A, and at the highest level it was S. Miyu even saw an SN that he had never seen before. Name, Uchiha Fugaku. Chakra, 34,000. Skill, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 1,900/15,000. Potential, S+, Basic Talent and Six-Path Bloodline. There is no doubt that Fugaku's SN also needs to be discounted. He did not convert the blessing of the Six-Path Bloodline into strength, because Fugaku is 4 years older than the Hyaga brothers, and 9 years older than Minato. Miyu was a little curious whether Fugaku would open the Manjiki in this war. In the comics, Fugaku did not have a Manjiki, but in the animation, Fugaku opened the Manjiki in the Third Ninja World War. Miyu believes that Fugaku still has the potential to open the Manjiki, after all, both of his sons have opened it. However, before opening the Manjiki, Fugaku's panel is a bit mismatched with his potential. During this meeting of the Jonin, Miyu really saw a lot of high potential counterfeits, basically from Hyaga and Uchiha, and the other Jonins have potential around IB. Ahem. Seeing that almost everyone was there, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and said, "The meeting begins. There will be more later." Chapter 128 Changes in the Ninja World. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that all the Jonins were there and started the meeting. The third generation and Mito Kado-en, Yuditen Koharu, Shimura Danzo, and other Konoha high-level people sat on the only 4 chairs, while the Jonins stood in front of them. Not long ago, the hidden rock village of the Land of Earth declared war on us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the reason for the emergency meeting of the Jonin. Iwagakuer, is it a ninja village of the same level as ours? Are they coveting the rich resources of our Land of Fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words caused some commotion in the meeting room, and they began to discuss. After all, Iwagakuer is not just any random person. Even if its overall strength is not as good as Konoha, it is one of the 5 major ninja villages along with Konoha. Humph, Iwagakuer dares to declare war on Konoha. It seems that they have forgotten that there are differences among the 5 major ninja villages. Danzo snorted. Danzo continued, "We should gather the ninjas immediately and attack the Earth Ninja Village. Declare war on the Hidden Rock Village in the Land of the Ninjas, and quickly launch an attack to let them know that the number 1 ninja village cannot be provoked." Of course, Danzo had something else to say. Since a war is going to start, there must be a lot of spies, and the restrictions on his routes should be relaxed. However, these words must not be said at the Jonin meeting, and he and the third generation must discuss it in the office. It is necessary to declare war on the Hidden Rock Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "War has been declared. If Konoha doesn't declare war, it won't be able to survive in the ninja world. Konoha has 2 main sources of money. One is the funds given by the daimyo, and the other is the commissions from various nobles and wealthy businessmen. The clients are not stupid. They will definitely go to the ninja village that is strong and reliable to issue commissions. If Konoha is scared at this time, then Konoha will have fewer commissions, and the corresponding commissions from the Hidden Rock village will increase. It is not appropriate to summon ninjas to launch an attack. The current situation in the ninja world is unclear. The Hidden Cloud village had friction with Konoha not long ago. If the Hidden Rock village declares war, I am afraid they will also have bad intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed Danzo's idea of declaring war on the Iwagakure village, but rejected Danzo's plan to gather troops to attack. The land of earth is northwest of the land of fire, and the land of lightning is northeast of the land of fire. If Iwagakure and Kumagakure attack Konoha together, they will be attacked from both sides. If Konoha directly gathers ninja troops to press towards the land of earth, it will be very convenient for Kumagakure to block the way home for Konoha troops or directly drive straight into the land of fire. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Miyu also roughly knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning is very simple. The Iwagakure village must be fought, but it must be fought steadily and no accidents can happen. Sandaime-sama, I think the first thing to do now is to notify the Kusa village to pay attention to the situation in the land of grass, and report immediately if any Iwagakure ninja enters the land of grass. Narashikaku thought for a while and said, there are two fastest ways for the Iwagakure ninja to enter the land of fire. One is to pass through the land of rain to enter the land of fire, and the other is to pass through the land of grass. It is not impossible to take a detour from other places, but it is basically impossible in the case of war. The detour has to go from the land of birds to the land of wind and then to the land of rivers, and finally to the land of fire. Not to mention the long journey, it has to pass through the land of wind, one of the 5 major countries. The Sand Village saw a bunch of Iwagakure ninjas entering the land of wind, and they had to think that another invader had come. The strength of the Rain village in the land of rain is much stronger than that of the Grass village in the land of grass. Narashikaku judged that the Iwagakure ninjas should choose the grass country as a breakthrough point. Another aspect is that the grass country is the younger brother of the fire country, but the rain country is not. Konoha can command the grass village, but not the rain village. Then strengthen the forces on the border to prevent the Iwagakure ninjas from launching surprise attacks to break through the defense line and avoid fighting on the home front. Narashikaku continued. The impact of war is huge, so we should try to avoid the war from spreading to the territory of the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Narashikaku's plan was very much to his liking. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not end the meeting immediately, but continued. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not hear any better suggestions than Narashikaku, so he ended the meeting of the Jonins. After selecting several Jonins to lead the team to support the border, the meeting was officially disbanded, and the Jonins who knew each other left together. Minato, who is this? A ninja who looked fatter and had a simple smile on his face came over to chat with Minato, and then found Miyu. This is my friend Hanya Miyu, a newly promoted Jonin. Minato introduced with a smile. Miyu, this is Akimichi Dodo, a senior, a very reliable senior. Minato immediately introduced Akimichi Dodo to Miyu. Haha, it's true that I'm a few years older than you, but Minato, you are more reliable than me. Akimichi Dodo said with a big laugh. He had performed missions with Minato before, and Minato's strength was not that of an ordinary Jonin. Senior Dodo. Miyu greeted him with a gentle smile. Hey! Akimichi Dodo looked at Miyu's gentle smile, and then looked at Minato, who had the same warm smile and blonde hair and blue eyes. Minato, your friend looks a bit like you, could he be your relative? Akimichi Dodo asked. Minato, look, I told you they look alike. Hearing what Akimichi Dodo said, Kushina immediately jumped out and said. She always felt that the two looked alike, not in appearance, but in spirit. No, we're just simple friends. Minato explained with a helpless smile. With Minato's help, Miyu got to know a lot of senior ninjas. Miyu found that Minato seemed to be quite familiar with those ninjas from the secret arts families. He knew some ninjas from the Akimichi, Inyazuka, Nara, Abarame, and other families. Although the overall strength of these secret arts families is not as good as the top ninja clans such as the Uchiha, they are also the backbone of Konoha, and they are a very strong force when they are gathered together. After the meeting, Miyu quickly rushed to the south border forest to check the progress of the disciples' training. He gave an appraisal to each of his disciples. In the end, it was found that except for Obito, who changed from 15 to 16, Shisui and Might Guy had not changed. Shisui was 15, and Might Guy was still 19. However, Miyu couldn't say whether Obito's progress was due to the cooking, because according to Might Guy's experience, the extreme of the previous step could reach the 19th proficiency. This is also easy to solve. Let Shisui eat hot cooking together tomorrow to see the effect and know whether it is useful. Hey, Shisui, it's just a little spicy, but it still tastes delicious. Obito comforted Shisui, and the smile on his face could not be stopped. I'm stuck with 7K today, I'll make up for it later when I have time. Chapter 129 The Flame Call feature appears. Looking at Obito, who seemed to be comforting him but had a gloating smile on his face, Shisui felt a little subtle. He wanted to say that it was a good comfort and he wouldn't need it next time, but he gave up. Shisui decided to practice for a while Obito went back with Nohara Rin. Although Obito and Nohara Rin were not on the same path, there was still a long distance between them. Xiaolin, how is your medical ninjutsu training? Obito asked with a smile on the way back. It went well. I feel like I have learned a lot of useful new knowledge. Now I can continue the most basic healing. Nohara Rin replied. If you get hurt in the future, Obito, you must find me for treatment. Nohara Rin said with a gentle smile. Looking at Nohara Rin's smile, Obito was a little absent-minded. He seemed to see a blooming flower. He scratched his head and smiled. Hehe, then I'll trouble you, Xiaolin, from now on. It's certainly not a problem to treat you, but Obito, you should also pay attention to less injuries. You can't ignore protecting yourself just because someone is treating you. Nohara Rin looked at Obito's eyes and said seriously. It hurts to be injured. I'm Uchiha Obito, the strongest student in the 4th grade. It's not that easy to get injured. Obito patted his chest and assured. But Obito, you haven't won the 1st place in the actual grade, so you can't be considered the strongest in the 4th grade, right? Nohara Rin reminded. But I have defeated Kai during the summer special training, so it counts. Obito said calmly. Well, it does make sense to say that. Nohara Rin thought about it and felt that it was not hard to say. I hope you can keep it up, Obito. If you keep going like this, you will definitely become an excellent ninja. Nohara Rin encouraged with both hands clenched. Obito's face was slightly red, and his fighting spirit had broken through the limit. He planned to practice for a while after returning. After reaching their respective places, the two waved goodbye to each other. It would be great if I could be assigned to Xiaolin after graduation. Walking on the street, Uchiha Obito smiled, and an extremely beautiful illusion appeared in his mind. He trained with Nohara Rin and performed dangerous tasks together. When Nohara Rin was in danger, he was a hero to save her. When he was accidentally injured, Nohara Rin used medical ninjutsu to help him heal. The two helped each other to complete various difficult tasks together, and finally became a good story in the ninja world together. Although there are usually 3 people in a team, Obito doesn't care who the remaining person will be, as long as it is not Kakashi. He thinks it is impossible to be Kakashi, because Kakashi has graduated for several years and already has his own teammates and teachers. Grandma, do you need my help? Obito suddenly found that an old lady seemed to have fallen, and rushed forward quickly to ask. My legs and feet are a little uncomfortable. Can you help me to rest for a while? The old man frowned and asked. Grandma, I'll carry you to the hospital. It's bad if you hurt your bones. Obito said. The old man's body is more fragile. This fall is likely to hurt his bones. Grandma, don't worry. Don't look at me as young as me. I'm a ninja. Not only can I carry you alone, but I can also carry 3 people. Obito said confidently. Ninja. The old man was still a little hesitant, and he didn't want to trouble Obito, a little kid. However, under Obito's warm smile, the old man finally agreed. Obito carried the old man and ran towards Konoha Hospital. After sending the old man to the hospital, Obito asked the old man's home address and went to help notify him. After notifying the old man's family, Obito continued to walk towards home. Obito hadn't walked for long when he found an old man walking down the stairs carefully with a cane. Without saying a word, Obito ran up to the old man and helped him to the bottom of the stairs safely. What a good boy, thank you. The old man smiled kindly and praised. Nothing, just helping out. Obito waved his hand and said with a smile. Not long after that, Obito saw an old man taking care of a child, and the child's toy was stuck in a tree. Obito gathered chakra on his feet, jumped onto the tree in 2 jumps, took the toy down and returned it to its owner. Brother is so awesome. Is he a ninja? The child said excitedly. Not a formal ninja, but soon. Obito responded with a silly smile. Then Obito met an old man carrying a large package on the road again. He helped the old man to send the heavy things home. Obito found that he had returned to the place where he and Nohara-rin separated. When Obito returned home, it was already late and it was completely dark. I want to practice for a while, so I'll go to rest after practicing for a while. Obito thought after looking at the time. Although he wasted a lot of time helping others, Obito did not feel any regret. If he were to go back to the time when he and Nohara-rin separated, he would still take the same action. It would not be good to spend less time practicing. He caused too much impact, but if he didn't send the old man to the hospital, something bad might really happen to the old man. Then Obito went to the yard and started practicing breathing. Heat, burning, flame. Obito tried to feel the essence of the breath of flame while breathing a lot of oxygen into his body. But something happened that Obito didn't expect. He suddenly felt a feeling he had never felt before. His body became hot, and the chakra meridians and acupoints where the air flow passed became warm. Obito suddenly had an idea to condense chakra on his palm, and then change the nature. Whoosh! Instantly, a fist-sized flame gushed out from his palm, and Obito could clearly feel the temperature from the flame. The speed of flame conversion has become faster. Obito said in surprise. He couldn't see the specific value of chakra like Mu, but Obito saw that the speed of his property change just now was different from normal. Obito thought about it and resumed normal breathing. He stopped using breathing and condensed chakra again. At the same time, the flame on his palm was obviously smaller this time. So eating spicy food is so helpful for practicing the breath of fire. Obito was excited and surprised. His condition is very consistent with Muyu's description of the breath of fire. Obito wanted to buy 2 peppers and chew them before practicing. Spicy food is uncomfortable, but in order not to disappoint Nohara-rin and Muyu, and to become an excellent ninja, short-term pain is not unbearable. The next day, Obito told Muyu the good news of his progress. Muyu took a look at it with the appraisal, and was shocked when she saw it. The proficiency soared directly from 16 points to 21 points, successfully surpassing Might Guy's 19 points. Chapter 130 The war is about to begin. Take a look at the changes in the nature of the breath of fire state, and use more chakra. Muyu thought for a while and said. Obito nodded, adjusted his breathing method, entered the breath of fire state, inhaled a large amount of oxygen into the body, condensed a large amount of chakra in the throat, and then spurted out a large piece of flame extremely quickly. There were too many flames, and the uncontrollable flames were flying around wantonly. Muyu used water escape to prevent the flames from igniting the forest. Shisui watched this scene quietly. He was familiar with Obito and could clearly feel the progress of Obito's chakra nature change. Only this kind of rapid progress would lead to the situation of flying flames. If Muyu hadn't acted in time, Obito himself would have been burned. Teacher Muyu, eating spicy food can really increase the speed of training. Although his whole body was wet, Obito was still excited. He thought that the sudden improvement in progress was due to eating Muyu's cooking. After all, in his opinion, yesterday was a very ordinary day. Except for Muyu's cooking, it was no different from usual. What did you do after you went back after training yesterday? Muyu asked. Muyu didn't think it was the credit of the cooking. If cooking could make the proficiency increase so sharply, it should have been effective yesterday, not until Obito went back. The cooking illusion had no stamina and was not delayed. I didn't do anything. I just went home normally, and then I made progress after practicing for a while. Obito thought for a while and answered. Tell me more details. Muyu said. On the way home yesterday, Xylan encouraged me, and then we agreed. You can skip this. After I separated from Xylan, I met an old lady who fell down, and carried her to the hospital for treatment. Obito talked about various episodes on his way home. Basically he was either helping the elderly or on the way to help the elderly. After I went home, I practiced breathing for a while, and suddenly I felt a little hot, and then it's like this now. Obito answered. So that's it. It should be that Obito's actions and state of mind are in line with the characteristics of the breath of fire. After listening to Obito's description, Muyu knew the reason for Obito's rapid progress. Obito is too in line with the personality needs of the breath of fire. The enthusiastic and cheerful Obito will take the initiative to help people in need in front of him, and his heart is as hot as a flame. Shisui, you should also eat more spicy food, and your breathing method will definitely change as quickly as mine. Obito shared his successful experience with Shisui. Is it really because of the spicy food? Shisui felt a little unreliable. It's not that he suspected Obito was lying to him. Obito would definitely not lie about such an important matter, but after listening to the conversation between the two, Shisui felt that the real reason might not be because Obito ate very spicy food. Stop chatting, let's eat first. Muyu handed the lunch box to the two. Eating may not necessarily make a leap forward, but it is definitely better than not eating. Shisui opened the lunch box and saw several neat big peppers inside and fell into deep thought. Is he going to eat the peppers directly now? There is meat in the peppers. Muyu reminded. Shisui took a bite and found that the peppers were indeed wrapped in meat, but there was actually pepper powder in the meat. It tasted even spicier than just eating the peppers outside, but the taste was still top-notch. After delivering meals to the two, Muyu delivered meals to Might Guy. Might Guy's meal was beef stew with potatoes. Muyu gave Might Guy an appraisal and found that Might Guy's proficiency increased a little, reaching 20 points of proficiency. It seems that it is not stuck, but it is simply too difficult, so the progress is slow. Muyu thought. Based on the current progress, Muyu feels that he does not need to worry about Obito's training tasks. Except unless Might Guy has another sudden enlightenment and his proficiency increases dramatically, otherwise Obito's breathing proficiency will definitely be much higher than Might Guy's in a month, and he will have some advantages in terms of hard power. When the afternoon training is over, Muyu asked Shisui to go back with Obito. Today, Shisui's proficiency in fire breathing has increased from 15 to 16, which is a steady increase. But it would be best if Shisui could learn something from Obito and improve rapidly together. It doesn't matter if he can't learn. With Shisui's self-awareness, it will be the same training if he goes back. Although you are excellent overall, there are also things you can learn from Obito. Miyu said to Shisui. Miyu still hopes that Shisui can be more cheerful and optimistic. In the original work, Shisui has few scenes and basically only lives and memories, but he can commit suicide to open his friend's eyes. Miyu thinks he is not a normal person. There are many psychopaths in this world, but Miyu doesn't want to see his disciple become a psychopath. Shisui nodded with a thoughtful expression and prepared to observe Obito carefully on the way home. In practicing the secret method of breathing, Obito's progress is always faster than his, so there must be something he can do better than him. In this way, Shisui began to observe Obito. Xiaolin, did my shadow clone do anything strange in school? Obito asked. No, it's the same as usual, Obito. Nohara-rin replied with a smile. That's good. I was worried that the shadow clone would affect my image in the ninja school. Shisui watched this scene and silently remembered in his heart that Obito liked to chat with Nohara-rin. No one knew whether the shadow clone did anything strange better than Obito himself, but Obito still asked. The question was meaningless. Obviously, Obito just wanted to talk to Nohara-rin. However, they did not meet any elderly people who needed help today, and the two went home smoothly. The next day, Shisui and Obito gathered together to practice in the South Forest. On the way to breakfast, Obito helped an old lady. Shisui noticed that Obito was smiling after helping the old lady. After successfully reaching the South Forest, Shisui stopped paying attention to Obito and concentrated on his training. When they returned in the afternoon, they continued to observe Obito. However, this time was a little more difficult than yesterday. They met an old man who came to Konoha to visit his relatives with a large sack on his back. The old man was from a village near Konoha. His daughter married into Konoha. Recently, the crops in the field had a good harvest, so he wanted to send his daughter's family to taste it. The sack the old man was holding was nothing. It might not be light for ordinary people, but it was nothing for ninjas like them with chakra. But after they took the old man to the place, they found that his daughter's family had moved. In order not to waste the old man's kindness, Obito went door to door to ask for news and then went to find him. When he found him, it was already dark. Shisui knew why Obito's time to go to the South Forest was unstable. If he encountered such things from time to time, it would be difficult to arrive on time. Thank you so much. These are not valuable things. You can take some home. The old man said with gratitude, wanting to share the things in the sack with Obito and Shisui. Grandpa, no need. You will definitely find it in the end even without us. Obito waved his hand and refused with a silly smile. After refusing the reward, Obito and Shisui returned to the Uchiha clan and went back to their respective homes. Lying on the bed, Shisui was still recalling his memories of Obito in the past 2 days. After carefully observing Obito, Shisui really felt that Obito was a very unique Uchiha, different from any Uchiha he had ever seen, so different that he didn't look like an Uchiha. Most of the time, Obito seemed very careless. He was already excellent among his peers and could even walk without paying attention and fall or bump into things. And Obito rarely controlled his emotions, and all kinds of emotions were almost on his face. In terms of discovering those who needed help, Obito's observation ability was full, and he could notice things that Shisui didn't notice. After 3 days of observation, Shisui found Miyu. Teacher, if Obito's breathing method is because of his enthusiasm to help others, I'm afraid I can't learn it. I can't look for strangers who need help from the bottom of my heart like him. Shisui said honestly. Shisui is not opposed to helping others, but he can't do it as much as Obito. Hearing Shisui's words, Miyu smiled. He rubbed Shisui's head and smiled. You can learn from Obito, there is no need to imitate. Maybe you are kinder in your heart than you think. He didn't know what Shisui and Obito did specifically, but he could see that although Shisui's progress in the breath of fire was not as good as Obito's, the speed was not slow. On Monday noon, Miyu got the news of the convening of the Jonin meeting again. Because it was in the ninja school, Miyu went there alone this time. Minato and Kushina came a little earlier than Miyu. When Miyu arrived at the meeting room, they were already standing inside. Miyu stepped forward and greeted the two. It's only been a few days, and there's another meeting. Kushina was speechless. Miyu smiled and didn't join in the complaints. There were too many people here, so some things couldn't be said casually. He was different from Kushina, who had a special status. Let alone complaining about the meeting, it wouldn't be a big deal to curse her. I got to know some of the senior ninjas briefly at the last meeting, and this time Miyu continued to get to know them. He didn't say much, just chatted for a few words. After everyone arrived, the third generation said, "Why, what is the reason for the second meeting of the senior ninjas to be held so quickly? The Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning has declared war on us." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. "The Cloud Village, aren't they invading the Land of Wind and the Sand Village?" A senior ninja said with surprise. Although the third Kazekage of the Sand Village has disappeared, it has the foundation of being one of the 5 major ninja villages. The Cloud Village cannot defeat the Sand Village in a short time. At this moment, there is only one possibility for the Cloud Village to declare war on Konoha. The Cloud Village wants to start a two-front war and attack Konoha and Sand Village at the same time. Damn the Cloud Village barbarians, they really deserve to die. Kushina cursed mercilessly. Miyu was not surprised to hear this news. After all, Konoha will be surrounded and beaten by the 4 major ninja villages later. The declaration of war is just 2 declarations of war, and they haven't even officially started yet. Miyu can guess a little bit of the thoughts of the Cloud Village ninjas. Before the disappearance of the third Kazekage, there had been quite a bit of friction between Kumagakure and Konoha, which shows that Kumagakure has a lot of ideas about Konoha. However, because the incident in Sand Village was so serious that the Kazekage disappeared, Kumagakure would first attack the leaderless Sand Village. If Iwagakure did not declare war on Konoha, Miyu estimated that Kumagakure would not declare war on Konoha without gaining a huge advantage over Sand Village. But it would be different if Iwagakure declared war on Konoha. Although Kumagakure was fighting on 2 fronts, Konoha, which needed to deal with Iwagakure, had to fight on 2 fronts as well. Would the third Raikage think that Kumagakure would be inferior to Konoha in the same situation? Of course not. If that was the idea, Kumagakure would not jump so much in the ninja world. Miyu estimated that the third Raikage's idea should be to consume Konoha's power while fighting Sand Village, then first break Sand Village and then sweep Konoha, and finally take down Iwagakure, which was fighting Konoha, and dominate the continent. Miyu could only say that the idea was good, but they overestimated their own strength, and underestimated the strength of Konoha and the ambition of Iwagakure. It is not difficult to see from the direction of the Third Ninja World War that Onoki is very ambitious. If the third generation Raikage was not strong enough, a large number of Kumagakure ninjas would have died in the encirclement of Iwagakure. Spies should be sent immediately to interfere with their battle with Sand Village. Danzo said. As long as Sand Village can hold back enough Kumagakure ninjas, Konoha will not have to worry about the pressure of fighting on 2 fronts. Narashikaka fell into a thoughtful look. If Kumagakure wanted to attack Konoha, it would be easier than Iwagakure. Because if Kumagakure wanted to attack Konoha, there were generally 2 options, one was to enter from the northeastern country of Soup, and the other was to enter from the northeastern country of Fields. The ninjas of the country of Soup were weak, and the country of Fields were even weaker, and there was not even a ninja village. This means that Konoha needs to pay attention to a large defense area, and the areas bordering the land of water and the land of rice fields must be guarded. We need to prevent Kumagakure from defeating Tsunagakure and strengthen the border defense at the same time. Narashikaku said. This time he agreed with Danzo's opinion and must not let Kumagakure free to attack Konoha with all his strength. Miyu could sense that the atmosphere of this meeting was heavier than the last time, and many senior ninjas showed very serious expressions. Tsunagakure and Kumagakure are already at war, and Iwagakure will soon go to war with the village. I'm afraid the Third Ninja World War will break out this time, Minato said worriedly after the meeting. Minato has rich mission experience, but he has not experienced the Ninja World War. When the Second Ninja World War ended, he was still studying at the ninja school. However, he can feel the cruelty of the Ninja World War just by looking at the recorded text materials. A large number of ninjas died in the war, and even the shadow of a village may die in the war. Kushina has a special identity. Once the war is fierce, Kushina will go to the battlefield. This is exactly what Minato is worried about. Those black barbarians from Kumagakure are really afraid of chaos in the world. Kushina's face was not good. However, Kushina was not worried about going to the battlefield, but she remembered her country that was destroyed by war. Kushina hated war very much. She witnessed how her country and village perished in the war with her own eyes. The memory is still clear. Obito's training mission, student exam rewards, and one-year class promotion rewards. Miyu silently thought about the rewards that were closer to him. The war was approaching, and his current strength was not enough to protect himself in a war environment. There is more later. Chapter 131. The exam is coming. With the declaration of war by Iwagakure and Kumagakure on Konoha, the war was approaching, which had affected the atmosphere of the ninjas in Konoha village to a certain extent. 2 weeks after the meeting, Miyu could hear the teachers in the office discussing the topic of war. Although it was the content of the Jonin meeting, this kind of thing could not be concealed even if it was not necessary. If you want to go to war, you have to mobilize ninjas. How can you hide it? However, it has not affected the overall atmosphere of Konoha. Although it is a ninja village, Konoha has the most ordinary people, much more than ninjas. Even some ninja clans have some ordinary people who have not become ninjas. In my opinion, we should defeat Iwagakure with thunder and shock the ninja world, and then unite with Sand Village to defeat Kumagakure. Why not unite with Sand Village to defeat Kumagakure first and then fight Iwagakure together? You are stupid. Let Kumagakure consume the strength of Sandagakure first. When we defeat Kumagakure and Iwagakure, we can defeat Sandagakure at the same time. That way, we can maximize the results. Maybe it was really fun to chat with the government. Although the Chunin teachers in the office usually don't have to go to the battlefield, they still discussed it very much, and used all kinds of wonderful ideas to say what they thought was a good strategy. You too, war is a very cruel thing. It's not as simple as you think. Ueda Aya said as Akatani Yang and Kimura Shanran talked more and more outrageously. Although the Ninja World War was cruel, our Konoha has always been the winner, and I think this time will be no exception. Kimura Shanran replied. He was very confident in Konoha. Yes, under the leadership of the Sandame, Kumagakure and Iwagakure are definitely not our opponents. Akatani Yang nodded and said. Miyu, aren't you right? Akatani Yang looked at Miyu. Of course I believe the village will win, but we teachers must also do our part for the village and take a more serious attitude to train ninjas for the village. Miyu said. Konoha will indeed win in the end, even if it is surrounded and beaten by 4 big ninja villages, even if it is a miserable victory. You see, we have to have confidence in the village like teacher Miyu. Ikumi Yang said. It's not that I don't have confidence in the village, but I think you too underestimate the war. Ueda Aya explained. After sorting out his things, Miyu quickly left the office, went home to cook, and then went to the south border forest. The flames of war have not yet reached the ninja school, and they have not reached him, who is good at education. Only when Konoha is really about to collapse, will Miyu be sent to the battlefield. When that time comes, let alone teachers, even newly graduated genin will not have to pick up garbage and weed, but go to the battlefield. After arriving at the place of training, Miyu gave an appraisal to everyone. Obito is still ahead in progress, and his current proficiency in fire breathing has reached 35 points. Shisui is right behind him, with a proficiency of 30 points. Might Guy, who has been ahead for a while, is now the last one, with the current proficiency in rock breathing of 25 points. Yu is quite satisfied with the progress of the others. Although Might Guy is 10 points behind Obito, who has the highest proficiency, this is affected by many factors and there is nothing he can do. You two can proceed to the next step of training. Yu said to Shisui and Obito. The next training will be more difficult than before, so be prepared. Teacher Yu, please teach quickly. We are not afraid no matter how difficult it is. Obito laughed, showing that he was fearless. There are still 2 weeks before the first practical test of this semester. Obito wants to learn more about fire breathing. He really wants to get the first place in the grade again. Do you remember the second step of training? Yu asked. It is to practice breathing with a specific posture. Obito thought for a while and answered. This time, you are required to control the air you inhale as you wish without any specific posture, and use ninjutsu in the state of flame breathing. Yu said. It seems to be 2 goals, but it is difficult to complete the latter without achieving the former. Why do some ninjas need to make hand seals, while some ninjas can do without or with fewer hand seals? If ninjutsu is a math problem, hand seals are the process of solving the problem. Ninjas who do not make hand seals get the answer directly, while ninjas who make fewer hand seals are very familiar with the problem and need fewer steps. And flame breathing is equivalent to adding an additional question to the original question, and answering it correctly can add points and enhance its power. But using different ninjutsu under flame breathing is equivalent to doing different additional questions for different questions, so you must have absolute control over the air inhaled by flame breathing, so that you can answer it correctly no matter what the question is. At this stage, Yu's initial training for the two is to do various extreme sports without using chakra and only using breathing methods. Sometimes people can really force something out by forcing. Even a relatively thick-skinned person like Obito would be a little panicked when crawling on the cliff without using chakra absorption, because the foothold is often not even half the length of the sole of the foot, and the toes land at the point. To complete various difficult extreme challenges without using chakra and various tools, Obito and Shisui can only rely on the power brought by breathing techniques. At this step, Shisui and Obito's progress is similar. After Obito's proficiency is 42, Shisui just reached 37. Both of them completed the training in just 1 week. In fact, in theory, it is not just the training of the second and fourth parts. The training of controlling the air has been going on since the beginning. Since Obito and others have the breath method, every time they practice the breathing method, they are familiar with how to control the air. The fourth part of the training is equivalent to the final summary. After being able to control the inhaled air at will, it is the formal ninjutsu training. Obito is a ninjutsu practitioner. Ninjutsu training is very familiar to him. He thought it would be easy to complete the training, but it turned out to be more difficult than he imagined. The addition of the property change bonus brought by the breathing of fire increased the power of the ninjutsu, but it was also more difficult to control. However, compared with the previous training, Obito felt that this step was still easier. After all, it was just to strengthen control and familiarize himself with the enhanced state. It took Obito 5 days to get familiar with using ninjutsu in the breathing state. At this moment, Obito's breathing proficiency has reached 46. Shisui was faster than Obito in the steps of ninjutsu, and he was familiar with it in 3 days. 5 days later, his proficiency reached 42, and Shisui was catching up. Although Might Guy had a lot of training, due to the difficulty, he only reached 32 proficiency at the same time. On Saturday night, Obito, Shisui, and Might Guy discussed their training progress. When Obito heard that Might Guy had not started extreme sports yet, he felt stable. The exam will be on Monday, and he will definitely get the first place in the grade this time. Chapter 132 Make up for the shortcomings. On Monday morning, the ninja school started the first exam of the second semester of this year. Unlike the last exam, Mu Yu was promoted this time. He no longer had to draw lots to decide which class to supervise. Mu Yu could choose to patrol the first grade classes or sit quietly in the office and drink tea. But Mu Yu was idle anyway, so she asked the shadow clone to go around for a few laps and then return to the office, while the main body went to practice. Contract seal: Mu Yu did not use the ninjutsu proficiency scroll and directly practiced to the proficient level. Because there is no urgent need for sealing techniques now, Mu Yu feels that with his talent for sealing techniques, he can do research on his own and save the proficiency scroll for later. Physically, Mu Yu has obtained the mastery level of rock breathing for more than 2.5 months. Under the 24-hour training in Chongzhong, he tests his physique once a week, and every time he makes progress. The rate of improvement began to gradually decline after 2 months, but the effect is still better than regular training. Mu Yu did not spend too much time on the 5 basic ninjutsu, because according to his identification and observation of other ninjas, his current ninjutsu level is quite enough, so he just studied the various coordinations of his ninjutsu and how to release combined ninjutsu in battle. Mu Yu feels that what he really lacks is chakra and combat experience. He has a very high level of nature change and many mastery of ninjutsu. The power of ninjutsu is so great that Mu Yu dare not release it at full power for fear of attracting the Anbu. If he releases ninjutsu at full power, Mu Yu feels that the power of his ninjutsu is definitely at the level of Kage, but if he really bombards like that, he will soon run out of chakra. To put it in a more vivid way, Mu Yu's water outlet is very large, but the amount of water stored in it is not much. Although it is not as bad as a magician who can only use explosion magic, but compared with the output capacity, the chakra is not much. As for combat experience, there is no way. Mu Yu has no chance to fight with all his strength to test his level, unless he wants to be suspected of being a spy and then be invited to drink tea by the Anbu or the root. So Mu Yu now has no other practical experience except for some root training experience brought by the original owner. Mu Yu is working hard to make up for these 2 deficiencies. In terms of chakra, Mu Yu has been working hard to obtain chakra rewards. In the first month of the new semester, he basically brushed chakra. Through classes, he brushed a total of about 1,180 chakra points. In terms of combat experience, Mu Yu's current idea is to split shadow clones, let the shadow clones fight each other, and finally flow the memory back to the main body to increase experience. Whether the effect is good or not is another matter, but it is better than not doing it. In addition to the shadow clone training method, Mu Yu has another idea that can not only increase his practical experience, but also train disciples. However, it is not the best time to propose this idea. He has to wait until he achieves better results and the war has been going on for a while before it is a good time to propose it. On the second day, Mu Yu went to the practical test site of Class 1, Grade 1 to check the overall combat performance of the students. He planned to wait until the third day when the grade practical test was held for Might Guy and Obito to go and see them. With the improvement reward of the summer special training in the past, Mu Yu now also attaches great importance to the improvement of the strength of the students in Class 1, Grade 1. Director Hanyu. The 2 invigilators greeted Mu Yu with a smile. The invigilators this time were not familiar with Mu Yu, and the relationship was probably that of colleagues who knew each other's names. Teacher Kikuta, Teacher Murashima. Mu Yu responded with a smile. Originally, Murashima was a little stressed when he saw Mu Yu coming over, thinking that he must be more cautious in grading later. As a result, after a brief chat with Mu Yu, Murashima relaxed. Mu Yu himself is as gentle and friendly as his reputation in the ninja school. Although his position and ninja level are higher than ordinary teachers, he did not show any superior leadership. To be honest, Murashima was a little surprised when Mu Yu called out his name, because he remembered that he had only spoken to Mu Yu once, but he didn't expect Mu Yu to remember him. Alas, the opponents are all first-year students, and I feel a little bit unmotivated. Gang Zisha crossed his arms and said with regret. Yeah, I feel that the battle will definitely be like bullying a child. Shen Yuchuyu nodded in agreement. Aren't you also first-year students? If you don't know, you will think you are so good in the special training. You can't even make it to the third round in the actual combat test. Hongdu couldn't help but complain. She, the top player in Group C, didn't even dislike it, but the two of them pretended. It's just that we were unlucky that we didn't make it to the third round. Hongdu, you don't understand. Our ninja journey has been smooth sailing after we were successfully remembered by the Hokage. Gang Zisha retorted. Your technique is not good at all. If you meet me, I will definitely beat you to the ground. Hongdu waved her fist twice, warning with physical skills. For a moment, Gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo didn't dare to jump. They admitted that Hongdu was now more brute force. Number 1 Uchiha Shisui and number 2 Mitarashi Hongdu are preparing for the exam. The voice of the invigilator reached the ears of the three. Ha ha ha, it seems that Hongdu has no chance to meet us. Shinayu Izumo was overjoyed. Although Hongdu had only one person who couldn't beat in the first grade, she happened to meet the only one who couldn't beat in the first game. Someone can't even enter the second round. I won't say who she is. Gang Zisha was full of momentum in an instant. Damn it, don't leave after the exam, you two. Hongdu looked depressed. She didn't expect Shisui to be number 1. Murajima Shenkai and the others were invigilating in the first grade for the first time this school year. After watching the battle between Hongdu and Shisui, they were instantly surprised. I can't deduct their points if I score them according to the first grade standards. Murajima Shenkai said bluntly. The fight between the two was not what a first-year student should have. It was more like a fourth-year class final or a grade-level actual battle. Although Hongdu lost, in the end, Murashima Shenkai still gave Hongdu a full score. It was not that Hongdu was not strong enough, but that the opponent was stronger. After the first round of the first-year class was over, Murashima Shenkai looked at the report card in his hand and doubted his life. He felt that he would be called in for questioning if he handed it in. The average score was too high. Murajima Shenkai glanced at the report card in the hand of another teacher and was relieved to see that it was about the same as his. It was not that he scored more points, but that the performance of the first-year class was really good. In another half a month to a month, there should be a promotion reward. Miyu thought to herself as she looked at the performance of the first-year class. After watching the first round and all the students' battles, Miyu left. On the third day, Miyu went to the fourth-year grade actual battle location. Chapter 133 Obito's Mission Settlement. Number 2 Hyuga Karaman and number 4 Might Guy are preparing for the exam. Might Guy's second-round opponent was Hyuga Kamen, who had defeated him once in the first semester. Hyuga Kamen did not participate in Miyu's summer special training, because he wanted to receive training from his family elders at home. He could understand Hyuga Kamen's idea. The physical skills of the Hyuga clan were unique, and ordinary teachers really couldn't teach Hyuga students anything. Not to mention that he was still a chunin at that time. Even if he was a special jonin, Hyuga Kamen probably wouldn't go, because he would definitely feel that Miyu couldn't help him become stronger. Might Guy, you have to be careful later, I'm stronger now than last semester. Hyuga Kamen said with the seal of opposition. He was very unwilling to be defeated by Might Guy in the final exam, and asked his uncle to help him improve his soft fist during the holiday. Now Hyuga Kamen has the confidence to defeat Might Guy. Who are you? Might Guy scratched his head, feeling that the person in front of him who gave him a white eye seemed a little familiar. I remember, the Hyuga Gate last semester. Might Guy recalled the memory of the final exam. Hinata Carmen's forehead was almost wrinkled with a pound sign. He didn't know for a moment whether Might Guy was using tactics to provoke him or if he really remembered it wrong. Hinata Carmen, who couldn't hold it in, corrected loudly. It's Carmen, it's Hinata Carmen. Is your memory so bad? Your theoretical score must be bad. You are quite accurate in judging people. My theoretical score is indeed not very good, Might Guy said with the seal of opposition. Hinata Carmen had nothing to say and took a deep breath to prepare for the battle. Last time, his strength was a little worse than Might Guy. Although he saw through Might Guy's movements, his body could not respond. This time is different. With the help of his uncle, his speed and soft fist level have improved. As long as the soft fist hits, there is no problem of damage. He no longer has any shortcomings. The battle begins. The invigilator shouted immediately after seeing that the two were ready. Hyuga Fire Gate instantly opened his eyes, veins popped up beside his eyes, and he saw through all the meridians and acupoints in Might Guy's chakra body and bones. Then Hyuga Fire Gate quickly stepped forward and attacked Might Guy's chakra acupoints. Might Guy easily dodged sideways and then punched hard. Hyuga Fire Gate, who saw through Might Guy's movements, was knocked back more than a meter with a palm. The power is so strong, even greater than before. Hyuga Fire Gate felt his numb palm and his expression became very serious. Might Guy seemed to have made great progress. At this level, there is no need to use breathing methods. After a wave of tentative attacks, Might Guy made a judgment. Hyuga Fire Gate's defeat was also considered by many students watching the battle to be on the verge of failure. Akai is still strong, Hyuga Fire Gate is not his opponent. Shiranui Genma said. He is number 2, and his first round player is Hyuga Carmen. After playing with Hyuga Carmen, Shiranui Genma felt that Hyuga Carmen was only of average strength in Group A. He could beat the weaker players in Group A, so he could not be a match for Might Guy, the strong player in Group A. Yet, he should be the only one in the 4th grade who didn't come to the special training. I thought he was very strong last semester, but now he is just average. Ebisu said. 4th graders basically participated in the special training. Even if they didn't see Might Guy's battle in person, they could know Might Guy's strength from the test ranking results. Hyuga Carmen didn't attack easily anymore. He wanted to catch Might Guy's flaws with his strong insight. However, Hyuga Carmen wanted to slow down the pace, but Might Guy was not going to waste time with him. Suddenly, Hyuga Carmen noticed that Might Guy's speed became extremely fast, and appeared in front of him in almost the blink of an eye. Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. Might Guy used his chakra to burst out and instantly appeared in front of Hyuga Kamen and kicked him quickly. So fast. Hyuga Kamen only had time to think of this before he was kicked away. Although Hyuga Kamen still wanted to fight and got up quickly after falling to the ground, Might Guy didn't give him a chance at all. The next moment, he flashed in front of Hyuga Kamen and punched him hard. Hyuga Kamen, who was already dizzy from being kicked, had no time to react and was knocked to the ground again. This time, he couldn't get up quickly, and Might Guy took out a kunao and pressed it against his body. Might Guy wins. The invigilator announced Might Guy's victory. Sure enough, he lost without much resistance. The outcome of the battle was as expected by Shiranui Genma. Among the 4th year students, Obito should be the only one who has a chance. After all, that guy can occasionally beat Kai. Ebisu thought for a while and said. Why don't we just ask the people in their class? They should have fought once before. Shiranui Genma looked around, trying to find someone he knew during the summer training. Shiranui Genma saw Nohara Rin, and next to Nohara Rin was Obito, and the two seemed to be talking about something. Shiranui Genma was a little embarrassed to go over, and it was a bit bad to ask in front of the person involved whether he lost or not. However, after Obito's battle began, Shiranui Genma couldn't help but ask curiously, and even pulled Ebisu, who looked reluctant. There are only a dozen people in the grade actual battle, and it will be their turn soon. Can't we just watch it directly later? Ebisu thought it was meaningless. Shiranui Genma ignored Ebisu's words and took Ebisu to Nohara Rin to say hello. By the way, who is the first in your class too this time? Shiranui Genma asked curiously. It's Kai. Nohara Rin replied. Obito lost? It seems that Kai is still the first in this actual battle. After getting the answer, Shiranui Genma thought. The class actual battle was yesterday. It is impossible for him to lose yesterday and win today. As time passed, the battle continued. Soon, only Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were left for the final battle. Might Guy and Obito drew a good lot this time. They did not meet in advance and both made it to the end. Student Might Guy, Student Uchiha Obito, prepare for the exam. The invigilator shouted. Obito, go ahead, do your best. Nohara Rin smiled and cheered Obito up. Obito smiled and nodded in return. Without saying much, he walked onto the battlefield with a serious face. Yesterday's failure made Obito very unwilling. He could feel that he was not worse than Might Guy in terms of strength, and even stronger. After going back to summarize the reasons for the failure, Obito knew that he had underestimated Might Guy and thought that leading the progress meant a sure win. In fact, the gap between them was not that big. Akai, thank you for your all-out attack yesterday, but today is different. Obito said with a confident smile on his face. Today he will never underestimate Kai again, and will never lose the battle in front of Nohara Lin and Miyu. Youth should be like this, fight with all your strength. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and said, he could already feel Obito's fighting spirit. The battle begins. Whoosh! As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Might Guy's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Konoha big tornado! Immediately, a passionate shout and an extremely fast tornado kick came from Obito's side. Konoha tornado! Obito did not dodge, but kicked out the tornado kick with the same speed. Bang! The two legs collided with each other, and the powerful collision of force set off a gust of air that blew the sand on the ground. Did you use the breathing method at the beginning? Feeling Obito's unusual power, Might Guy knew that Obito had entered the state of breathing of fire. Under the force, the two retreated a little. However, this was too short for the two. Obito wrapped his chi around his legs, condensed chakra on his feet, and instantly appeared in front of Might Guy and punched hard. Might Guy raised his arm to block. Feeling the power from his arm, Might Guy showed an excited look. It was worthy of the secret method that he had not completed after 2 months of hard training. Obito could fight him with physical skills under the blessing of the breathing method. I can't help it now. Might Guy condensed chakra in his palm, then clenched his fist and punched Obito back. His breathing rhythm suddenly changed. A large amount of oxygen was inhaled into Might Guy's body, strengthening every cell in his body. He could feel the power surging continuously, and he seemed to have endless strength. After using the breathing method, Might Guy's speed and strength soared. Just punching and kicking could bring gusts of wind. How can the two of them become so strong? Hyuga Kamen, who was watching the game, looked like he had seen a ghost. He was surprised to find that Might Guy, who defeated him with a kick and a punch, had not used his full strength in the fight with him. The speed and strength that Might Guy showed in the fight with Obito far exceeded his performance in the fight with him. He even felt that Obito could defeat him with just physical skills now, but Obito was better at ninjutsu. It's only been less than 3 months, why did it turn out like this? Hinata Kamen was a little bit unacceptable. He won the first place in the grade last semester. He was actually left behind so much this semester, and that was even when he asked his uncle to help with training. Didn't you notice that everyone has become much stronger? Said Hyuga Karaman's friend. Didn't the school organize a summer special training led by teacher Miyu during the previous holidays? The effect was very good. Teacher Miyu is really strong. Hyuga Karaman recalled today's grade practice, and it seemed that the overall strength had indeed increased. He had met Shiranui Genma in the first round before, and he had defeated them easily, but today he had to work hard. Why didn't you go, Karaman? I remember everyone went. Hyuga Karaman didn't answer his friend's words. After listening, he wondered if it would be better if he had made the same choice as everyone else. He bothered his uncle to take time to help him, but instead of narrowing the gap in strength with Might Guy and the others, the gap in strength became even larger. At this time, the battle between Might Guy and Obito on the field had entered a white-hot stage. Both of them used breathing techniques and had gone all out. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. With the help of the breath of flame, Obito's nature changes faster, and he spits out so many small fireballs that Might Guy can hardly stop for a step. After releasing the Phoenix Fire technique, Obito paused for a while, and Might Guy took the opportunity to rush up. God of War, Konoha Vajra Force Whirlwind. He condensed a large amount of chakra on his legs, and the light of chakra enveloped his legs, and Might Guy kicked out his strongest kick. If Obito had not learned the breath of flame before, he would try to use shaving to distance himself, but now, the faster nature change speed is really useful. Obito stretched out his palm, first wrapped his palm with chakra, and then quickly condensed chakra to change the nature. A large amount of flames burst out from Obito's palm, and Obito swung the flames towards Might Guy's legs. Obito could feel the huge pressure coming from his palm, but he believed that Might Guy was not feeling well either, and his flames were not vegetarian. Might Guy's face changed as he felt the temperature of the flames, and he quickly changed his moves and punched Obito with his right fist. Obito used the shaving technique to dodge away, and Might Guy also used the shaving technique to catch up, but Obito noticed that Might Guy paused. Although the time was short, Obito still noticed it, because Obito was too familiar with Might Guy. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Obito took the opportunity to release another fire style ninjutsu, and a huge fireball over 3 meters high hit Might Guy. Taking advantage of his illness, while Might Guy's leg was injured, Obito used the Great Fireball to feint and then cooperated with the breathing method and shaving to beat Might Guy back step by step. The flames that spewed out of his palms and mouth from time to time made Might Guy difficult to resist. The more injured he was, the more he fell into a disadvantage. Although Might Guy had a strong will to fight, his increasingly tired body could not support him to continue fighting, and his breathing became messy. Uchiha Obito wins. The Invigilator finally announced Obito's victory. How did Obito lose yesterday? Didn't he win beautifully? Shiranui Genma was a little puzzled. He saw that Obito was rarely at a disadvantage during the whole battle, and he seemed to be stronger than Might Guy. Who knows, maybe he didn't know Might Guy's information yesterday. Ebisu was a little uncertain, but information is indeed a very important point in the battle. They are really two excellent students. Uchiha Obito has achieved an extremely excellent level in both physical skills and ninjutsu. Although Might Guy did not show the level of ninjutsu, his physical skills have reached a level that a student cannot have. The Invigilator sighed. The teachers next to them all nodded in recognition. The levels of the two have already opened up a big gap with other students. Although Might Guy lost, they also felt that Might Guy's strength was no longer comparable to that of ordinary students. Obito finally got the first place. Nohara Lin smiled and was happy for Obito. Miyu, who had been watching the battle silently, also showed a satisfied smile. Obito finally did not fail at the critical moment this time, and he showed his due strength to defeat Might Guy. And Obito's training task was immediately settled after Obito defeated Might Guy. There is more later. Chapter 134 Strength Improvement. Disciple Uchiha Obito completed the training task and received rewards, Chakra plus 800, Breath of Flame, Mastery level. The reward was less than Miyu expected. Although the skills were all at the mastery level, the chakra was less. This time the training time was longer and the progress was greater, but the final reward of chakra was not as good as the last time when Might Guy won the first place, 200 less. Is it because of repeated triggering? Miyu guessed in his heart. Obito's training task is currently the only training task with repeated content, both of which are to get the first place in the grade of the ninja school. Mu Yu felt that the system might be preventing him from taking advantage of the situation by repeating tasks endlessly to obtain a large amount of chakra and skills. Maybe the rewards would be lower if the tasks were repeated again. However, Mu Yu was still satisfied with the overall reward, and his breath of fire also reached the mastery level. A large number of memories of practicing breath of fire appeared in Mu Yu's mind. The previous experience of obtaining the mastery level of breath of fire, Mu Yu knew a little about the effect of mastering the breath of fire at that time. This time it was confirmed, and it was even stronger than he knew. After the breath of fire enters the state of markings, it will strengthen the fire-style ninjutsu. All fire-style ninjutsu do not need to be sealed. As long as it is fire-style, you can clap your hands and shout whatever you want. It greatly strengthens the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra. The temperature of the flame is higher, and you can control the released flame more easily. Although the breath of fire does not have as strong defense as the breath of rock in the state of markings, it has extremely high resistance to fire and is not easily hurt by fire style. Mu Yu not only has the mastery level of the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra, but also has a lot of highly proficient fire style ninjutsu. If he enters the state of markings of the breath of fire, he can directly transform into an uninterrupted fire-style turret. However, it is a pity that the markings of the two breathing methods cannot be superimposed, and only one can be used. Mu Yu took a look at his panel at this time. Name, Hanyum Wu. Chakra, 19,180. Skill, Breath of Flame, Mastery, 750/15,000. Chakra is close to 20,000 points. It has been more than 40 days since the last summer training ended, and the total increase is 3,880 points. However, if we add the exam rewards that will be settled in 2 days, the total increase should be 4,680. The increase is very high, the highest increase in chakras so far. There are many reasons. On the one hand, all the chakras from Wu's class rewards are brushed, and on the other hand, the chakras provided by the disciples who return to the master are more, and Wu's own chakra limit is also increasing faster. The disciples provide more chakra because their bodies gradually develop with age, and secondly, the breathing method makes the training effect stronger. Chakra is the product of spiritual energy and physical ability, so it is naturally more, and Wu's natural growth is also faster for this reason. Before brushing 50,000 chakras, Wu will probably focus on brushing chakra. 50,000 chakras would be enough, because without any waste, the ninjutsu used by 1,000 chakras is already powerful enough. If there are 50,000 chakras, even if each ninjutsu uses 1,000 chakras, it can be used 50 times. Haha, I finally won, first in the grade. Obito couldn't help laughing. After practicing with Mu Yu for half a year, he, Uchiha Obito, finally got the first in the grade, taking a solid step towards becoming an excellent ninja. Obito, you are really great this time. Nohara-rin praised Obito, who came back. Hehe, after all, I have practiced seriously for so long, it's not right to keep losing to Akai. Obito was not modest, and accepted Nohara-rin's praise with a smile. Obito, you are really strong today. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up before being sent to the infirmary. You too, Akai. Obito also gave Might Guy a thumbs up. He really admired Might Guy's fighting spirit. It was obvious that he was stronger this time, but the two of them won once in the 2 battles between the class and grade. After the exam, except for the injured Might Guy who needed to recuperate, the disciples went to the South Forest to continue training. You performed very well this time and put everything you learned into practice. Mu Yu praised him generously. Obito smiled even brighter after receiving Mu Yu's praise again. He was so happy today. Thanks to you, teacher Mu Yu. When I make money as a ninja, I will definitely buy you a better pen. Obito said with a silly smile. If you think so, it means that I have not taught you in vain. Mu Yu smiled gently. Today I will teach you a new B-level fire escape ninjutsu. New ninjutsu. Obito nodded expectantly. He didn't know many ninjutsu at present, just the Great Fireball, the Great Dragon Fire, and the Phoenix Fire. It's called a new ninjutsu, but it's not really a ninjutsu, because it is considered an improved ninjutsu of the Phoenix Fire technique. Miyu explained. He wanted to teach Obito exactly the Balsam Claw Red. Balsam Claw Red has the skills of fire escape combined with ninja tools, which is very practical. Of course, he chose to teach today because Obito is now in a very excited mood and is very grateful to him, and the reward is more likely to be a critical hit. You taught your disciple the fire escape a Balsam Claw Red. Because the disciple is very grateful for the reward, you get the ninjutsu fire escape a dust hiding technique, mastery level. A lot of memories of practicing fire escape ninjutsu appeared in Miyu's mind. The dust hiding technique is a bit like the fire escape version of the mist hiding technique. It can spit out a lot of high temperature dust to cover an area and make the people inside lose their sight. However, the difference from the mist hiding technique is that the high temperature dust of the dust hiding technique itself has a good damage, while the mist hiding technique simply blocks the sight. Miyu sorted out the memories in his mind and felt that this ninjutsu should be okay in actual combat. However, this ninjutsu requires relevant training. For example, if Miyu uses this ninjutsu now, it will hinder others' sight while also hindering herself. The Kirigakuer ninjas have all been trained since childhood. In the Kirigakuer technique, they have no sight and can only locate by sound. With the foundation of the Phoenix Fire technique, Obito learned Phoenix Claw Red quickly, and after an afternoon, he had gained dozens of points of proficiency. After finishing the training, at dinner, Miyu asked Minato if there was a place in Konoha village that made ninja tools by itself. It seems that there is not, but as long as you pay, you should be able to negotiate with the boss. Minato thought for a while and replied. Miyu, do you want to buy ninja tools? I can recommend you a ninja tool store with good quality. Minato Miyu asked enthusiastically. I don't want to buy ninja tools, but I have a very good student. His birthday is coming soon. I want to make a ninja tool for him. Miyu explained briefly. A warm-hearted master must not forget to celebrate his disciple's birthday. Chapter 135 Uchiha's Reward and Attention. I'm back. Obito walked to the entrance and changed his shoes while telling his grandmother in a cheerful voice that he was back. Hey, is grandma taking a walk outside? Obito, who didn't get a response, was a little confused. Usually, as long as he called me back, grandma would either come to the door to pick him up or respond to Obito with a voice. Obito walked in and found that it was not that grandma was not there, but that there were guests. Grandma was entertaining the guests, so she didn't respond immediately. Obito, welcome home. Grandma said with a kind smile. Obito curiously glanced at the guest sitting in the living room. It was a middle-aged man with brown hair wearing dark blue clothes. Although he didn't know who it was, Obito was sure that it was a ninja from their Uchiha clan, because the brown-haired middle-aged man not only wore a ninja forehead protector, but also had the Uchiha fan pattern on the back of his clothes. Obito, you came just in time, say hello to Uncle Yasei. Grandma reminded. Hello, Uncle Yasei. Obito greeted the guest honestly according to Grandma's instructions. Uchiha Yasei smiled and praised with a smile, Obito, you are very good. Among the Uchiha of your age, you are one of the best. Hehe, it's okay. Obito scratched his head and laughed, without much feeling in his heart. Because he didn't know the Uchiha Yasei in front of him at all, naturally he wouldn't have too much emotion because of the praise of a stranger, not his grandma or Nohara-Lin and Miyu. By the way, Grandma, I got the first place in the practical test. Obito couldn't wait to tell Grandma the good news. Well, our Obito is really amazing. He will definitely become an excellent ninja after graduation. Grandma smiled and touched Obito's head and praised. Uchiha Yashiro nodded secretly in his heart when he heard Obito's words, thinking that Obito was indeed worthy of his visit. Although being the first in the grade does not mean how strong he will be in the future, it can prove that he is very good at this stage. He remembered that there was an Uchiha named Taihuo who was the same age as Obito. His strength was good at his current age, but he had never won the first place in the grade. Keep it up like this and work hard to become a ninja who can inherit the glory of Uchiha. Uchiha Yashiro said. After that, Uchiha Yashiro put some nutritional supplements he brought on the table, and then counted out 50,000 taels of money and put them on the table together. We Uchiha are never stingy with excellent clan members. This is a reward for your achievements. Uchiha Yashiro said. He definitely didn't come here to chat with Obito's grandmother. Although the Uchiha are somewhat related, normal Uchiha will not waste time chatting with the elderly except for direct relatives. He came to Obito's house to reward Obito. This is a policy within the Uchiha clan. If a clan member is much stronger than his peers, he will be rewarded. Obito should have received this reward during the final exam. But the Uchiha high-level officials did not send anyone to specifically monitor the ninja school grades. Obito only has his grandmother, and his peers are only familiar with one Uchiha Shisui. He has no sense of existence in the Uchiha. So it was not until recently that the Uchiha realized that Obito, an Uchiha child with little sense of existence, had counterattacked and become an Uchiha genius. Practice well in the future. After graduation, you can join the clan's police force. I will take you with me at that time. Uchiha Yashiro continued. Ninjas from large families have some privileges. The privilege of the Hyuga clan is that the main family can receive education directly within the clan without going to the ninja school, and then become a genin and take the chunin exam. The privilege of the Uchiha clan is the Konoha police force. The Konoha police force is fully controlled by the Uchiha clan. Everyone in the department is a ninja of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan can appoint any position they want. If Obito can continue to maintain such excellent strength, Uchiha Yashiro does not mind becoming a teacher on Obito's ninja journey. The premise is to maintain such an excellent level, otherwise the belt he said can only be to help Obito get familiar with the work in the early stage. The ancestral precepts of the Uchiha clan since ancient times are that the strong are respected, and there has never been a saying of sympathizing with the weak. If you have strength, you can have everything. If you don't have strength, no one will care about you no matter how difficult it is. Thank you so much, I will practice well. Obito said with gratitude. Then he selectively ignored Uchiha Yashiro's words about joining the police department. Looking at Obito's grateful expression, Uchiha Yaseda nodded secretly in his heart. Communicate more with Uchiha peers and seniors, only the clan members are the most reliable force. After you graduate from genin, you can apply to the clan to learn new fire escape ninjutsu. After saying that, Uchiha Yaseda left Obito's home. Our Obito is really promising. Your father has never been rewarded by the family before. You are already better than your father was at the beginning. Grandma said with a smile. Father. Obito recalled in his mind, but he couldn't find the figure related to the word father. His parents died before he could remember. But also because he had no memories, Obito's childhood was relatively happy, because he had his grandmother by his side, and he did not lack the love from his elders. Grandma, please put the money away quickly, or it will be blown away by the wind. Obito sorted out the money on the table and handed it to his grandmother. Obito, take it and buy food yourself. This is what you earned, Grandma doesn't want it. Grandma smiled kindly. Then I'll keep the money here, Grandma, I'm afraid I'll lose it. Obito thought about it and took out 100 taels from it, and then handed the rest of the money to his grandmother. In the end, Grandma accepted the money from Obito with a look of relief. Obito, you are really sensible now. Grandma sighed, I just don't know when I can have a great-grandson. Obito's face quickly turned red when he heard his grandmother talking about holding a grandson, and he reminded her. "Grandma, I'm still in school." Obito's grandmother smiled and said, "You can cultivate your relationship by going to school. Your father is your mother's classmate. I think Xiaolin is a very good child. She looks very considerate. How are you getting along recently?" "I'm going to study." Obito ran upstairs with a red face. Turning around, "It seems to be here." Miyu looked up at the name of the store and walked in. He felt that the name given by the owner of the store was a bit abstract. If it weren't for the words Ninja Tools written next to the name of the store, ordinary people would probably not understand what the store sold when they saw this name. If it weren't for Minato's recommendation, Miyu would probably go to a Ninja Tool store with a more normal name. Walking into the store, Miyu glanced at the counter and the wall. There were all kinds of ninja tools, and all kinds of kunao and shuriken. Compared to the name, the layout of the store is no different from that of an ordinary ninja tool store. "Customer, do you need any ninja tools?" A young man with a warm smile on his face walked up and asked. "Can I borrow your equipment to make ninja tools myself? I may need some assistance from you during the process." Miyu asked directly. "Borrow equipment to make it myself?" The young man was a little confused. He has taken over the ninja tool store for several years, and this is the first time he has encountered such a request. "If you want to make a specific ninja tool, our store accepts customized services." The young boss thought for a while and said. Miyu felt that the boss misunderstood his meaning, so he explained. "I am going to make a ninja tool myself to give it to someone. I pay more attention to the intention of making it by myself than its practicality." "Is that so? That's really thoughtful." The young boss showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Whether it is using equipment or needing assistance, I will give corresponding remuneration. If there is any accident during the making process, I will also be responsible," Miyu said. Miyu didn't spend the salary and bonus at the end of the last semester. In addition to the salary for summer special training and 1 month's salary for the new semester, he could budget within 700,000 taels for emergency expenses. Miyu felt that it shouldn't be so exaggerated. He didn't want to make pure chakram metal meteorite iron. An ordinary quality kunao usually costs only 200 taels. Even if it is multiplied by 1,000 times, it will only be 200,000 taels. It must be given to an important person. Fortunately, you came to my side. Now the Konoha Ninja Tool Shop basically imports goods from other places to sell. There are very few tools for forging ninja tools." The young boss thought for a while and said. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but when he thought that Miyu was so thoughtful and would give corresponding rewards, he decided to agree. "Come with me." The young boss called a young woman who looked about the same age as him to come down to look after the store, and he took Miyu out of the ninja tool shop. Miyu followed the young boss to the backyard warehouse of their house. "I occasionally make some fine ninja tools to sell, but now I use them less, and it's more profitable to sell ordinary ninja tools." The young boss pointed to the forging equipment in the warehouse and said. "Nowadays, factories are mass-producing. Times have changed," the young boss said with emotion. When he was a child, he often learned to make various ninja tools with his father. As a result, more than 10 years have passed and times have changed. Making ninja tools by hand is not only more tiring, but also less efficient. Then the two discussed the price. Miyu needs to pay for all the materials used during the period, and then he has to pay the boss for the cost of guidance. Miyu plans to practice with ordinary materials in the early stage, and then use better materials to start formal forging after becoming proficient. The birthdays of his 3 disciples are Shisui on October 19, Might Guy on January 1, and Obito on February 10. The closest one is Shisui, with only 8 days left. Counting some related books he has read before, Yu feels that he should be able to catch up with the shadow clone to speed up learning. Practicing ninjutsu with shadow clones consumes a lot of chakra, because you have to leave enough chakra for each shadow clone to use ninjutsu, but forging iron is different. Just be careful not to divide it too much and accumulate too much fatigue. And at the end of the forging, you can ask the boss to assist you throughout the whole process, which is enough to make up for a lot of things. I was dizzy and didn't get up until 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 136, 8 Gates of Ninjutsu begins teaching. Not long after Shisui returned home, a guest came to his house that he didn't expect. Patriarch. Shisui greeted Uchiha Fugaku, who said, "No need to be so formal, just call me uncle, I have fought side by side with your father." Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Fugaku." Shisui nodded and said in agreement. "What's the matter with you coming to see me today?" Shisui asked. He didn't think that Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, would come to him for nothing, and he was not his real uncle. "Nothing, recently it's time for the clan to give rewards to outstanding Uchiha, I just happened to be free to help you send it over, and by the way, I also took a look at our Uchiha genius." Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." Shisui thanked him. He didn't care much about the so-called reward. Although Shisui had no parents or grandparents, he was not short of money. His parents left him a considerable inheritance. Even if Shisui didn't become a ninja, it would be enough for him to use for a lifetime. "Ha ha ha, no trouble, not much distance." Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. "Shisui, what are your plans next?" Uchiha Fugaku suddenly asked. Uchiha Fugaku put away all the things he was going to send, and then continued. "I heard that Shisui, you already have the strength to defeat the graduating genin. Have you considered graduating early? The courses in the ninja school are no longer of much help to you. If you graduate early, I can apply for you to be transferred directly to the police force as an exception. At that time, you can learn from the jonin in the clan. Generally speaking, newly graduated genin cannot directly join a department like the police force. They must be guided by the jonin for a period of time. But Uchiha Fugaku is the minister after all. He thinks it should be okay for him to apply to the third generation." After listening to this, Shisui shook his head in his heart. He had already asked Yu about graduating early. He felt that Yu's proposal was very good, and he didn't think that Uchiha Jonin could surpass Yu in strength and teaching ability. However, since Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, came to see him in person, Shisui was embarrassed to be too direct, and waited for a while before politely declining. "Uncle Fugaku, I feel that I am still a long way from being a formal ninja in terms of overall aspects, and I have no intention of graduating early for the time being." "Well, that's fine. I didn't expect that you, Shisui, are so steady at such a young age. You will definitely become a great man in the future." Although he was rejected, Uchiha Fugaku did not show any displeasure on his face, but praised him instead. "Shisui, are you still on good terms with Uchiha Obito? I heard that Uchiha Obito has made great progress recently and has also been recognized as an excellent Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku continued to chat. "Well." Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. Yu just asked them not to tell others that he was a teacher, but did not ask them to pretend to be strangers among their disciples. "What do you think of Uchiha Obito?" Uchiha Fugaku asked casually. "He is a very excellent Uchiha who practices very hard." Shisui replied. Uchiha Fugaku asked directly, so he answered directly. "You outstanding Uchiha should communicate more. The Uchiha clan will depend on you in the future." Uchiha Fugaku smiled and nodded. When Fugaku was about to leave, Shisui walked to the door and watched him go. Konoha Police Department. Shisui shook his head. What Uchiha Fugaku said had no appeal to him at all. "Dad, I'm back." Might Guy's injury was not serious. He returned home soon after being treated by medical ninjutsu. Kai, how was the exam today? Did you release your youth to its fullest? Might Guy asked. I lost to Obito today. This time I only got second in the grade. Might Guy replied. But Obito was really strong today. Although I tried my best, I still couldn't beat him. Pa. Might Guy patted Might Guy's shoulders with both hands, and said with tears in his eyes. Guy, as long as you burn your youth with all your strength, you don't have to be discouraged even if you fail, and second place is also a good thing, which means that you will not have to worry about lacking opponents in the future. I am not discouraged. I lost that battle convincingly, and I have won more battles with Obito so far. Might Guy said with a thumbs up. Today, he and Obito's battle was purely a little weaker in strength. Might Guy knew this very well, but he believed that he would be able to catch up soon. Youth should be like this, Kai, I am proud of you. Might Guy was very pleased to see Might Guy's appearance and hugged Might Guy. After burning your youth, you must fill your stomach in time. I have prepared the meal. Come on, Kai, eat it. Might Guy brought the prepared meal to Might Guy. Just when Might Guy was about to eat, there was a knock on their door. Someone actually knocked on the door. How rare, could it be a client? Might Guy walked up to open the door. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Might Guy complained, who would come to the door to find a genin to do a task. Haha, it's not impossible, I'm a cat-finding expert recognized by the Hokage. Might Guy laughed and said. Who are you? After opening the door, Might Guy saw two ninjas he had no impression of. Who's here? Might Guy looked curiously, his face changed. He didn't know the names of the two ninjas, but he remembered their appearance. They were the two who scolded his father not long ago and were chased and beaten by him. Are you preparing for revenge? Might Guy didn't care about eating, and put down the chopsticks and run to Might Guy. What are you going to do? Might Guy asked cautiously while staring at the two of them. As long as the two of them showed signs of preparing to fight, he would immediately enter the state of rock breathing to protect his father. Kai, do you know them? Might Guy asked doubtfully. The tall and thin ninja and the slightly fat ninja stood together and took a step forward together. Seeing this, Might Guy quickly changed his breathing rhythm and looked for a good direction to attack left and right, so as not to destroy his house. But something Might Guy didn't expect happened. The two of them bent down and bowed in unison, saying, I'm sorry. Might Guy silently retracted his leg that was about to kick out and returned to normal breathing. Kai, what's going on? Why did they suddenly apologize? Might Guy didn't know why two ninjas he didn't know suddenly came out to apologize. We shouldn't have laughed at you for being a 10,000-year-old genin before. As Konoha ninjas, we should respect each other. The slightly fat ninja apologized. Also, I shouldn't have attacked the students of the ninja school as a ninja. The tall and thin ninja also apologized. Not long after Might Guy left, they woke up. At that time, they were angry and didn't think they did anything wrong, and they were even unconvinced. But later they gradually calmed down. Because the strength shown by Might Guy was really not simple. Although they didn't use ninjutsu, nor did they use any insidious physical skills with ninja tools, it was too exaggerated that Might Guy knocked them out as chunin. Even if they underestimated Might Guy and didn't use all their strength, they were chunin, not some newly graduated genin. They went to inquire about the latest news about Might Guy and found out that the last place they heard before was outdated news. Now Might Guy has already counterattacked and become the first in the grade of the ninja school. The two discussed for a while and finally decided to apologize to Might Guy's house. Might Guy has such strength now. It won't be a casual fight for them in a few years. Although ninjas from the same village can't kill each other, it's not a big deal to beat them in the dark. They felt that there was no need to offend a person who might become a strong man in the future because of such a small matter as talking nonsense. These are all for us to apologize, please accept them. The tall and thin ninja handed over some supplements and a large bag of various vegetables behind him. And this money can be used as medical expenses for going to the hospital. The slightly fat ninja took out some banknotes and said. Might Guy looked at Might Guy. He didn't know the whole story of this matter, so Might Guy decided. We accepted the things, you can take the money back, I'm not injured and don't need to see a doctor. Might Guy accepted the supplements and a large bag of vegetables, but didn't ask for money. Might Guy thought so. He had already settled the account of the two of them scolding his father, and he had punched them back. The supplements and vegetables could be regarded as compensation for his rudeness. He would definitely not take the money. Although he knew that his family was not rich, he knew that his father would definitely not accept such money. Just take it. It's not much. Just 20,000 taels. The tall and thin ninja advised. Admitting mistakes and being able to correct them is also a manifestation of youth, but you should take the money back. Might Guy refused. Since Might Guy has made up his mind, Might Guy is even less likely to take it. Finally, the fat ninja and the tall and thin ninja looked at each other and had to take it back. At this time, they already had some admiration for Might Guy and Might Guy. They had to bargain for meat, but they would not take it if it was not their money. During the meal, Might Guy knew that he could not hide it anymore, so he told Might Guy about the matter. If someone talks about you behind your back, it only means that you live a much more wonderful life than them. The sarcasm is a compliment to you, the gossip is to applaud your brilliance, they are just singing the hymn of victory for you. Because, I am not living to please you. Might Guy said earnestly. He has always maintained this mentality. No matter what people around him say, Might Guy doesn't care. He just regards it as support for him, because those are not the people he cares about. Might Guy did not answer Might Guy's words. That being said, he can tolerate others saying that he is the last one, but he can't accept his father being insulted and looked down upon by others. But you can actually gain an advantage in the battle with the official ninja, which shows that your youth is constantly singing and moving forward. Might Guy said with a thumbs up. You have grown to this point. It seems that it is time to hand it over to you officially. Might Guy said. Although Might Guy is a ninja for thousands of years, he believes that Might Guy's future will not be the same as his. He believes that Guy is better than him. He has always been ready to give the 8 gates to Might Guy. However, because the 8 gates is too dangerous, Might Guy plans to teach him after he becomes a ninja. Now he thinks that Might Guy can formally practice the 8 gates. What is that? Might Guy was a little confused. You will know in the evening. Might Guy replied. In the evening, Might Guy Teddy brought Might Guy to the place where he practiced, and said to him with a serious face. What I'm going to teach you later is the 8 gates of ninjutsu, not an ordinary physical technique, but one of the forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques? Might Guy was a little surprised. Yu once told them that their breathing method can be said to be a secret technique or a forbidden technique. Might Guy knew how powerful the breathing method was. Even if he hadn't practiced it successfully yet, it could improve his strength a lot and strengthen the training effect. And his father might have mastered a physical technique at the same level as rock breathing, which surprised Might Guy because he knew that his father was a ninja who couldn't even be promoted to chunin. That's right, it took me 20 years to master the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and this is the only physical technique I can teach you. Might Guy continued. Open the door, open. The gate of life, open. The gate of scenery, open. Might Guy opened 6 gates in a row, and at this time, he burst out extremely powerful chakra. The rich green power enveloped his whole body. The momentum that burst out instantly caused the airflow to press down the surrounding weeds, and the leaves rustled. So strong. Might Guy sensed the terrifying momentum of Might Guy at this time, and his eyes widened with an incredible expression. This forbidden technique is very strong, but also very dangerous. This is why I only gave it to you now. Might Guy said seriously. The 8 gates of ninja are too dangerous, and he must make it clear to Might Guy. That night, Might Guy had a little insomnia. Today, Might Guy shocked Might Guy severely. Although he liked and respected his father very much, he did not think that his father was very strong. When the 2 ninjas came to the door, Might Guy deliberately walked in front of Might Guy. He did not expect that his father, the genin, could burst out such a terrifying strength. Might Guy was really excited and happy. However, he was not without worries. He learned the 8 gates last night and found that the 8 gates was indeed a forbidden technique that his father spent 20 years to master. It was really not simpler than rock breathing. Might Guy was worried that if he practiced the 8 gates and rock breathing together, his progress would fall behind and disappoint Mu Yu. Might Guy was a man of action. He told Mu Yu about this the next morning. Teacher Mu Yu, I'm sorry, maybe my breathing method will progress slower in the future. Might Guy said. Not necessarily, maybe the collision of the 2 forbidden techniques will produce a benign reaction. Mu Yu said with a smile. The 8 gates requires a strong body, and rock breathing is the strongest way to exercise the body. By the way, I actually know a little bit about the 8 gates. You can ask me when you don't understand when you practice here. Teacher, you also know the 8 gates. Might Guy was very shocked. He remembered that Mu Yu was not even 20 years old, but he had mastered several forbidden techniques. Chapter 137 8 Card Chakra. On Friday morning, Gang Zisha got up early and went to the ninja school. Hengdu, good morning. Gang Zisha greeted. Although they occasionally quarreled, the 3 brothers still had a good relationship. Good morning. Hengdu replied with a smile. Hehe, today's breakfast is red bean soup and sweet bread, which is really good. Hengdu hummed an unknown little song and shared her breakfast with Gang Zisha. She looked in a very good mood. Today is a good day. Gang Zisha said. We can see the results of our exam when we go to school later. Ah, the results are out today. The smile on Hengdu's face gradually began to disappear. Although she had been thinking about reviewing before the exam, Hengdu finally started reviewing on the last day. When she just finished the exam, she felt that she did well, but the first 2 exams proved that her feeling was not very reliable. Isn't it good to get the results? I can ask Teacher Mu Yu for a reward again. Gang Zisha said deliberately with a smile on his face. Although he is not as good as Hengdu in actual combat, he can beat Hengdu in theoretical results. Hengdu, you look so happy, you must have done well in the exam. Tell Teacher Mu Yu when the time comes, and he will definitely reward you with Tuanzi. Gang Zisha said with a smile. Hengdu was speechless. She really didn't know how she would do in the exam. If she fell back like last time, it was hard to say whether Tuanzi would be eaten or not, and her head would definitely be hit. Zisha, Hengdu, good morning. Shinayu Chuiyun walked up and greeted. Alas, I feel that I may get a good result, but my feeling seems to be not very accurate. Hengdu said a little depressed. Don't think too much, I feel that this exam is not very difficult, and your score will definitely be higher than last time. Shinayu Chuiyun said with a smile. There is no doubt that he was fooling Hengdu. This exam was harder than the final exam of last semester. He didn't have much time to review this time, and he felt that he couldn't maintain a perfect score. Hengdu, I haven't forgotten the revenge of the special training ridicule. Shinayu Chuiyun said in his heart. There is no theoretical exam in the summer special training. They have been ridiculed by Hengdu for their lack of strength. They must retaliate severely when they go to school normally. Gang Zisha understood instantly when he heard Shinayu Chuiyun say that the exam was simple. They looked at each other, and Gang Zisha nodded and said. Yes, this exam is actually quite simple. Your feeling must be right. Maybe the score this time will be very high, maybe more than 90. Really? You also think you did well in the exam? Hongdu's eyes lit up at once. These two pits, in the past even if you say you didn't do well in the exam, you can still get more than 90 or 100. This time you say you did well, you must have scored full marks. It seems that this time is not difficult. Yet. Shen Yu Chu Yun Gang Zi Tai Du smiled and nodded. Hehe, let's go faster and check the results. Hongdu smiled happily again. Teacher Mu Yu, good morning. The three met Mu Yu who was also going to school on the way. Yeah, good morning. Mu Yu nodded in response. Teacher Mu Yu, will there be rewards if there is progress this time? Hongdu asked with a smile. Why, are you very confident about your test results? Mu Yu asked with a smile. It's okay, I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 points more than last time. Hongdu thought about it and decided to be more conservative. Well, if you improve by 5 points, I will reward you with a dumpling, and if you improve by 10 points, I will reward you with 2. If there is no improvement, then... Mu Yu stretched out 2 fingers. Hongdu subconsciously touched his head and understood instantly. However, she was not panicked at all, because she only got 78 points in the last exam. If the exam this time was easier, even if she couldn't get 88 points, it shouldn't be difficult to get 83 points and get a dumpling as a reward. Izumo, Zaitetsu, why are you laughing so happily? Hongdu suddenly found that Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zaitetsu were laughing happier than her. Of course I'm happy for you. Maybe you can get more than 90 points and get 3 dumplings as a reward. Gang Zaitetsu said with a smile. Yes, people like me and Zaitetsu have no room for improvement. Shinayu Izumo also said with a smile. There is really no possibility of improvement with a full score. Hongdu originally wanted to punch Shinayu Izumo who was showing off his grades, but she let it go because she was in a good mood. After the 3 of them arrived at school, they went directly to the bulletin board to find their grades. With their excellent body movements, the 3 of them successfully squeezed to the front and started looking for their grades. Mitarashi Anko. Hongdu muttered her name and quickly looked for her grades. Hey, what's going on? Did I see it wrong? Hongdu looked at her grades and doubted her life a little. It was different from what she expected. Help me see how many points I got. Hongdu rubbed her eyes and said. 77 points. Gang Zisha smiled and replied. Just now, he didn't even look at his own score before looking for Hongdu. Once he saw it, he knew it was stable and he was sure to be beaten. Well, I think it's 77 too. Shinayu Chuyun also said. No, why is it 77? Didn't you say that this exam is quite easy? Hongdu was very puzzled. It's over, the dumplings are gone. I will definitely be hit on the head by Teacher Muyo when I go back to the classroom. Hongdu's expression turned into a depressed look again. Can I ask for leave? I feel a little dizzy. I might be sick. Hongdu tried to escape. I think Teacher Muyo will probably not believe it. Gang Zisha controlled the corners of his mouth to hold back his smile, but it was still difficult to hide the smile on his face. When thinking of Hongdu's boasting in front of Muyo and what will happen to Hongdu when she goes to the classroom, Gang Zisha can't help it. Looking at the strange expression on Gang Zisha's face, Hongdu glanced at Shinayu Chuyun again. She felt something was wrong, so she asked, how many points did you get? 98. Shinayu Chuyun replied. 97. Gang Zisha replied. Didn't you say it was easy? Why are your scores lower than last time? Hongdu began to get ready. Obviously, the simple improvement was a conspiracy between the 2 of them to fool her. This exam is about the content of this semester, and it has nothing to do with the grades of last semester. Shinayu Chuyun tried to explain, and just as he was about to retreat, he found that Gang Zisha had already run away. Come on, Chuyun, show your momentum. The guy standing in front of you is just a guy who was eliminated in the first round of the practical exam. Gang Zisha stood in the distance to cheer Shinayu Chuiyun. This Gang Zisha is really unjust. Why don't we join forces to punish him first? Shenyu Chuyun asked with a serious face. Hongdo chose to restrain Shenyu Chuyun's neck with her hands and hit him hard on the head several times, and then rushed towards Gang Zisha. After taking revenge on the two scumbags, Hongdo walked into the classroom and tried to pretend that nothing happened. But when she saw the test paper on the table, she knew that everything was in vain. Teacher Mu, come on, I'm ready. Hongdo looked like she was lying flat. Pa. Mu hit her little head as Hongdo wished. You didn't review again. Mu said. Hehe, there is still review, but the time is a little short. Seeing that Mu only hit her once, Hongdo laughed and felt better again. She only got hit by Mu, but she hit Shenyu Chuyun and Gang Zisha 3 times each, which was a profit for her. Shenyu Chuyun and Gang Zitai also sighed that Mu's punishment was too light, and he should have hit him hard 10 times. In the morning, it was ninjutsu class, so Mu didn't talk about the test paper. Originally, the test paper was to be distributed in the afternoon theory class, but because it was her class, Mu brought it and distributed it to them. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 250. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved good results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 200. The exam rewards were settled, and another 750 Chakra points and a Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll were obtained. Mu took a look at the latest panel. Name, Hanya Mu. Chakra, 20,030. Chakra has successfully exceeded 20,000, reaching the level of 8 small cards. After Mu finished the morning course, 20,030 became 20,050 again. Although the change was not large, this timely positive feedback gave people the motivation to continue to strive. During the afternoon class, Mu chose to call out the names and read out the scores for people to take the test papers. Under normal circumstances, he would not do this, because doing so would make some people feel uncomfortable after walking a short distance. But this time the situation was different. Except for his own first-year class, the other classes were all classes that he had never taught before, and the scores generally increased a lot this time. I got 70 points this time. My mom will definitely praise me when I go back. I improved more than 30 points in one go. Your improvement is really great. I can't do that. I only improved more than 10 points. How many points did you get? 85. Mu swear words. The classroom was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and everyone was discussing how much their grades had improved. Only the students in Class 1 of Grade 1 were relatively calm. Some of them improved while others declined. Overall, the average score only increased by 2 points, and there was not much change. It was not because they did not study hard, but because their average score was originally very high. 80 points, which was rare in other classes, was very common in their class. I really envy that your class teacher is Teacher Mu. He is really good at teaching and has great ability. During the break, someone remembered the actual results of Class 1 on the bulletin board and chatted with friends in Class 1. Before taking Mu's class, even if they had heard of his reputation, they did not expect that his teaching could be so strong. Changing the teacher directly led to a sharp increase in the grades of the whole class. Besides, anyone who took a look at the actual combat scores of Class 1 would say it was outrageous. Anyone who picked a random person would get a total score of more than 30 points. You should know that the total score of the actual combat exam was only 40 points. The scores in ninjutsu were all 10 points, which made people suspect that Class 1 and them were not scored according to the same scoring standard. Mr. Mu is strong, but it depends on the students themselves. Some people have been taught by Mr. Mu Yu every day and have regressed twice in a row. Gang Zisha replied in a low voice. Oh, who are those people? Of course it's Hengdu. Gang Zisha found that his voice was not right halfway through his answer. He saw that it was not Shenyu Izumo but Hengdu who was sitting next to him. Then he saw Shenyu Izumo smiled at him 5 seats away. Zisha, who told you to run away first in the morning? Shenyu Izumo said with a smile. Since Gang Zisha was unjust, don't blame him for being unkind. I actually wanted to say that the red bean soup was delicious. Gang Zisha tried to explain. Do you think I will believe it? Hengdu said with a look of do you think I am stupid? Gang Zisha thought that if he thought it was impossible, he would not say it, but considering that it might add fuel to the fire, he did not say it. Start the class. Finally, the bell and Mu Yu's voice saved Gang Zisha temporarily. Hengdu did not dare to play when Mu Yu was in class. In fact, Izumo hinted me with his eyes in the morning. In order not to be alone after school, Gang Zisha directly reported his good brother. Hengdu nodded, listened to the class first, and cleaned up together after school. Under the call of Konoha, the shadows of the other 4 major countries gathered together. This is the first time that the 5 shadows have gathered together since the era of the ninja village. Until now, there has been no such grand occasion. At the 5 shadows talks, Konoha divided the tailed beasts equally, and the 5 shadows signed a peace treaty together. From then on, the ninja world temporarily entered a stage of comprehensive peace. When Mu Yu finished talking about the contents of the 5 shadows talks and the impact of its significance on future generations, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Complete a large class teaching. Evaluation, B. Get reward, chakra plus 40. Under Mu Yu's gaze, the chakra on the panel turned into 20,090. Mu Yu announced that school was over and she would go home to cook before heading to the South Forest to teach students. Next, you will learn to perform more concentrated and explosive breathing on the ordinary breathing method. Mu Yu said to Shisui and Obito. This is ordinary breathing. Mu Yu changed the nature of the fire attribute chakra on her palm, and a basketball-sized flame erupted in an instant. Then Mu Yu cancelled the chakra, adjusted her breathing, and condensed the chakra again. A fireball twice as big as the last time appeared on her palm. And this is full concentration breathing. Mu Yu said. In fact, your current breathing can also be regarded as full concentration breathing, but to achieve my step, you have to concentrate and burst on the concentrated breathing. Mu Yu explained. Only after completing this step of training can you truly learn the breath of flame, which can not only greatly enhance ninjutsu, but also rapidly improve physical abilities in a short period of time. Finally, Mu Yu reminded, you must pay attention to the consumption of physical strength and chakra, and do not use full concentration breathing casually. You must use it at critical moments. A strong improvement also means a strong consumption. Explosive concentrated breathing will cause great pressure on the body. The two nodded. Teacher Mu Yu, what's wrong with your hand? Shisui pointed at the bandage on Mu Yu's finger and asked. In fact, he discovered it when Mu Yu was demonstrating, but he couldn't disturb her during the demonstration. I've been practicing some things recently, small things, don't worry about it. Mu Yu smiled gently. Chapter 138 Ninja Trainee. Is he practicing some terrifying forbidden technique that is powerful enough to destroy a town? Obito couldn't help asking. Because he could hurt Mu Yu's Ironran, whose strength was unknown, Obito's imagination was so powerful that he came up with a terrifying ninjutsu. I don't know if it can destroy a town, but I do have a fire escape that can directly burn down a forest. Mu Yu replied with a smile. What ninjutsu? Can you teach it now? Obito looked at Mu Yu expectantly. Shisui knew the result without even looking. Pop. Mu Yu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together and said. Don't you think about how much chakra you have now? You haven't even mastered the Phoenix Claw Red yet and you're thinking about new ninjutsu. He does have a lot of powerful fire escapes, including the Great Fire Slayer and the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. These are all powerful ninjutsu, but they can't be used without enough chakra. Hehe, Mu teacher, you should tap me less recently. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, but I'm worried that there will be problems with your hand. Obito said with a smile. Pa. Obito's words successfully gave him double critical hits. You don't have to worry too much about this. The teacher's body is still good and has a good recovery ability. Mu said with a smile. Start practicing. This is the last step before getting started. After learning this, you only need to integrate the previous ones in battle to master the breathing method. The training of the introductory stage is over when you practice full concentration breathing. Next, Obito and the others only need to integrate all the training content together to truly master the breathing method. Hearing Mu say that he would start training, Obito stopped playing around and tried to find the feeling of breathing with full concentration according to what Mu had just taught him. He entered the breathing method state, and then continued to increase the strength based on the original breathing method, but at first Obito did not feel the obvious changes that Mu said. The effect will be better if you cooperate with the exercise. Mu asked the two to move and not breathe in the same place. After teaching Obito and Shisui, Mu went to check on Might Guy. Might Guy had already started to practice extreme sports. When he was practicing this step, Might Guy's progress was still good. When Mu found Might Guy's proficiency in rock breathing had reached 39. Although it was still a little far from Obito's 52 and Shisui's 48, the growth rate was not slow, much faster than Mu expected. Rock breathing did not have as many benefits as flame breathing. It could accelerate the change of properties and enhance the power of flames while also enhancing physical abilities. Rock breathing had only one effect, which was to enhance physical abilities. However, the single effect also achieves extreme strength. After Mu's own test, the full concentration breathing state of flame breathing is not as good as the normal breathing state of rock breathing, and the training effect of rock breathing is also better. Mu concluded that after all the disciples have entered the breathing method, Obito will definitely be suppressed by Might Guy for a period of time. On Saturday afternoon, Mu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house as usual to be a tutor. Next, we will start practicing nature change. Mu said the next teaching focus. Nature change is actually not a high-end practice, but a compulsory course for ninjas. Except for the existence of Might Guy, whose ninjutsu talent is really terrible, all ninjas will basically practice nature change. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong ninjutsu talent. He has mastered all 7 chakra nature changes, and has even reached the system's mastery level in 3 nature changes. Although the remaining ones have not reached the mastery level, their proficiency is not low. However, ordinary ninjas will definitely not be able to practice like this. Ordinary ninjas generally choose to practice their own chakra attributes. A stronger ninja will basically choose to practice 1 or 2 more chakra attributes to deal with various situations. For example, Konoha's Jonin basically mastered 2 or more chakra attribute changes. During the Jonin meeting, Mu used appraisal to see many Jonins, and basically they all had 2 proficient level attribute changes. The stronger ones would have 3 or 4, but there were not many Jonins with mastery level attribute changes. Mu used appraisal to see Asuma's attributes, and he didn't know how Asuma thought of practicing 2 attributes at the same time at such a young age. Currently, there are 2 chakra attribute changes in Asuma's skill bar, one is wind and the other is fire. The proficiency of the fire attribute is higher, and the wind attribute is only on the edge of entry. Although Mu also knows some wind escape ninjutsu, he feels that he can't show so much for the time being, so he chooses to teach Asuma fire attribute chakra attribute change and fire escape. Mu has a lot of fire escapes that come cleanly, some given by Danzo and some given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of which can be used openly. Besides, his fire jutsu level is much higher than wind jutsu. Not only has he mastered the nature change of fire chakra, but he also has many high-level fire jutsu. Since Asuma has already mastered some nature changes, Mu did not teach him from the beginning like he did with Obito. For ninjutsu, Mu chose the great dragon fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him before. The reason why he chose the great dragon fire was that it was indeed a good ninjutsu, and on the other hand, it was to show his good ninjutsu talent in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In just over a month, he could practice the B-level fire escape of the Great Dragon Fire technique to a level that could be taught to others. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Mu quickly formed a seal and spit out a ferocious fire dragon as tall as a person flying in the sky. In order to hide his true level, Mu specially formed a complete seal. Originally, he only needed to form one seal to use this ninjutsu. Great Dragon Fire is not as wide as the Great Flame technique you are using now, but it is more flexible and easy to hit, and the power is also very good. You can judge which ninjutsu to use according to the situation in the battle. Mu said. I know. Asuma nodded. When the time came, Mu sent Asuma home and met Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was off work. Asuma, have you studied hard with teacher Mu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. I must study hard with teacher Mu. After all, teacher Mu is not some old man who likes to smoke. Asuma replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, paused for a moment and put down his pipe. Asuma, who was sweating all over, didn't have much time to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He complained and went to get some clean clothes to take a shower. Mu, you have given me another surprise recently. Your class 1 is probably the class with the best average grades since the establishment of the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Some top students appear in ninja schools from time to time. The former Orochimaru and Kakashi in the past few years are top students with exaggerated talents. It is rare for the whole class of Mu's class 1 to have excellent grades. Because the class division in the ninja school is really random, there is no so-called top class or elite class, at least not now. If there is a top class, how can Might Guy, who failed the entrance examination and was finally admitted, be in the same class with Kakashi? It is still the second semester of the first grade, and there is not much to see. There are still several years of study time to come. Mu said modestly. If you can keep improving like this until graduation, the future of your class of Genin will be very bright. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking forward to what kind of class Mu can teach after taking full charge of a class. The situation in the ninja world is chaotic now. Iwagakure and Kumagakure are eyeing our Konoha. If the teachers of the ninja school are as good as you, Mu, I won't have to worry about the ninja school. Mu thought that if the teachers of the ninja school were as strong as him, not only would he not have to worry about the ninja school, but he wouldn't have to worry about the war. There are nearly 100 elite jonin. Mu, what do you think after the second semester holiday? Or do you still have special training like in the summer vacation? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Although the winter vacation from the second semester to the third semester of the ninja school is not as long as the summer vacation, it is also a little more than a month. Only from the third semester to the next school year, there is really no time for special training, because the vacation is only 2 weeks. Special training for ordinary students can proceed as usual, but for outstanding students, I suggest starting internships in ninja work. Mu replied. Then Mu explained his idea to Sarutobi Hiruzen. For most students, special training is definitely the best, and those top students, such as those who rank at the top of the grade, will be given special treatment, allowing them to start doing commissioned tasks in advance and train their own ninja abilities. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't ask today, Mu will find a time to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen about internships. He wants to take Might Guy and Obito to do tasks together. There are rewards for exams, so are there rewards for disciples who complete commissioned tasks? Miyu is very curious. Then he wants to take this opportunity to train his disciples and himself. Miyu has no fighting experience now. With a few interns, the third generation will at most let him take on some D-level and C-level tasks. It is highly likely that ninjas will not touch him, which is very safe. It might even be difficult to get C-level missions, because newly graduated genin are not allowed to take C-level missions, let alone students of the ninja school who are on internship. Maybe he has to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to show his face. Let outstanding students do internships. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. There is no need to send a jonin instructor, just send some outstanding ninja school teachers, and only accept D-level and C-level missions. Miyu continued. In fact, Miyu's intern idea is somewhat consistent with Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous idea. Before, Miyu organized special training for the 4th graders. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that it would make the graduated genin stronger and faster to get started with ninja work. Now it seems that Miyu's intern idea is even better. Students like Might Guy and Obito are stronger than ordinary genin except that they have not taken the graduation exam, so they will definitely have no problem doing commissions. When they graduate, they will not have to start from picking up garbage and mowing grass like other genin, but can start directly from C-level missions. Miyu, your idea is very good. I think it is feasible. You just need to improve the details. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said. It is still early, and there are more than 2 months before the holiday. He wants to see what Miyu's complete idea is. Miyu nodded and said, I will give it to you after I finish it. As long as since Sarutobi Hiruzen showed interest, he didn't worry about the failure of the plan. Because now it can be said that the time, place, and people are right. Although the Ninja World War is still in a state of mutual testing, various preventive measures require the mobilization of a lot of ninjas, and the number of ninjas in Konoha village who can do commissions will become fewer and fewer. Miyu feels that in the end, he may not be the top few in the grade, and in the end, students with excellent grades may get internships. He considered many possible situations, including that the 3rd generation would let him continue to be responsible for special training instead of leading interns. Miyu had already prepared a plan, such as guiding Sarutobi Hiruzen to test the effect of other teachers coming to special training, and comparing it with Miyu's special training results. It is also possible that Miyu himself retreats to advance, indicating that such a big thing cannot always be his responsibility, and other teachers must be replaced. He also considered the possibility that the plan failed, which would not have a big impact on him. If he can't take disciples to do tasks, then he can take students for special training, and the benefits will not be small, and then the vacation will only last for a little over a month, and the disciples will return to normal life after that. After returning, Miyu continued her plain daily life. Teaching students during the day, learning to forge ninja tools at night, and accidentally leaving the marks on her hands from forging ninja tools to be seen by students the next day. Teacher Miyu, are you really practicing some terrifying forbidden technique? Obito asked seriously. Snap! Miyu quickly knocked on Obito's head with 2 fingers together. I'm just learning to forge ninja tools recently, don't think too much. Miyu explained. I see. Obito showed a regretful expression. Teacher Miyu, why are you learning this? Are you going to open a ninja tool store in the future? Obito asked curiously. No. Miyu shook her head and refused without saying much. Unlike Obito's guess, Shisui felt that a strong man like Miyu was dissatisfied with ordinary ninja tools, so he learned forging in person. On Monday noon, Miyu attended a small meeting attended only by the grade director and the dean of teaching. The main purpose was to discuss the results of this exam. There is no doubt that the outstanding performance of Miyu's first-year class was praised again, but Miyu had long been immune to such words. Then we discussed the big class that Miyu had mentioned before. Currently, only the 1st grade has a big class, which is taught by Miyu and another Chunin teacher named Koji Kono, and each of them teaches 4 classes. However, it is a bit embarrassing that the grades are too polarized. The 4 classes taught by Mu Yu are much higher than the other 4 classes. It is not a question of whether the class is big or small, it is purely Mu Yu's personal ability. Compared with the grades of the classes taught by Mu Yu, it is obviously not good. The average scores of the 4 classes taught by Koji Kono last semester were compared, and it was found that they dropped by about 6 or 7 points. It did not drop much, but it also dropped. The final result of the discussion was to continue the pilot in the first grade and not to promote it to other grades for the time being. Chapter 139, One-Handed Seal. If you want to know the difference between Shisui's practice of full concentration breathing and normal breathing, then normal breathing is like eating one mouthful at a time to gain continuous strength, while full concentration breathing is like eating a big mouthful to gain a short burst of strength. The difference is that full concentration breathing is much more difficult than eating a big mouthful of rice. Eating a big mouthful of rice only requires opening your mouth wide and controlling the muscles of your mouth, while full concentration breathing is not just about opening your mouth wide and taking a big breath of air. The practice of full concentration breathing is a bit like sprint training, which increases explosive power through little by little training. When Shisui first learned it on Friday, he didn't feel any difference from usual. He tried hard to concentrate his breathing again and again, but it didn't make much difference. This situation didn't change until the 5th day. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing, impatience red. Shisui held 4 kunao in his right hand, and chakra condensed on his palm. In just a moment, all 4 kunao were covered by flames, and then Shisui shot them out quickly. Boom boom. The kunao with fiercely burning flames were like small fireballs, which exploded after hitting the ground, creating small pits. Unsealed release? How did you do it, Shisui? Obito beside him couldn't help but ask curiously. Obito once directly condensed flames in his palm to attack Might Guy in the actual combat exam. If we only use the definition of ninjutsu, that can barely be considered an unsealed ninjutsu because it also uses the nature change of chakra. But in fact, Obito's is just an ordinary nature change technique. The flame is just an ordinary flame, without any other effects. There is no way to increase the power by increasing chakra because it is easy to burn yourself. If we use the ninja world's learning level standards to rate, Obito's is at most D level, which is not the same level as the unsealed balsam red that Shisui just performed. It's not a real unsealed release, it's just a trick using full concentration breathing. Shisui replied. Generally speaking, it is safer and easier to condense chakra in the throat to release fire escape, while using the hands is more dangerous and slower. The ninja world has a chakra meridian system and 361 chakra points throughout the body, but the difficulty of condensing chakra to change properties is different in different parts. The reason why so many fire escapes are sprayed with the mouth is because using hands and feet is not only inefficient but also easy to hurt yourself. Different properties will also be different, for example, lightning escape and fire escape are different, and many lightning escapes are sprayed with hands. Or the arm can gather chakra and release it. The problem of the speed of property change can be solved through the breath of fire. In addition, the number of shuriken can be reduced to reduce the demand for the total amount of flame. In fact, I made a seal in the end. Shisui showed his left hand to Obito. He just made a seal with one hand. The essence of the seal is to guide ninjutsu. He weakened it and added the blessing of the breath of fire, and barely managed to make a seal with one hand to release the balsam red. You can make a seal with one hand. Obito was surprised. Snap! Mu Yu put 2 fingers together and gave Obito a slap. You forgot what I said before. Mu Yu rubbed Obito's hair and said. The essence of the seal is to guide the release of ninjutsu. As long as you know enough about ninjutsu, you can not only make a seal with one hand, but also reduce the seal and even release it without a seal. Mu Yu reminded. Mu Yu's words made Obito recall some related memories. Yu seemed to have said that you can make a seal with one hand and simplify the seal. Yu also demonstrated to them the complete seal and the Hailong fire with only one seal. After listening to it that day, he tried it excitedly, but found that the one-handed seal was not only not fast, but also failed to release the ninjutsu. After several days of no progress, Obito stopped trying, thinking that it would be better to practice normally. After all, he had never heard of any strong man who became famous by one-handed seal. Hehe, actually I just want to test whether Shisui has forgotten what you said, Teacher Yu. Obito said pretentiously. Shisui. It's a good idea. Although the power and attack range are smaller than the normal release of the Phoenix Claw Red, the release speed is faster, and it may have unexpected effects at close range. Yu said. If someone with a knife in his face thinks that Shisui has no time to release the ninjutsu, Shisui suddenly releases the fire escape with one-hand seal, it will probably be difficult to dodge. Teacher Yu, can you tell me how to seal with one hand? Obito looked at Yu with anticipation. He wanted to release the Phoenix Claw Red with one-hand seal like Shisui. Obito felt that it would be very cool to use it in actual combat. In the battle, he calmly took out 4 kunai, and before the enemy could react, he instantly threw 4 flaming kunai with one hand. The enemy was pierced by the flaming kunai and exploded to death, and he threw the kunai and turned around with his hands in his pockets. Seeing such a handsome scene, Xiaolin must have admired and said to Obito that you are really awesome. Obito imagined in his heart. I have actually said everything I should say before, and I will say it again today. You still need to be familiar with ninjutsu and practice it yourself. It is difficult to learn it just by listening. Yu said. How to say the one-handed seal? It is like asking a right-handed person to practice calligraphy with his left hand or write calligraphy with both hands. The teacher can't possess him to teach him. However, the one-handed seal does have a high practical value in actual combat. If you wear a robe, you can hide the hand that seals and secretly seal and release ninjutsu. It sounds a bit vulgar, but it is actually very practical in battle. If you can't see your hand seals, even if the enemy's keen perception detects that you may use a ninjutsu, they don't know what ninjutsu you are using. Experienced strong men can know what type of ninjutsu it is by observing the hand seals, because the hand seals of various ninjutsu of different attributes also have corresponding characteristics, such as the last seal of fire escape is usually the tiger seal. Yeah, I will practice more. Obito nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. Shisui, can you share your experience with me? Obito then looked at Shisui. I don't have any successful experience, because I forgot what Mr. Yu said. Shisui replied. Ah. Obito showed a surprised expression, and then remembered what he had just said. Haha, I forgot, Shisui, how could you forget, didn't you just use it? Obito quickly admitted his mistake and said. Shisui was just joking, and his companion showed such an expectant expression, of course he would not refuse. If you want to make a breakthrough in hand seals, ninjutsu practice is essential. In addition, your current level is not enough and you need the assistance of breathing methods. Try to practice at the same time. Yu began to teach. Then Obito began his one-handed hand seal journey. The first performance was a bit awkward. Obito completed the hand seal with one hand, but the shuriken did not spray fire after being thrown out. Obito and Shisui asked for advanced experience. Looking at the messy shuriken on the ground, Shisui seemed a little silent. He encountered a blind spot in knowledge. He had never encountered this situation. At this moment, he was thinking, why would someone use the balsam claw red shuriken to throw out fire but not spray out fire? Generally, fire is sprayed first and then shuriken is thrown. Shisui thought for a long time and couldn't figure out how to make a mistake at this step, so he said. Why don't you get familiar with the hand seal with both hands first, and then practice with one hand? Good idea. Obito thought it was a good idea. The hand seal was naturally smooth and the ninjutsu was completed. More than a dozen shuriken with flames fell to the ground together. Obito recalled the memory of the hand seal just now and tried to complete the hand seal with one hand. The second time he performed the ninjutsu with one hand, fire came out this time, and fire came out of his hand, almost burning Obito himself. Haha, I just kept thinking that you used your hands, Shisui, and forgot the steps. Obito explained with a smile. Shisui seemed to have discovered the reason why Obito couldn't make a hand seal with one hand. It's more difficult to make a hand seal with one hand than with both hands, and you need to concentrate more and don't think about it. Miyu reminded. It is naturally more difficult to complete a task with one hand that can be done with both hands. After 2 hours, Obito became more proficient in condensing chakra with his palm, but he did not succeed in making a seal with one hand. After the training, everyone went home, but in fact only Shisui went home. After everyone else went home, they gathered in the South Forest. After changing shoes at the entrance and walking into the house, Shisui poured himself a glass of water. He didn't have the habit of calling me back, because no one would respond, and he lived alone in his house. Shisui glanced at the calendar on the wall and realized that it's already October 18th. His birthday is October 19th, which is tomorrow. However, Shisui doesn't plan to celebrate his birthday. The only person who knows his birthday is his uncle. His uncle went out on a mission not long ago and didn't have time to come and celebrate his birthday. He didn't want to tell Miyu and the others about his birthday. He believed that Miyu would help him celebrate his birthday after knowing it, but Shisui didn't want to bother Miyu for such a small matter. Miyu is already very busy. She teaches the first grade class in the ninja school all day. She also takes time to teach them in the morning and noon. She goes to the south border forest as soon as school is over in the afternoon. Recently, she was injured while forging ninja tools at night. Seeing that Miyu is so busy, how can Shisui have the nerve to bother Miyu with such a small matter as a birthday? Celebrating a birthday won't make her strength increase, and it won't do any good for him or Miyu. It just means that you are 1 year older. Shisui said as he sat in the yard and looked at the bright moon in the sky. After thinking about some things randomly, Shisui finally chose to practice ninjutsu. Perhaps because of his messy mind, 2 of Shisui's 4 shurikens were not attached with flames this time. Is that so? Shisui somewhat understood the reason why Obito failed to release during the day. On the other side, Miyu gathered all the disciples except Shisui. Do you know what day tomorrow is? Miyu asked. Chapter 140 Shisui's birthday. It's Friday. Obito answered the question enthusiastically. Tomorrow is Thursday, and teacher Miyu shouldn't be asking what day it is. Nohara-rin corrected. She felt that Miyu would not be someone who couldn't even remember what day it was and had to ask students, and asking what day it was would not require 3 people. Recently, I've been going to school with my shadow clones, and I haven't paid much attention to the date. It turns out that today is still Wednesday. Obito explained with a smile and scratched his head. Is it the day of the discount at the barbecue restaurant? Or is it the anniversary of how many days I've been a teacher? Obito continued to guess. Is he going to teach us a new super forbidden technique? Might Guy guessed. It shouldn't be. We haven't learned the breathing method yet, and it seems that Shisui didn't come. Obito found a problem. Tomorrow is Shisui's birthday. Miyu didn't keep the secret and said directly. Shisui didn't come because I didn't call him on purpose. We will give him a surprise tomorrow. Miyu explained with a smile. It's good to be direct, but Miyu thinks that sudden surprises will have more gains. Extreme emotions may cause an unprecedented big critical hit, bursting out skills above the mastery level. It turns out that Shisui's birthday is coming. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It's tomorrow? Why didn't he tell us in advance? Obito scratched his head and was a little confused. He felt that it might be too late to start preparing tonight. Maybe he didn't want to trouble others. Nohara-rin thought for a while and said. She joined later, and she has not known Shisui as long as Might Guy and Obito, but they have known each other for about 2 months. Shisui gave her the impression that he was the kind of person who would do everything silently by himself and didn't like to trouble others. During daily training, Shisui usually studied on his own, and would only go to Miyu to ask if he couldn't figure it out. This was very different from Obito, who would quickly go to Miyu to seek answers when he encountered a problem. How can it be a trouble? Isn't it natural to celebrate a friend's birthday? Obito was even more confused. Let's not discuss this for now, let's discuss how to celebrate Shisui's birthday first. Miyu said. Obito's personality destined that it was difficult for him to understand some of Shisui's actions now. Buy a birthday cake. Obito suggested. I'll give him a useful sportswear. Might Guy said excitedly. Since it's a surprise, let's not let Shisui know until the last minute. We can decorate Shisui's room with some birthday decorations. After all, Shisui stays with teacher Miyu during the day and doesn't go back, so it should go well. Nohara-rin suggested. Miyu nodded. Shisui and Nohara-rin are more reliable in daily life, while Obito and Might Guy are both live players. I just don't know where Shisui's home is. Nohara-rin continued. I know this, I know. Obito volunteered to stand up. He and Shisui are both from the Uchiha clan and live in the Uchiha clan land. In fact, their homes are not far apart. That's it. Everyone should practice normally tomorrow, and then take time to decorate the room, and finally give Shisui a surprise when he goes back at night. Miyu thought about it. Said. The disciples all nodded. After the discussion, everyone went back to their homes. The next day, Shisui got up as usual, and after washing up, he first used the shadow clone to let the shadow clone go to school. Then Shisui went to Obito's house and called Obito to practice together. Goodbye, Grandma. Obito said goodbye to his grandmother and quickly went to the entrance to change shoes and leave. Take good care of Shisui, he is younger than you. Grandma reminded. After Shisui came to find Obito several times, Obito's grandmother also knew Shisui. I know. Although he felt that Shisui didn't need his care at all, Obito still replied. What are you going to have for breakfast today? Eat the pancakes of Uncle Tiaki or go to the street to eat dumplings? Obito asked. Obito, go to whatever you want to eat. Shisui replied. Unless he is asked to choose between Miyu cuisine and non-Miyu cuisine, Shisui will choose to eat what his companions want to eat. Then let's go to Uncle Tiaki. It's close and we haven't eaten for several days. Obito quickly decided and said. Even in the Uchiha family, there are some ordinary people who have not become ninjas. Uncle Tiaki mentioned by Obito is one of them. His full name is Uchiha Tiaki, and he runs a pancake shop. The two of them walked towards the South Forest while eating pancakes, and helped an old lady who fell on the way. Teacher Miyu. After arriving at the place, the two greeted Miyu and began to practice. Obito continued to study the skills of one-handed seals, while Shisui continued to practice full concentration breathing. Concentrate and concentrate breathing. Shisui controlled his breathing rhythm and chakra while running quickly, making his speed continue to increase. Using chakra and breathing methods at the same time made Shisui's physical strength disappear quickly. After his physical strength disappeared, he had to stop and rest for a while. The burst intensity is still not enough, and it takes a lot of time to practice. Shisui reflected on the training just now during the rest time. His full concentration breathing was still not concentrated enough, and he couldn't achieve the burst effect that Miyu said. While Shisui was resting, Obito came over and asked Shisui about his feelings about the one-hand seal. As for gifts, what kind of gifts would you like, Shisui? Obito asked. Gifts? Why do you suddenly ask this? Obito suddenly jumped from the topic of ninjutsu to gifts, and Shisui was a little puzzled. Seeing Shisui's puzzled face, Obito was worried that Shisui would find something, so he quickly added. Haha, after all, I've been a little troublesome to you, Shisui, so I was thinking about whether to give you something, or do you have anything you want to eat, such as ramen? It's just mutual help between companions, there's no need to do this. Shisui replied. Since Obito is very jumpy in his daily life, Shisui didn't find anything for the time being. Later, Obito was hit by Muyu's shadow clone for not concentrating on his training. At noon, Obito's shadow clone led the way and brought Muyu, Nohara Lin, and others to Shisui's home. Does Shisui live in such a big place by himself? Might Guy came in and found that Shisui's house was quite big, 3 times the size of their home. It should be a building built during the village construction period. Nohara Rin, who had good grades in history, could recall buildings similar to Shisui's from the textbook. It doesn't matter. Let's start decorating. Class time will soon be up. Obito said. Be careful when decorating, don't damage Shisui's things. Muyu reminded. He tried to choose some things that were easy to clean up, so that he could clean up quickly after celebrating with Shisui. There will be more later. Chapter 141 A Thoughtful Gift. Today's training is over. It's late. Let's go back. Muyu said in a gentle voice. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening and it was dark. Well, goodbye, Teacher Muyu. Obito said goodbye to Muyu with excitement. Goodbye, Teacher Muyu. Shisui also said goodbye to Muyu. Shisui, I won't go back with you today. Xiaolin and I have something to do. You go back alone. Obito and Shisui said. Since we want to give Shisui a surprise, we will definitely not go back together. Well, I'll go back alone. Shisui nodded, and his expression did not change much. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shisui walked towards home alone. The moon on October 19th was also very round. Under the moonlight, Shisui's shadow became longer and longer, and it was parallel to the trees next to him. He didn't seem to be lonely. Just like usual. Shisui recalled today's day and found that it was no different from usual. Think about it carefully, is the day of birth really so special and worth celebrating? For ninjas, isn't the day of practicing a powerful ninjutsu more memorable? After walking out of the south border forest, Shisui gradually walked into the main city, and there were more and more people around him. Although it is a war, the warring parties have not yet exerted their strength, and Konoha has not been affected too much. The main city is still prosperous. Although it is night, there are still a large number of people on the street, and various shops are brightly lit. Be obedient and don't cry. Mom will buy you a toy on your birthday. The child who originally cried for unknown reasons quickly smiled again after being comforted by his mother. Dad, I want to eat that. No, didn't we just finish our meal? But I just want to eat it. You can only eat one. Some children saw the tempting fried food on the street and couldn't help but ask their parents. Some parents couldn't resist the pleading of their children's innocent faces, while some parents could use various techniques to make their children give up voluntarily. This is too expensive, our family is poor and can't afford it. If you eat this, you will be captured by the legendary Uchiha Madara tonight. After hearing this, Shisui felt a little strange. It turned out that his ancestor was good enough to stop children from crying at night. Curious about why so many children wanted to eat it, Shisui bought a fried meat pie and tried it. To be honest, Shisui felt that it was just ordinary after taking the first bite, which was completely different from the tempura made by Muyu. With the mentality of not wasting food, Shisui ate it all. As Shisui gradually approached the Uchiha clan land, the environment became deserted again. When he was about to reach home, Shisui felt a sense of relief that today was finally over. Although he knew that Muyu would never help him celebrate his birthday, because Miyu didn't know when his birthday was, and he hadn't told Miyu. But he couldn't help but feel a little hopeful in his heart. The mysterious and powerful Miyu teacher knew his birthday even without him telling her. To be honest, Shisui hated himself for having such thoughts. He thought that if it was Obito, he would definitely tell Miyu directly and happily that my birthday is coming soon. Since he didn't tell the other party, why should he still have expectations? Isn't this expecting something impossible? Shisui, you have to learn from your grandfather Uchiha Kagami and become a strong and brave ninja who inherits the will of fire. Shisui remembered what his uncle said to him. His thoughts just now were obviously not strong, although he was currently just a 6-year-old child without a father or a mother. Don't think too much. Strengthen your strength first, and then practice breathing for 2 hours later. Shisui thought in his heart. The world of ninjas speaks with strength. No matter how many ideas you have, it is meaningless without strength. Shisui walked skillfully to his home, which looked pitch black from the outside. After all, there was no one at home. It would be strange if the lights were turned on. Although it was pitch black, it was his home after all. As soon as he walked in, before turning on the lights, Shisui keenly noticed that something was wrong and there were some extra things. He quietly took out the kunai from the ninja tool bag, changed his breathing rhythm, and narrowed his eyes to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, the lights turned on, and the dazzling white light of the electric lamp made the originally dark room bright. Shisui, happy birthday! Shisui, holding a kunai and ready to fight, was dumbfounded when he saw Miyu Obito and his group suddenly appearing. With a snap, the kunai fell to the ground. Shisui, happy birthday! Miyu congratulated him in a warm voice. Sorry, I wanted to give you a surprise, but it seems that I was surprised more. Miyu showed an apologetic expression. Hehe, it turns out that Shisui, you can also show such an expression. Obito laughed at Shisui, whose eyes were wide open and confused. It was because he didn't have a camera, otherwise he would have taken a picture as a souvenir. Shisui, happy birthday, your youth is constantly moving forward. Might Guy gave Shisui a thumbs up to celebrate. Shisui glanced at his home, looking at the festive decorations everywhere, and his heart was indescribably happy. How disappointed he was along the way, how happy Shisui is now. Teacher Miyu, how did you know that today is my birthday? Shisui couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and then asked. Although he was very excited, Shisui was really curious about how Miyu knew his birthday. It was impossible that he asked his uncle. I don't know, it was teacher Miyu who told us. Obito replied. This is the wisdom of adults. Miyu said mysteriously. He is Shisui's homeroom teacher. This kind of thing is too simple. Just take a look at Shisui's information. At this moment, Shisui has a lot of things to say to Miyu, but when it comes to his mouth, he doesn't know where to start. He really didn't expect that the fantasy he had hidden deep in his heart would actually come true. If he hadn't met a child who was going to celebrate his birthday on the way home, Shisui himself might not have noticed that he had such a fantasy. Miyu really knew his birthday magically, and then brought Obito and the others to give him a huge surprise at night. Shisui's mind was a little confused. Thank you teacher Miyu, and everyone. In the end, all the words in Shisui's heart turned into a thank you. He was really grateful. Even if Miyu didn't spend so much time decorating the room to surprise him, he would be very satisfied and excited if she just said happy birthday. Because he had never told Miyu his birthday, and didn't plan to trouble Miyu to celebrate his birthday, it can be said that everything was a surprise. Look at the cake, we picked it together. Although it's not as big as the one we bought for teacher Miyu before, it's not bad. Obito opened the lid on the cake. Shisui, this is my birthday gift for you. Let's work hard together to become a powerful ninja in the future. Might Guy gave Shisui a green tights of the same style as his. Akai, thank you for your gift, I'm very happy. Shisui thanked him. He decided to keep this dress. It would be weird if he wore it himself. This is the kunao I won when I won the first place in the junior ninjutsu tournament last time. I can't think of anything good to give you in a hurry, so I'll give it to you. Obito handed the silver kunao he won before to Shisui, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The time was too short, and he couldn't think of anything to give. The only good thing he had was the silver kunao that won the first place in this competition. Obito, thank you for your gift, but since it is so memorable, why don't you change it to an ordinary kunao, and keep this one for yourself? Shisui said. Obito was very happy that he could give something he cherished so much as a gift. It was enough to have that kind of thought. No, how can you take back a gift you gave away? Shisui, please accept it. Anyway, I won't take it back. Obito resolutely stuffed it into Shisui's hand. Shisui saw that Obito was so determined, so he didn't refuse and accepted Obito's kindness. He planned to win the first place when the junior ninjutsu tournament started, and give Obito a first place silver kunao on his birthday. Nohara Rin's gift was her handmade product. It seemed a bit rushed due to time constraints, but Shisui also saw the thoughtfulness and nodded in thanks. Thank you so much, everyone. Shisui took a deep breath and said. This surprise was really unexpected, and he was so happy. Shisui, you haven't even seen my gift yet, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Miyu said with a smile. Miyu handed a rectangular gift box to Shisui and said, open it now, I hope you like it. Shisui nodded, and opened the gift without hesitation as Miyu said. He was very curious about what gift Miyu would give him. After opening it, Shisui didn't know what to call this gift for a while. If it is a kunao, it is much longer than ordinary kunao. Ordinary kunao are usually 18 cm to 20 cm. Shisui saw that Miyu's gift was 30 cm. It was not long enough to call it a knife. It was okay to call it a short blade. In addition, the short blade looked ordinary, not as exquisite as Obito's silver kunao. Suddenly Shisui noticed Miyu's hands. At this time, Miyu's hands were not wrapped in bandages. There were many scars on her originally white and slender hands, and it seemed that she had experienced a lot of hardships. Looking at Miyu's injured hands, and thinking about what Miyu said before that she was learning to make ninja tools, and looking at the short blade in her hand that did not look exquisite, Shisui instantly understood everything. Miyu's learning to forge ninja tools was not the need of a strong man as he thought, nor was it Obito's nonsensical ninja tool shop, but to make a ninja tool for him personally. At this moment, the originally unremarkable short blade instantly became the best ninja tool in the ninja world in Shisui's eyes, beating the first silver kunao of the youth ninjutsu competition by 100 streets. Really, Shisui didn't expect Miyu to do this for him. Even his uncle bought him something as a gift for his birthday, not learning to forge ninja tools and making one by himself. You know, Miyu is very busy. The teaching time alone is as much as their training time. Haha, don't look at this short blade because it doesn't look good. It's actually quite practical. When forging it, I asked the boss to mix a little bit of chakra metal. The performance of conducting chakra will be better than ordinary weapons. Miyu said with a smile. It's not that only chakra metal weapons can conduct chakra, but chakra metal has better conduction performance. Weapons made of pure chakra metal have the effect of extending the blade. Miyu wanted to make more chakra metal weapons. On the one hand, there was a sudden demand and the ninja tool shop didn't have that many, and he couldn't afford the price. But the forging materials are really expensive. The materials alone cost hundreds of thousands of taels. Your lunch and dinner will not have too expensive ingredients next time. Miyu said in a joking tone. Hundreds of thousands of taels. Might Guy looked at the short blade in Shisui's hand in shock. He didn't expect that this unremarkable thing would cost so much. No, I think this weapon is already very beautiful. I like it very much. Shisui held the short blade in both hands and looked at it carefully. He found that the words scent and degree were engraved on both sides of the short blade. At this time, Shisui was really grateful beyond words. He felt that he was not worthy of Miyu to do this. Have he and Miyu known each other for a long time? In fact, not long, not even a year. He was not Miyu's only disciple, but only the first disciple. However, when he didn't tell Miyu about his birthday, Miyu actually gave him such a big surprise. Miyu had to learn to forge ninja tools in order to prepare gifts for him in her busy schedule, and even hurt her hand in a hurry. No matter the details of the ninja tools or the materials added to the ninja tools, Shisui could feel Miyu's attention and feelings for him. At this moment, he somewhat understood those children who begged their parents to buy snacks and toys. In Miyu, Shisui experienced a kind of emotion he had never experienced before. What kind of feeling is that, to take the initiative to solve your doubts when you are in trouble, to think about you everywhere, to give you the most expected expectations when you are lost? There was a little mist in Shisui's eyes, which was rarely seen in him, because he was the strong and brave Uchiha Shisui who wanted to inherit the will of fire. He put the short blade close to his body and looked at Miyu's injured hand, and said, "Mr. Miyu, thank you for your hard work. You have done so much for me." Shisui didn't know what to say. What could he do in the face of Miyu's attention? At this time, Miyu's hand covered Shisui's head, showing a warm smile and said, "Shisui, you have to understand that I am your teacher and you are my disciple. That's enough." Hearing Miyu's words, Shisui could no longer control himself. He hugged Miyu and shed tears of joy. "Mr. Miyu, I will definitely respond to your expectations." Shisui's emotions broke out completely. The three disciples watching next to him were also deeply touched. What kind of birthday gift will Mr. Miyu give me then? Obito couldn't help thinking. Mr. Miyu is such a good teacher. Nohara Lin thought in his heart. What a youthful scene. Might Guy liked it. Seeing the message popped up by the system, Miyu's smile became warmer. Chapter 142 Rewards Explosion, Above Mastery. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's trust level has been raised, and the current trust level is 4. You gave your disciple a homemade ninja tool with decent materials. Your disciple is extremely grateful and rewarded with a super critical strike. Rewards: Thunder Breathing, Perfect Grade, Black Frame Glasses. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's emotions were too intense, and the 6 bloodlines were stimulated to open the Sharingan, and his strength was improved. Rewards: Byakugan. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's chakra plus 200, and his apprentice returned to the master to gain chakra plus 800. As Miyu expected, the extreme emotions brought an unprecedented explosion, and skills above the mastery level appeared, and a pair of glasses whose use is not yet known were also given. However, this time Shisui's upgrade reward was a bit abstract. He stimulated his Sharingan, and he actually exploded a pair of Byakugan. Fortunately, the Byakugan rewarded by the system can control the switch, and the eyes will not change if it is not turned on. However, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, the Sharingan and the Byakugan are the bloodline left by the Otsutsuki. The rewards for returning to the master when the trust level is 4 are very strong. Because Shisui opened the Sharingan, his chakra increased, and it directly became 4 times. The chakra growth rate should be significantly improved in the future. Miyu thought in his heart. Of course, the Sharingan brings more than just these 200 chakras. The powerful spiritual energy blessing will make Shisui's chakra naturally increase faster in the future. Shisui's chakra speeding up is equivalent to Miyu's speeding up. This time the rewards are really full, and Miyu can only say that it is worth spending so much effort. The increase in trust level also brought new changes to the Master-Disciple panel. Disciple Uchiha Shisui gets an optional life mission. Life mission: Uchiha in Konoha. Main goal: eliminate the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission progress, 0. Mission reward: depends on the completion of the mission and the growth of strength during the mission, and a settlement is made every 10% progress increase. Note 1: the mission automatically fails when the number of Uchiha clan members is too small. Note 2: life missions are extremely difficult. Once you are sure that you can only proceed to the next life mission after completing it, please choose carefully. Note 3: the greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Looking at Shisui's life mission, Miyu fell into thought. If it follows the direction of the original work, this mission will undoubtedly be impossible to succeed, because the Uchiha clan was eventually exterminated. However, there are many reasons for the extermination of the clan in the original work. First of all, the Nine Tails Knight created by Obito completely isolated the Uchiha clan, which was not trusted. The isolated Uchiha wanted to rebel, and Danzo, who had a lot of ideas about Sharingan, would naturally not miss this good opportunity. Miyu thought about it and finally confirmed the task. Miyu would take care of Obito's affairs even if there was no task for Shisui. As long as Miyu prevented Obito from turning evil, the Uchiha clan would not fall into the crisis of extinction, and without the crisis of extinction, the task would not fail directly. In Miyu's opinion, the difficulty of this task is moderate, not too difficult. If it is a task to make the world peaceful, Miyu would not want to take it. It is too difficult to complete and not suitable as the first task. Shisui, your eyes. Obito noticed that Shisui's eyes turned bright red and there was a Megatama pattern rotating inside. Obito was really a little envious of Shisui at this moment. He got such a good birthday gift and opened the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. If he had the Sharingan, how could he lose to Guy so many times? He wouldn't have to do so many questions. Shisui, who was in an extremely excited mood, didn't pay much attention, but he immediately found something unusual after Obito reminded him. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Shisui felt that the world became extremely clear, and he could even see through the flight trajectory of flying insects. Don't show the Sharingan in front of others for the time being. Miyu said. Opening the eyes to increase strength is a good thing, but Shisui is only 6 years old now. If the news of opening the eyes at this age spreads, it will have a great impact. First of all, Fugaku and other Uchiha high-level officials will pay more attention to Shisui. This is not a big problem, and it will also allow Shisui to obtain more resources. The key lies in the influence outside the Uchiha, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen is okay, top at most. He would educate Shisui on the will of loving the village fire and make Shisui the next Uchiha Kagami. It is not certain for Danzo. With Danzo's vigilance against Uchiha, he would either want to firmly control Uchiha Shisui and turn him into a sharp blade of Konoha, or he would be extremely vigilant against Shisui to prevent the next Uchiha Madara from appearing. The price to be paid is not proportional to the benefits obtained, so Miyu chose to let Shisui hide the Sharingan. Why is this? Isn't it good to open the eyes? Obito didn't quite understand. If he opened the Sharingan, he would definitely use it when he had nothing to do, otherwise the Sharingan would not be opened in vain. I will tell you the specific reasons later. It is related to the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Miyu explained. Well, Teacher Miyu, I know. Shisui nodded and replied. He believed that Teacher Miyu would not harm him. Miyu said that he would not show the Sharingan in front of other people, so he would not use it. Shisui would not take the initiative to tell his uncle when he came back. Let's blow out the candles and make a wish first. The birthday is the most important thing today. Miyu smiled gently. Shisui stood in front of the cake, closed his eyes and thought about his wish. Although reason told him that any wish was the same, because it would not come true out of thin air, but today he was so happy that he felt that he could have a sense of ceremony. If possible, let's keep this kind of life, the village, the family, and the teacher will become better. Shisui said in his heart. Then Shisui opened his eyes and blew out the 6 candles. Shisui, what did you wish for? Obito asked curiously. You can't ask this, it won't work if you say it out loud. Nohara Lin smiled gently. After the wishing was over, the last cake-eating session followed. This time there was no cake war. Everyone was happily chatting while eating. Shisui, why did you suddenly open your Sharingan? Obito hoped to learn from the successful experience. I don't know, I suddenly felt a special chakra surge in my body, and then my eyes opened. Shisui thought about it, and didn't know how to describe the feeling. If you continue to practice, you can also open the Sharingan. Yu took a bite of the cake and said. It is not difficult to open the ordinary Sharingan, but it is difficult to open the Manjiki Sharingan. If the Manjiki does not have Hashirama cells or is upgraded to the Eternal Eye, it will be a big pit. If you use it too much, you will waste yourself. Happy time is always short. Unknowingly, the night is getting deeper and deeper. Yu and others helped Shisui clean up the house and prepared to leave. Shisui found 1,000,000 taels for Yu as additional funds for the creation of ninja tools, because Yu said before that the material cost was a lot, and you can't buy too expensive ingredients for cooking next time. Yu smiled and refused the banknotes handed by Shisui and said. For a teacher, the best reward is the disciple becoming stronger. If the short blade can help you establish an advantage in the battle in the future, I will be very happy. After that, Yu said goodbye and left. He got a lot of rewards this time, and he was going to test the newly acquired skills. Become stronger. Looking at Yu's gradually receding back, Shisui was still recalling what Yu said in his mind. Chapter 143 The New Ability of Perfect Breathing Method. Yu first tested the Byakugan. He opened the Byakugan with a thought, and the world in Yu's eyes changed instantly. Although he was looking forward, everything behind him was also within his sight. This is the most basic function of the Byakugan, a 360-degree field of view. In addition, Yu can see very far. He can clearly see a bug eating leaves on a tree 500 meters away. As long as Yu slightly concentrates his sight, his eyes can penetrate the big trees until the end of the visible end. This is the perspective ability of the Byakugan, which can see through other people's chakra. Yu used the Byakugan to observe his body. Under the perspective ability of the Byakugan, he can clearly see every chakra meridian and every chakra acupointment of his body. Ordinary ninjas can only release ninjutsu through their hands, feet, and mouth, but it is different with the Byakugan. Ninjas with Byakugan can stimulate all chakra acupoints and release chakra at the same time. The principle of the Hyuga clan's Kaiten is to stimulate the whole body's chakra and then rotate to form a spherical chakra cover to cover itself, which is known as absolute defense. Based on the fact that it can stimulate all chakra points, Yu believes that the Byakugan is more useful to him than the Sharingan at this stage. After all, he does not need to use the Sharingan to copy ninjutsu, and he is not good at illusion. The Byakugan can also greatly enhance his insight. However, it is difficult to deal with the fact that the eyes will change when using the Byakugan. At present, it can only be used as a trump card and cannot be used unless it is a critical moment. When Yu was thinking about hiding the Byakugan, he found that the glasses rewarded by the system were not as simple as he thought. Black-framed glasses can hide the big changes in the head, increase the intellectual temperament to a certain extent, and after wearing them, unless the person takes the initiative to take them off, they will never fall off and will never be damaged. When Yu saw the system prompt, he thought that it would be very powerful to make the glasses into weapons. After all, it is what the system said, that they will never be damaged. But when I think about it, since it will never be damaged, there is definitely no way to rebuild it. You can't use glasses as weapons. Yu cancelled his Byakugan, and his eyes returned to their original blue color. Then he put on his glasses and turned on his Byakugan again. A magical thing happened. Yu observed his face with the reflection of the kunao, and found that the eyes under his glasses reflected by the kunao were blue, and there was no change. Not only at this point, Yu found that the changes in his hair were controlled within a certain degree. No matter how messy he messed up, his hair reflected by the kunao would never be too messy. There were changes but not big. Of course, what remained unchanged was only what he saw. In fact, when Yu touched it, it was messy. Then Yu tested the hardness and stability of the glasses and found that it was indeed as described by the system. As long as he didn't take it off, it wouldn't fall off, and it was really hard. Yu was quite satisfied with this reward. Not only could he use the Byakugan at will, but he could even protect his eyes in battle. Then Yu was going to test the perfect level thunder breathing. This was the first perfect level skill that Yu had obtained. After recalling the memory of thunder breathing in his mind, Yu could only say that it was quite strong. Like the other two breathing methods, the thunder breathing given by the system was localized in the ninja world. If rock breathing is the ultimate powerful body, the spotted state consumes a lot of chakra to strengthen the body, flame breathing is born for fire style, and in the spotted state it directly transforms into a non-cooling fire style turret. Then thunder breathing is a bit of a combination of both. It is not weak in strengthening the body, and can also strengthen thunder style. The entry-level thunder breathing can be fully concentrated breathing with the change of the nature of the thunder attribute chakra to activate the body and enhance the physical ability, while strengthening thunder style. After being proficient, the strengthening effect can be maintained for a long time, which is called Chongzhong. After mastering thunder breathing, the spotted state can use any thunder style ninjutsu without a seal and enhance the power of thunder style, while greatly enhancing the physical strength and speed, and improving the body's recovery ability. Yu can only say that thunder breathing is the thunder style chakra mode plus, which can also activate the body, and thunder breathing can also enhance thunder style, which is a big win. At the same time, Yu finally knows what new abilities will be added to the breathing method after mastering it, that is, the transparent world. The transparent world does not necessarily awaken at the perfect level, it may also awaken at the previous level of proficiency, but it will definitely awaken at the perfect level. After opening the transparent world, Yu's control over his body reached the extreme. He could even recognize every blood vessel in his body, which allowed him to exert the greatest strength with the least effort. At the same time, Yu's precision operation of chakra also reached a new level. In addition to the control of his own body, the transparent world can also see through other people's bodies, so as to accurately predict the opponent's next move, and at the same time, it can hide its own breath, so that the opponent cannot judge its next attack. As far as Yu feels, the transparent world is a skill used for fighting, predicting the opponent while preventing the opponent from predicting himself. Thunder breathing, breathe with full concentration. Yu changed his breathing rhythm, changing from the normal breathing of rock breathing to thunder breathing, and then Yu changed the nature of the thunder attribute chakra and burst out dazzling blue electric light. Yu stabbed his arm with a kunao, but it did not break the defense. Yu then tested the speed and found that the speed under the state of thunder breathing was faster than his speed when using the razor. After opening the stripes, the speed was even more outrageous. Yu didn't dare to run hard, fearing that if he ran a little hard, he would appear in the main city of Konoha. This time, Shisui's birthday brought Yu too much benefit. He was looking forward to what good things his disciples would give him on their birthdays. However, it was very difficult to have a big explosion like Shisui, because this time Yu called all the disciples to help celebrate. This move can improve Shisui's trust and other disciples' trust and goodwill at the same time, but it will also increase the emotional threshold of other disciples. Because there will be such an idea, teacher Yu helped Shisui celebrate, and he should also help me celebrate. After returning home, Yu opened his Byakugan again and looked at the mirror. It was still the same as the picture reflected by the kunao, and his eyes did not change. Yu was completely relieved. In the future, except for sleeping, he might only take off his glasses when his strength is enough to sweep everything. The next day, Friday, Miyu got up early as usual, but he wore black-framed glasses. He went to the South Forest first and sent out several shadow clones to take care of the students' training. "Teacher Miyu, why did you suddenly wear glasses?" Obito asked curiously. Shisui also looked at Miyu, a little puzzled. "I just feel that black-framed glasses may be very suitable for me. What do you think?" Miyu asked with a smile. "It's very suitable, but I'm a little uncomfortable," Obito replied with a silly smile. At first glance, Teacher Miyu gives people a feeling of knowing a lot and having a good temper. Indeed, this pair of glasses suits you very well. Shisui nodded in approval after a closer look. "It's good as long as it fits." Miyu nodded with a smile, and then went to the ninja school. Although he couldn't give up the glasses if they didn't fit, it was always good to look more comfortable. When he went to the school office, his colleagues also noticed this change. "Teacher Miyu, do you have vision problems?" Iketani Yang asked. Miyu repeated the answer he gave to the students before. "I feel like she looks more stable and intelligent, and very reliable at first glance. Ueda Aya likes Miyu more after she wears glasses. It's really different from before." Kimura Santo fell into thought, not expecting that a pair of glasses could bring such a change. Could it be? Iketani Yang was thinking whether he should wear glasses on the next date to change his image. "Don't think about it, Miyu teacher is good in herself, and wearing glasses won't change anything." Ueda Aya saw Iketani Yang's thoughts. "How do you know? I'm not wearing glasses." Ichigo Yu felt that he could give it a try. Miyu just smiled and didn't say anything. When it was almost time for class, he went directly to the classroom of Class 1. The students of Class 1 were also very interested in Miyu's sudden change. Children's descriptions are always interesting. They think Miyu is more like an adult than before, and they feel that he will be closer. Looking at Miyu surrounded by many students, including female students, Gang Zisha realized that he said to Shenyu Izumo, "Izumo, if you want to be popular with girls, it's not about getting the approval of the Hokage, but to become a handsome guy in Konoha." "Handsome guy in Konoha?" Shenyu Izumo asked in confusion. "The so-called handsome guy in Konoha is naturally a handsome, friendly, and popular person like Teacher Miyu," Gang Zisha said. "Teacher Miyu is indeed very popular. I heard that he is also very popular among female teachers." Shinzuki Izumo nodded. So the two of them aspired to learn from Miyu and become handsome men in Konoha. Perhaps because the black-framed glasses rewarded by the system really suit Miyu, in 2 or 3 days the disciples, colleagues, and students were used to Miyu wearing glasses, and no one was curious about staring at Miyu's glasses. On Friday night, Miyu refined the internship plan that he had talked about with Sarutobi Hiruzen before, and planned to bring it to Sarutobi Hiruzen to take a look when he went to tutor tomorrow. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy recently. Miyu did not see Sarutobi Hiruzen at Asuma's house on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. However, Miyu is not in a hurry. There are still 2 months before the end of this semester. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees, he can't start right away. Miyu has recently been guiding Obito to brush out the training tasks about Kakashi. The previous training task has been settled. If you don't start a new task, you will lose a lot of money, because the task reward is closely related to the strength growth during the period. As for Shisui's life task, he can't do it for the time being. He is a small special jonin, and a special jonin with a specialty in education. He is not qualified to participate. He has to wait for Shisui to grow up a little before he can perform various operations. Chapter 144 Obito vs Kakashi. Next, you have to fight more to better understand the breathing method. Fighting, damn, can I only go to that guy Kakashi? Recalling Miyu's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Might Guy and he are close in strength, and Shisui can easily suppress him, both of them are still practicing breathing techniques recently and have no time to fight with him, the one who has made the fastest progress. Obito can only think of Kakashi. He can't go to Asuma. With his current strength, it would be too easy to beat Asuma unless he doesn't use breathing techniques. But how to improve breathing techniques without breathing techniques is a problem. In the end, Obito really found that Kakashi was the only one. Kakashi is really the strength is not bad, it is worth him to use the breathing method to fight, and Kakashi does not seem to be busy. The most important thing is that Obito feels that he can now fight with Kakashi, at least he can concentrate his breathing again and again. If he didn't feel a little unstable, Obito would have called Nohara-rin together, so that Nohara-rin could appreciate his heroic figure of defeating Kakashi and know who is the real genius of Konoha. Thinking of this, Obito couldn't help laughing. "Why are you standing at my door alone and laughing so obscenely?" Kakashi heard the sound and came over and saw Obito laughing alone, so he asked, "What's obscene?" "This is a happy laugh to celebrate the victory in advance." Obito realized that he had unknowingly walked to the door of Kakashi's house. "So you came here to challenge me?" Kakashi asked. "That's right." Obito nodded and said, "Kakashi, you should be prepared to fail. I just got the first place in the grade of the ninja school a few days ago. Is the result of ninja school worth showing off? I got tired of that 3 years ago." Kakashi said calmly. "By the way, Obito, how many times have you won the first place? It can't be just once. I seem to have always been the first in the grade before graduation." "Well, it doesn't matter how many times. Anyway, I am already the first in the grade like you." Obito gave up competing with Kakashi for results. "Seeing you are so confident, I thought you have graduated and become a ninja. After all, although I am the same age as you, I have been a chunin for several years." Kakashi was still outputting. "Obito, isn't it just graduating at the age of 5 and becoming a chunin at the age of 6? What's there to show off? What's the point of graduating a few years earlier than him? If he graduated so early, he wouldn't have met teacher Miyu." Obito used the method of mental victory. "Kakashi, stop talking nonsense and start fighting quickly." Feeling that letting Kakashi continue would affect his performance later, Obito stopped him. "Come on, it won't take much time to kill you anyway." Kakashi took Obito to the place where he usually practiced. "Damn it, you will pay the price for underestimating me." Obito's anger value instantly reached the maximum, and he was determined to teach Kakashi a lesson. Although only more than 3 months have passed, he is not the Uchiha Obito who was killed by the instant body flickering technique 3 months ago. Now he has mastered the shaving, learned the breathing of fire, and learned the phoenix fire compared with the hibiscus claw red. Their strength is completely different from before. "Let's start," Kakashi said calmly. He really didn't take Obito's challenge seriously. If it was Guy, he would still be interested. After all, the previous encounter made him know that Might Guy's strength had greatly improved. As for Obito, Kakashi was still stuck in the period a few months ago when Obito asked him to do dodge training. Obito immediately entered the breathing method state, inhaling a large amount of oxygen into his body to strengthen his body. Whoosh! Obito's body disappeared in an instant, and he punched Kakashi's abdomen fiercely. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect Obito's speed to be so fast. In a hurry, Kakashi had no time to dodge and had to quickly use his arms to block. He was instantly beaten back more than 2 meters. Such power and speed! Kakashi looked at Obito with a different look. If he hadn't been experienced in combat just now, Obito might have succeeded. Kakashi no longer underestimated Obito, and quickly took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag and shot it at Obito. Obito used the shaving to dodge the shuriken and rushed towards Kakashi again. This time Kakashi had been prepared, and Obito was almost hit in the face by Kakashi the moment he rushed over. Kakashi's extremely excellent offensive rhythm instantly reversed the situation, and beat Obito back step by step, with a lot of dust stuck on his body. Damn, Kakashi's physical skills are actually stronger than Guy's. Obito was very frustrated by the beating. Before, he could fight Might Guy head-on with his breathing method, but he didn't expect that he would be suppressed by Kakashi, and he felt that he couldn't use all his strength. Bang! Kakashi seized the opportunity to knock Obito to the ground with a punch and a kick. Obito quickly distanced himself and stopped competing with Kakashi in physical skills. He formed a seal and used the fire escape ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito burst out his chakra and spurted out a huge 4-meter-high fireball flying towards Kakashi. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi calmly formed a seal and summoned a huge earth wall to block in front of him. Boom! The fireball hit the thick earth wall hard but failed to completely destroy it. Looking at the broken dog head on the earth wall, Obito was very unhappy. He originally wanted to force Kakashi to dodge and then take the opportunity to focus on breathing and rush up to launch a surprise attack, but Kakashi directly used defensive ninjutsu to resist. Flame breathing, focus on breathing. Obito decided to give Kakashi another breath method shock. The speed and strength just now were not his limit. Obito jumped directly onto the earth wall and found Kakashi standing by the wall. Relying on the blessing brought by the breathing method, Obito rushed towards Kakashi while changing his nature, and flames burst out from his palms and burned towards Kakashi. Seeing Obito coming aggressively, Kakashi dodged and pulled a short distance away from Obito, making Obito's flames miss. Seeing Kakashi was so cautious, Obito suddenly had an idea and was ready to try a single-handed seal release ninjutsu that had not yet succeeded. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito quickly took out 3 kunai, put his left hand behind his back and quietly formed a seal, then quickly threw 3 kunai at Kakashi. Although only 2 kunai were attached with flames in the end, it was still a success. While Obito was throwing kunai, Kakashi also shot 2 kunai at Obito. Obito dodged the kunai thrown by Kakashi and laughed. His kunai was not an ordinary kunai, it would explode. He watched Kakashi dodge it. Boom! The distance was too close. Although Kakashi successfully dodged the kunai exploded directly next to Kakashi. Win! Obito thought in surprise. This level of power will not cause Kakashi to be seriously injured, but the next battle will definitely not be easy. Chapter 145 Triggering the Mission. Just when Obito was celebrating his victory in his mind, something unexpected happened. Kakashi, who was hit by the aftermath of the fire escape explosion, turned into smoke and disappeared with a bang. Obito naturally did not think that he killed Kakashi. The body killed by the fire escape should still be there. It's a shadow clone. Obito felt something was wrong, but it was too late. At the moment when Obito relaxed, Kakashi, who was hiding underground, took action decisively. Konoha Gakure's secret physical technique. 1,000 years of killing. Kakashi made a tiger seal with both hands and rushed out from the ground to attack Obito's weak point. Ah! Obito's face suddenly changed drastically. The severe pain from the bad part made him jump several meters high. Until he fell to the ground, Obito's hands were still protecting the weak point that had been severely damaged, but it was a pity that it was useless. Obito fell to the ground with his butt sticking up, and roared in anger, "Kakashi, you despicable bastard! You are too careless!" Kakashi walked forward and said indifferently, "The enemy has disappeared in your eyes. When you saw it again, you rushed forward without careful observation. If I were the enemy, you would have died several times." Kakashi said bluntly. Damn! Obito couldn't refute, because he did lose, not to any powerful ninjutsu, but to a shadow clone. If he lost in a ninjutsu confrontation, Obito would not be so unwilling. This was purely because of his combat experience. Unlike his student, Kakashi has been a ninja for more than 3 years and has experienced real life and death battles. Don't talk too much. If you want to dream of defeating me, you have to practice for a few more years. Kakashi said indifferently. No, however, Kakashi's heart was not as calm as he appeared, and he was even very surprised. Because after the battle just now, Kakashi judged that Obito now had the strength of when he was 6 years old, which means that Obito now has the strength to pass the Chunin exam, but he is not qualified to take the exam for the time being. This shocked Kakashi. You know, a few months ago, Obito might not even beat him when he was 5 years old, but now he has the strength of when he was 6 years old. This improvement is really too great. If it weren't for the combat experience that crushed Obito, Kakashi would have to spend some effort to deal with Obito. Although more than 2 years have passed since he became a Chunin, because Kakashi had wasted more than a year because of some things, his strength did not increase qualitatively compared to when he was 6 years old. Why did his strength suddenly improve so fast, and he didn't open the Sharingan? Kakashi was a little confused. If Obito had opened the Sharingan, it would be normal for him to make rapid progress, but Obito didn't use the Sharingan just now, which was very strange. Damn it, if I had the Sharingan, if I had successfully practiced the breath of flame. Feeling the pain coming from his weak parts, Obito pounded the ground unwillingly. If he had the breathing method level of Muyu Xianren, how could Kakashi make him so embarrassed? Damn Kakashi, I was careless just now. When I recover from my injury, you should prepare to face failure. Obito felt that he could learn from this failure and maybe he could do it next time. With your current level, you can't win even if you challenge him 10,000 times. Kakashi said lightly. Obito is quite strong now, but it's too much to want to win him. Just wait for me. Obito felt underestimated, and walked towards the door while holding his butt. Are we here at a bad time? Maybe, Hitaki, the teacher said to gather at the Hokage building later, and we have to go on a mission today. Kakashi's teammates happened to come and saw this weird scene. Kakashi stood there calmly, while Obito covered his body with his hands and left slowly with a look of humiliation and unwillingness. What do you mean it's not the right time? We've finished the battle and he's very free now. Obito said, and left without looking back. Let's go. Kakashi said coldly after looking at Obito's back. There's still some time to prepare. The teacher said this mission will be more difficult. The teammate reminded. As a ninja, I'm ready to go on a mission at any time. Kakashi walked directly towards the Hokage building. Since Kakashi said so, the two teammates naturally had nothing to say and followed him. Because the injured part was embarrassing, Obito took a long time to find Muyu, hoping that Muyu would help him review the situation before fighting Kakashi. After all, Kakashi had to go on a mission. If he was slow, he might not be able to come back for a week or half a month. He could use this time to become stronger before challenging. You used full concentration breathing too early. After listening to the details of the battle between Obito and Kakashi, Muyu shook her head and said. With your current physical strength and chakra, you can't maintain the breathing method for too long. The crucial full concentration breathing burst should be saved until the critical moment to give the enemy a fatal blow. Although she didn't see the battle between the two with her own eyes, Muyu heard all the flaws when she just heard it. Is that so? It does feel a little tired after using full concentration breathing. Obito listened carefully to Muyu's analysis. But it's also very good to be able to do this. The opponent is the genius Kakashi. Even a new teacher like me occasionally hears the legend he left in the ninja school. Muyu said with a smile. A mere Kakashi, I will be able to defeat him sooner or later. Obito said. He hoped that he would also be famous in the future and be known by Muyu, so that Muyu would be proud of him. I believe that one day Obito, you can defeat Kakashi. Muyu said in a gentle voice. But it's very difficult now, and we need to practice harder. Muyu and Obito roughly described Kakashi's current strength. In terms of chakra, Obito currently has only 1,100 chakra points, while Miyu Kakashi had 2,500 chakra points a few months ago. Obito was completely defeated by this chakra point. In terms of ninjutsu, Miyu didn't know Kakashi's specific data, and hadn't used the upgraded identification technique to see Kakashi, but judging from the previous earth flow wall, his level is definitely not worse than Obito, and he is likely to be stronger. From Obito's description, we know that Kakashi can quickly recover from mistakes and counterattack when he loses at the beginning. It can be seen that Kakashi's physical skills and combat experience are better than Obito. After a comparison, except for the breathing method that has not been fully mastered, Miyu didn't know where Obito won. So Kakashi is so strong. Obito listened to Miyu's analysis one sentence at a time, and realized that he underestimated Kakashi's strength. Luckily I came to see Teacher Miyu. Obito was thankful. If he had been killed by the 1,000 Years Killer again, it would have been a real pain. Just when Obito had the idea that he had to find Teacher Miyu, Miyu also received a notification. Chapter 146 Combat Training. Disciple Uchiha Obito sets a training task. Training task: defeat Kakashi. Reward: depending on the task, the completion degree and the growth of strength during the mission. Miyu nodded secretly in her heart. It was Kakashi who supported the training mission of Might Guy and Obito by himself. Master the breath of fire first. In a few days, you will fight with Shisui and get familiar with the use of breathing in the battle. Miyu said the next arrangement. Obito nodded. In fact, he wanted to fight with Might Guy more, because fighting with Might Guy was a win-lose battle, which was more decent. Obito was not sure that he could win in the battle with Shisui, especially now that Shisui had opened the Sharingan. In the evening, after Miyu finished cooking, Minato walked into Miyu's house alone. Didn't Kushina come today? Miyu asked as she brought the cooked dishes to the table. Kushina and Minato were not living together at this time, but they were often at Minato's house during the day. Kushina is going to carry out a secret mission recently, and she probably won't be able to come for a while. Minato explained with a smile. In the future, if you have any problems with the sealing technique, just ask me directly. Is that so? That's a pity. I also made pork with preserved vegetables today. Miyu said with some regret. Miyu, can I take it away? I have something urgent to do later and I'm leaving soon. Minato couldn't help blushing when he said this. He felt a little embarrassed to take it away after eating at someone else's house. But he had no choice, because although he wanted to eat, he didn't want to do that. He would eat when he had time and not eat when he didn't. The one who really needed to be taken away was Kushina. Kushina said that if Minato didn't help her bring food, she would knock out the Anbu and go to Miyu's house to eat before going back. Minato had no choice. He believed that Kushina might really do such a thing. Kushina was in a very dangerous period now, and Minato didn't want Kushina to have any accidents. Because of the changes in the situation in the ninja world, the Konoha high level hoped that Kushina, the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki, could become Konoha's trump card in the war, so they asked Kushina to practice mastering the tailed beasts. But the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, is not so easy to control, especially since Kushina has just become a Jinchuriki. To use the power of the Nine Tails, there is a risk of being affected by it. With the Nine Tails' powerful strength, once the Jinchuriki goes berserk, it will cause huge losses to Konoha, so Kushina is restricted in her movements and has to stay in a building with a strengthened seal effect most of the time. Considering Kushina's own needs, the top management sent people to create a huge sealing barrier with the building as the center. The effect of the barrier is not as strong as inside the building, but it also has the effect of suppressing the Nine Tails. As long as you don't stay outside for a long time, it will be fine. Pack it up, it's okay, I can't finish so much by myself. Miyu smiled and nodded, then took 2 lunch boxes filled with food and handed them to Minato. Maybe a little too much, Minato, Can you finish it? Miyu asked. Sorry to bother you, Miyu, you can eat as much as you want with such delicious food. Minato replied with a smile. He originally planned to bring food for Kushina, and he could just eat whatever he wanted. However, since Miyu took so much food at once, he didn't have to bear the burden. However, he might become a big eater in Miyu's eyes in the future. Looking at the disappearing figure of Minato, Miyu opened his Byakugan and observed the surroundings for a while, but did not find the Anbu who had been stationed there before. There is one less camera leading to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Miyu thought to himself. When Kushina came here often before, there were basically 2 Anbu watching here every day. Being watched by the Anbu is not a bad thing. Miyu did a lot of things with the 2 cameras. For example, he showed a good talent for sealing techniques, and when he was promoted to a special jonin that day, Miyu also made a happy expression. When talking about the 3rd generation, he looked very grateful for being valued. Secret mission, is it training to control the 9 tails? Miyu guessed in his heart. Knowing Kushina's identity as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Miyu certainly would not think that Kushina had gone on some dangerous S-level secret mission. During the war, unless the war reached the point where the tailed beast had to be dispatched, Kushina would be confined to the village and would not be allowed to go out even if she wanted to. Although Miyu did not go to the battlefield and did not know the current situation on the battlefield, he was sure that the rock and cloud hidden villages of Konoha had either not officially started fighting or were conducting exploratory attacks on each other. Because Minato was still in Konoha, if the war really started, how could Minato have the leisure to ask him to bring food? He would definitely be sent to the battlefield. Minato was a very important point in the Third Ninja World War. As long as Minato was still in Konoha and looked unbusy, Miyu could determine the general situation of the war. After making a simple guess, Miyu stopped guessing. Even without him, Kushina and Minato would live well until the end of the war and become winners in life. He did not need to worry. On the contrary, his disciples might be more miserable than each other. Might Guy watched his father open the death gate to save him, and Obito was first smashed half of his body and then saw his good friend kill the person he loved. After a few days, Shisui also adapted to the practice of full concentration breathing. The next step is to deepen the content taught by Miyu before and enter the breath of fire. Miyu asked Obito and Shisui to practice breathing to get familiar with the breathing method. The combat training is divided into 3 stages. The first stage only uses breathing without chakra. The second stage uses breathing and chakra without ninjutsu. The third stage removes all previous restrictions. In addition, writing is prohibited in all stages. Sharingan. Miyu announced the next battle training plan. The dynamic vision of Sharingan has a great bonus to physical skills. If Obito doesn't use it, he can't play. No chakra, maybe we can win. Obito instantly felt the hope of winning. Purely competing in breathing training, his progress is even a little ahead of Shisui. No chakra means breathing does not need chakra, but physical skills such as shaving that require chakra can be used. Miyu added. There are 2 options for the breathing method of the Hokage's body. You can choose to use chakra with breathing, or not. If you don't use chakra, you will lose a lot of effects. For example, the rock breathing will have a much smaller blessing on the body, and the flame breathing will not have the effect of accelerating the change of properties. In addition, all the breathing method pattern states require chakra, and you can't open it without chakra. After listening to it, Obito felt that his chance of winning went from being very high to having a very low chance of winning, because Shisui's instant body training was better than his. However, compared to stage 3, he still has a great advantage in stage 1, because his ninjutsu is not as good as Shisui. Are you clear about the rules? Miyu asked. Clear. Shisui and Obito nodded and replied. Then prepare for the battle. Let's fight for a week in stage 1 first. Miyu said. The 2 of them set up their positions according to Miyu's instructions and prepared for the battle. Begin! Miyu shouted. Shisui and Obito both instantly entered the breathing state, inhaling a large amount of oxygen into their bodies to strengthen their bodies. But just when Obito wanted to rush towards Shisui, he found that Shisui actually appeared directly in front of him. So fast! Obito was very surprised. Shisui was much faster than him after practicing the same shaving. Fortunately, no one could use chakra-enhanced breathing methods or ninjutsu. Although Obito was a step slower, he was only in a small disadvantage. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito wanted to turn disadvantage into advantage, and directly went into the full concentration breathing state to increase his strength. Shisui did not choose to fight head-on, but avoided the edge and used shaving to distance himself from Obito. The disadvantage was indeed gone, but because he could not catch up with Shisui, Obito was unable to gain an advantage. Instead, he consumed a lot of physical strength because of the full concentration breathing. In the end, Obito was directly defeated by Shisui in one wave. Pop! The problem I mentioned a few days ago has come back again. Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together and said, "Don't use full concentration breathing easily." Miyu emphasized again. With Obito and his friend's current physical strength and chakra, full concentration breathing is equivalent to a big move. How can they play the game later if they use it directly at close range? I thought that if I didn't use full concentration breathing, I would be at a greater disadvantage in the end, so I used it directly. Obito scratched his head and said what he thought during the battle. The greater the enemy's advantage, the easier it is to have flaws. It is easier to reverse the situation when you use it when you are at a great disadvantage. Miyu said. And you have to know that Shisui is faster than you. If you enter the full concentration breathing state so easily, he will definitely not fight with you directly. He didn't want to completely deny Obito's idea. Sometimes the battle really can't fall into a disadvantage directly at the beginning, which will directly enter the opponent's offensive rhythm. What he hopes is that Obito can flexibly judge the strategy to be adopted in each battle. You know Shisui's intelligence, don't waste it. Miyu emphasized. He didn't want Obito to learn a bunch of ninjutsu secrets and then be poor in actual combat. Practical combat ability is very important. I know. Obito replied as if he had realized something. He just carefully recalled the battles in which he won against Might Guy. It seemed that he had used Might Guy's information, although it was unconscious. After a break, Shisui and Obito fought again. This time, Obito listened to Miyu and did not use full concentration breathing soon after the beginning. Although Obito did not win this time, he persisted for a little longer than the first battle. He still didn't win the third time, but he persisted for half a minute longer. Obito felt that he was making progress. When the first day of combat training ended, Obito still failed to win the last time. The last time, Obito used full concentration breathing very well. Shisui felt a little tired after winning. Obito, I'm sorry, I won't lose under the watchful eyes of teacher Miyu. Shisui thought silently in his heart, he wanted to respond to Miyu's expectations. Kushina's restricted actions are the plot of Minato Legend. If you are interested, you can go and read Minato Legend. Although Kushina is drawn a little fragile, it's okay overall. In addition, there will be Chapter 147 Plan Improvement. It was another weekend. On Saturday afternoon, Miyu took his internship plan to Asuma's house. When he went there, he didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen, but only saw Asuma's mother Sarutobi Biwako. Miyu was not surprised. It was normal not to meet the third generation at this point. The third generation usually appeared more often when he went back. Mr. Biwako, I took Asuma to practice. Miyu reminded. Teacher Miyu, thank you for your help. Sarutobi Biwako said with a smile. Although he didn't talk much with Miyu, Sarutobi Biwako occasionally heard some information about Miyu from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma, and knew that Mu was a good teacher. "Teacher Mu, are you practicing nature change in Hailong Fire today?" Asuma asked. "Well, the practice of nature change is very important. I will teach you other things when you are almost done with it." Mu replied. He has a training plan for Asuma. Mu knows one thing: Asuma definitely played a part in the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to pull him out of the route. Now Asuma is a link between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mu. As long as Asuma is taught well, Mu will not be too bad in Konoha in the future. Although Mu's goal is not to be good in Konoha, he still needs a lot of time to develop now, and he needs to use Sarutobi Hiruzen to help him gain time for development. So Mu treats Asuma as the second best disciple. Except for those things that cannot be shown to others for the time being, Mu has tried his best to teach Asuma. It would be great if teacher Mu knew wind escape. After practicing fire escape, I want to learn wind escape. Asuma said with some regret. He remembered that Mu had already learned water escape and fire escape. Generally, senior ninjas only learn 2 types of ninjutsu, so he assumed that Mu only knew these 2 types. Wind escape, it's not impossible, as long as you learn it before I teach you. Mu said with a smile. Teacher Mu, this sentence is so cool. Asuma was a little touched, because if the students want to learn, they should learn it first and then teach them. Maybe it's just bragging, after all, I haven't had much contact with wind escape, I don't know if I can learn it. Mu didn't say too much. Maybe teacher Mu, you are a wind escape genius. Asuma said with a smile, this is what he really hopes for. Because Asuma thinks that his Jonin instructor is weak compared to Mu. If Mu didn't have to attend classes at the ninja school, Asuma would have wanted the 3rd generation to spend more money to ask Mu to teach him every day. After teaching Asuma for an afternoon, Mu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was off work at Asuma's house when he sent Asuma home. Sandajime, this is the specific arrangement of the ninja trainee I told you before. Mu handed the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and took the information. The top 15 students in the actual combat scores will be divided into 5 groups for internships. Excellent teachers with relatively strong strength will be selected as instructors. During the internship, DC level tasks are limited. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly read the information with a pipe in his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then said. Mu, you are still too conservative. There are more than 300 students in the 4th grade. There are more than the top 15 excellent students. Even if the number is doubled, there are still students who are not taken care of. In addition, I think the internship time can be extended. Not only the vacation in the 2nd semester, but also the 3rd semester does not have to go to class, which is also included in the internship time. 1 month is too short and students cannot get exercise. As Mu expected, the 3rd generation even began to complain about the small number of people, but it was a bit unexpected for Mu to directly add the internship time in the 3rd semester. If the internship time is added in the 3rd semester, this so-called internship is basically equivalent to graduating 1 semester earlier. I will show it to you after I go back and modify it. Mu replied with a humble look. Mu felt that it was not a big problem whether it was to add more people or to add internship time in the 3rd semester, and it would even be beneficial to students. It was not that he said that, given the teaching level of the ninja school, it would be difficult for the top 30 to learn anything in the last semester of the ninja school. It would be better to go out to familiarize themselves with the missions and learn some ninjutsu from excellent Chunin teachers. Of course, the premise is that the mission is not a war mission. On the battlefield, even the logistics mission of delivering supplies is not safe. Mu felt that under the current situation, it should not be possible to let intern ninjas of this level go to the battlefield. If this is the idea, it would not be the top 30 in the grade, at least all the 4th year students. And if it really comes to that period, it doesn't matter whether you have an internship or not. The school may directly issue a forward guard and a graduation certificate. As long as the top leaders of Konoha want it, it will be easy to do. On Sunday evening, Obito and Shisui had the last stage 1 battle. From tomorrow, you can use chakra-enhanced breathing, but you can't use ninjutsu. Miyu said. For the last time, I really want to win once. Obito ignited his fighting spirit. For a whole week, he and Shisui fought countless battles, and Obito won 0 games. Obito finally understood why Miyu said that he could not beat Kakashi now. According to Miyu, it would be difficult for Shisui to beat Kakashi without the Sharingan. Shisui without Sharingan was not as good as Kakashi, and he had a hard time beating Shisui without Sharingan and without ninjutsu, let alone the stronger Kakashi. For the last time, Obito showed great resilience. He fought with Shisui for a long time and entered a great disadvantage before he began to counterattack with full concentration breathing. Shisui chose to use breathing to fight hard. Obito's breathing was stronger, which made up for the shortcomings in other places, but he could still reverse the situation after the full concentration breathing state ended, which only alleviated the disadvantage. Fortunately, both of them used full concentration breathing, and the state was the same, so Obito did not fall into a greater disadvantage. Just when he was about to lose, the unwillingness in his heart burst out completely. With little physical strength left, Obito broke through the limit and entered the state of full concentration breathing again. This is my last breath. Obito felt the power burst out. The room seemed to have a raging fire burning in his heart. With the blessing of full concentration, Obito beat Shisui back step by step. Looking at Miyu who was watching the battle, Shisui clenched his fists and his breathing rhythm suddenly changed. He actually entered the state of full concentration again and directly grabbed the fist hit by Obito. Obito, although you want to win, I will not lose. Shisui began to fight back. With better comprehensive strength, Shisui finally defended his undefeated record, while Obito failed to complete the breakthrough of 0. Miyu looked at the increase in the proficiency of the two and nodded with satisfaction. There is indeed a saying about combat breakthrough. Chapter 148 Class Improvement Settlement. Ninja School, Grade 1 Classroom. In the ninjutsu class, Miyu said, whether chakra can be accurately controlled has a great impact on the strength of ninjas. In the next 3 weeks, we will mainly learn how to improve the ability to control chakra. The second semester of the ninja school is only 3.5 months long. It starts in early September and goes on vacation in mid-December. Today is November 6th, and there is only 1.5 months left before the vacation. According to the estimated progress, Miyu started the chakra control training. Although there are 3 full weeks, the goal is not to complete tree climbing and water treading at the same time. Just completing the tree climbing training is enough. First, in addition to the ninjutsu class, the students of the ninja school also have theoretical classes and physical classes. Unlike the full-day training during special training, the ninjutsu class itself is not just about chakra control, but the focus is on chakra control. The 3 body techniques must continue to be learned. In addition, the learning efficiency of ordinary students is taken into consideration. Don't look at Gangzi, Tishin, Yu, and Izumo, who only have B potential. In fact, it is not low in the ninja school. Most people in Miyu's class have only C potential. Teacher Miyu, what about those of us who have completed the training? Hongdu asked. Hongdu, Gangzisha, and others have participated in the summer special training and have completed Miyu's course requirements. Conduct regular training. Miyu replied. Although Hongdu and Gangzisha are ahead in progress, it is not yet time to learn higher level things, and they need to deepen what they have learned at this stage. Because they need to use trees, Miyu took the students to the grove in the ninja school. There are not many other things in Konoha, but there are really many trees. Trees of more than 10 meters are very common. According to the usual practice, the principle was explained and then demonstrated. Finally, several students who had completed the training were asked to demonstrate again. Only then did Mui start to let the students start training. Mui did not let the students go up the tree directly, but let them get familiar with the feeling of condensing chakra on their feet first. The feet are the most difficult part of the body to condense chakra. Mui and other students are only first-year students who have been exposed to chakra for a few months. This is very difficult for them. When they are familiar with it, they can start climbing trees to get a feel for it. Mui gave them a goal of 8 meters for the first week. As long as they reach 8 meters, they will be considered successful. However, in the first class, let alone 8 meters, some students found it difficult to walk 2 steps on the tree, and basically fell down after 2 steps. At this height, Mui didn't need to catch them, and the students could land steadily by themselves. Teacher Mui, will there be special training after this semester? Gang Zisha asked Mui during the break. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be. Mui nodded and said. It's hard to say after the war, but this special training should be maintained before the war ends to accelerate the growth of low-level ninjas. Teacher Mui, what are the conditions for participating in special training? A student took the opportunity to ask. People in Mui's class were very envious of the progress of Hongdu and Gang Zisha. Originally, except for Shisui, Hongdu and the others were strong, but not too strong. But after returning from the special training, it was different. It felt to them that Hongdu and the others had practiced for an extra semester, and their strengths were suddenly widened. According to Hongdu and the others, many students in Mui's class wanted to participate in the special training. They thought it was interesting and could improve their strength, which was much better than playing at home every day during the holidays. The next special training should be the same as the last time. All 4th-year students and the top 8 in practical scores in other grades. Mui replied. Except for the 4th-year students, can only 8 people go in a grade? Can't we recruit more people? The students felt that this requirement was too high. The next special training has not been determined yet. I don't know the specific situation. It may not be my responsibility. Mui explained. If Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him the internship plan like last time, Mui was going to take the students to intern and try to see if he could get rewards by completing the commissioned tasks. After all, his disciples will always graduate. Might Guy and Obito will graduate in a few months. It is impossible that there will be rewards for good performance in school and then they will disappear after becoming ninjas. If this is the case, Mui must let Shisui finish the 4th grade and get more ninjutsu proficiency scrolls. Lecture completed. Evaluation, B. Award, Chakra plus 20. Under your guidance, the students of Class 1 have made great progress in all aspects, and have been rewarded. Konoha Fluid Technique, Proficient, Wind Style, Wind Blade, Proficient, Chakra plus 300. After class, Mui found that the promotion reward for Class 1 was settled. The promotion reward for Class 1 is better than the first promotion, but a little worse than the summer special training. However, considering the number of people, the question is normal. Mui had no impression of the Wind Blade ninjutsu, but after receiving the memory, Mui found that it was a good A-level wind-style ninjutsu. This ninjutsu has no fancy features, it just shoots wind blades from the fingertips, but the speed is very fast and the cutting force is very strong. Chakra increased by another 320, and Mui clicked on the panel to check the total amount of chakra. Name, Hanya Mui. Chakra, 24,100. His chakra is almost close to 10 small cards. Although there have been no training tasks or exam rewards recently, Mui's improvement is still very large. Originally, it should not be that big, but Shisui exerted his strength. Not only did he open the Sharingan and directly added 800 chakras to Mui, but the natural increase in chakra every day later also increased. Sharingan allowed Shisui to enter the initial high-speed growth period of chakra in advance, and the trust level was the highest. Just Shisui alone provided him with 1,800 chakras this month, which is several times more than Might Guy and Obito combined. You can only say that the big gold mine is awesome. It is so powerful just in the initial development. When he grows up, what he returns to his master is not chakra but chakra. Expects that his chakra should exceed 30,000 by the end of this semester, but it should be just over 30,000. Just when Shisui and Obito were having a tense and exciting breathing battle, Might Guy's rock breathing had a breakthrough, his proficiency exceeded 50, and he began to practice the full concentration of rock breathing. Although his progress was still behind Obito and Shisui, Might Guy was full of motivation. He did not give up so many boring basic trainings before, not to mention the breathing method with more obvious effect of becoming stronger. The feeling of becoming stronger a little bit made Might Guy unable to extricate himself. Chapter 149 Super Strong Girl Nohara Rin. In the southern forest, Yu was conducting daily teaching. Xiaolin, if you team up with Obito and Kai, what is your position? Yu asked Nohara Rin. Give them treatment when they are injured, and protect yourself in battle. Nohara Rin replied. In fact, medical ninjas are not without combat capabilities. You should know Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, right? Yu nodded and continued to ask. Well, I also want to be an excellent medical ninja like Tsunade-sama. Nohara Rin replied, with a look of longing in her eyes when she spoke. It may be a bit difficult to choose the most popular male ninja in Konoha, but if it is the most popular female ninja, there is only Tsunade. Tsunade has many fans both as male and female ninjas. Nohara Rin is also a little fan of Tsunade. She hopes that she can provide powerful treatment and fight independently like Tsunade. As long as you work hard to practice, you may succeed. Yu smiled and encouraged, and then continued. Excellent medical ninjas actually have good combat capabilities. The higher the level of medical ninjutsu, the stronger the combat capability will be. After that, Yu took Nohara Rin to a big tree. Chakra scalpel. Yu gathered the chakra in her hand and then changed the chakra form to make it sharper, and finally waved it gently at the tree. Boom! Yu's seemingly effortless hand knife directly cut the whole tree. Amazing, this is also a medical ninjutsu. Nohara Rin said with surprise, covering her slightly opened mouth with her right hand. When Nohara Rin saw the cut surface of the tree, she was even more surprised, because the cut surface was too smooth and flat, and it didn't look like it was cut by hand at all. Yes, this is the A-level medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel, an advanced medical ninjutsu that requires a certain mastery of medical ninjutsu to learn successfully. Yu explained. Then Yu also showed Nohara Rin how to cut a stone with her hand. The hard stone was easily cut in half by Yu's chakra scalpel like tofu. Are you going to practice this next? Nohara Rin looked at Yu expectantly. With your current knowledge of medical ninjutsu, you are not enough to master this ninjutsu. Yu shook her head and replied. I know. Nohara Rin was a little disappointed, but she was more motivated to learn. If she learned this powerful medical ninjutsu, she would have considerable combat power. What I am going to teach you now is another thing. It can also increase your combat power, and it is even more critical. Yu continued. Because there are many trees here, Yu just found a tree that is thicker than the one she just used the chakra scalpel on, and then used the chakra burst technique to kick it directly. There was another bang, and the tree broke and fell to the ground. Then Yu kicked the ground again. With Yu as the center, the ground of about 4 meters was all cracked. Because of the frequent loud noises, Obito looked over here several times. Is this a physical skill? Nohara Rin asked uncertainly. Nohara Rin felt that if she kicked with her strength, she could only bring up some dust. She didn't dare to think about how painful it would be to kick someone like this. It's a physical skill, but the destructive power of this physical skill is not due to the strength of the body, but the special chakra technique called super strength. Yu said. He used the pain kick he had obtained before. The super strength technique is actually the same whether it is with hands or feet. It depends on personal habits. If you use fists, it is Sakura strike, and if you use feet, it is pain kick. The main focus is on the chakra. Control. Although Nohara Rin has not been learning medical ninjutsu for a long time, she has already shown her talent in chakra control, so Miyu chose to teach Nohara Rin super strength instead of chakra scalpel first. If you have strong physical strength and super strength skills, wouldn't it be the best among the strong? I think Kai is very suitable. Obito, who came to watch after taking a rest, said. No, Kai is not suitable. His chakra control ability is too weak. He basically can't learn this skill. Miyu shook his head and said. Based on the experience of teaching Might Guy Shadow Clone, Miyu can only let Might Guy learn the high difficulty forbidden technique 8 gates ninjutsu and super strength skills at the same time. Might Guy should learn the 8 gates ninjutsu first, and maybe he can open several gates but still hasn't learned super strength. So Miyu didn't give this seemingly good physical skill to Might Guy. It was a pure waste of time, and it was impossible to use it after opening the 8 gates, which was even more meaningless. Among you, only Shisui and Xylan are suitable for super strength, but Shisui doesn't need to practice this. Miyu said. Shisui's chakra control ability is also excellent, so there is no pressure to learn super strength, but Shisui has no such need. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Might Guy is indeed surprisingly poor at learning certain things. He has not yet learned a simple shadow clone. As Miyu expected, Nohara Rin got the hang of it quickly. After a while, although he could not kick the ground to crack like him, he had no problem breaking an ordinary tree that was not too thick with one punch. What a great power! Obito opened his mouth wide enough to fit a big duck egg when he saw Nohara Rin's thin arms and legs breaking a big tree with one punch. Obito, don't underestimate the power of medical ninjas. Nohara Rin put away her fist and smiled gently. Obito thought to himself, how dare he do that? He didn't know how many bones would be broken if he punched someone. Hehe, Xylan, you have learned this strange power. You will definitely scare everyone in the class in the next practical test. Seeing Nohara Rin's increased strength, Obito was happy for Nohara Rin. Miyu also nodded secretly in his heart. If he wanted to stop Obito from turning evil, Nohara Rin's strength must also be strengthened, at least he must not be a drag. According to his training plan, Nohara Rin was already a medical ninja who could master advanced medical ninjutsu such as Palm Fairy Chakra Scalpel when she was 12 years old. Advance with Strange Power Chakra Scalpel to fight against the enemy, retreat with Palm Fairy Jutsu to heal teammates. It's a pity that I'm not a disciple, otherwise it should be time to stimulate the promotion reward. Miyu thought. Because he was not sure whether he could get a new disciple quota in the future, Miyu held the only remaining disciple quota in his hand very tightly, and he hadn't used it until now. You may not see anything in the early stage, but if you reach the high-speed growth period, the gap between the disciples with different talents and the return to the master will be exaggerated. For example, if a disciple with good talent increases 1000 chakras per month, Miyu can get 4000 chakras, but if a disciple only increases 300 chakras, Miyu can only get 1200 chakras. Miyu now wants to accept the Uzumaki clan the most, but there is no such condition. At present, the only Uzumaki clan member that Miyu can contact is Kushina, but Kushina has grown up and can still identify 150,000 chakras when she needs to use chakra to suppress the tailed beast. Chapter 150 Accident. When the combat training entered the stage of using chakra, the battle between Shisui and Obito became more intense. The breathing method without chakra and with chakra is simply two different strengths. Stronger strength and speed, accelerated chakra nature change, these are all bonuses that can directly increase hard power. When Obito and Shisui fought to the climax, the flames were basically non-stop. The nature change ninjutsu of the same attribute follows the principle of one-to-one cancellation, that is, the flame transformed by a little chakra can resist the flame of a little chakra. When Muyu first crossed over, Obito had more chakra than Shisui because he was older, but later Shisui practiced more diligently and opened his Sharingan, so his chakra had long surpassed Obito. Because he couldn't compete in physical skills and chakra now, Obito felt more pressure in the second stage of the battle, and was defeated again on the first day. With pressure comes motivation, especially Nohara-rin would also take a look at the battle during the break. Obito's desire to perform made him fully motivated, and his breathing method proficiency increased day by day. He relied on his more proficient breathing method to hold on for a little longer in front of Shisui. When the second stage of training reached the last day, Obito fell into a disadvantage at the beginning, and his disadvantage became greater and greater under Shisui's calm and swift offensive. When he felt that he was about to lose, Obito had to use full concentration breathing to block Shisui's offensive. But Shisui could also breathe with full concentration, and Obito just prolonged his defeat. Damn it, Xiaolin is watching, I must not lose too badly. When Obito was fighting, he noticed that Nohara-rin had come, and his originally tired body seemed to have regained some vitality, and at the same time he became calmer. The sudden awakening of potential and calm fighting made Obito think that he was going to break the zero-win record. Unfortunately, Shisui didn't give him any chances at all, and played steadily without revealing any flaws. In the end, Obito was exhausted and lost. Although I didn't win, Obito, you have performed very well, I feel much stronger than before. Nohara-rin comforted. Haha, is that so? Obito's slightly depressed mood disappeared instantly, and he said with a silly smile. Well, you did a good job. After the third stage is over, we will do some review exercises, and the breathing method should be almost learned. Muyu nodded. After comforting the defeated Obito, Muyu naturally did not forget Shisui, who maintained an undefeated record, and smiled gently. It can be seen that Shisui has put a lot of effort in training, not only in breathing methods, but also in physical skills recently. Well, I have been practicing physical skills after returning home recently. Shisui smiled happily after trying to get the recognition of the person he cares about. Obito, do you want to go to Kakashi to play together tonight? Nohara-rin asked. If Nohara-rin removed a certain name, Obito would agree without hesitation, but if he called Kakashi, Obito would have to think about it. In order to ensure that Kakashi will be defeated 100% in the next battle, Obito will ask Muyu how much chance he has of winning against Kakashi after he improves. At present, Muyu judges that he may win, but the possibility is very small. It depends on Kakashi's carelessness and his extraordinary performance plus explosiveness to win, so Obito is not ready to challenge Kakashi for the time being. Let's go together. It's been tiring to practice recently. Relax. Obito finally agreed. Tomorrow is the third stage of combat training. Obito feels that he may be miserable tomorrow, so he decides to enjoy the night first. Although Shisui's Sharingan is restricted, Obito is not his opponent when Shisui doesn't open his Sharingan. Facing Shisui, who has released the restrictions on ninjutsu, Obito feels that if he can hold on for 3 more minutes, he will be successful. At night, Obito and Nohara-rin went to Kakashi's house to find Kakashi. This trip made Obito glad that he agreed to Nohara-rin today, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity. This time, Obito got 2 good news, one is that Kakashi is not at home, and the other is that he can enjoy the world of 2 people with Nohara-rin. Did he go out for a walk? Nohara-rin thought for a while and said. I don't think so. He should still be doing a mission outside. I came to find Kakashi once before, and happened to meet his teammates asking him to do a mission together. Obito said with a smile. When was it? Nohara-rin asked curiously. Obito recalled and said, it seems to be more than half a month. His mission this time is quite long. More than half a month, it's not easy to be a formal ninja. Nohara-rin nodded, feeling a little regretful. Then Obito and Nohara-rin played around for several hours, and went home separately when the night gradually deepened. Haha, Kakashi, you should do more missions. On the way home, Obito's raised mouth corners were a little bit uncontrollable. In the Hokage building, a tired ninja and Kakashi walked into the Hokage's office. Hokage, please allow me to resign from the position of guiding Jonin. The tired ninja bowed and said. I don't want to be a guiding Jonin for the time being. Toda, did something happen? The third generation frowned slightly and asked. I failed to protect my disciples. I am not a competent teacher. Nagatomo Toda said with his head down. But you are a qualified ninja, at least the mission was completed. Kakashi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably knew what happened. It should be that there was an accident in the mission. Although the mission was completed in the end, both of Nagatomo Toda's disciples died, and only Kakashi was still alive. Nagatomo Toda glanced at Kakashi, opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. In that case, Toda, you should take a rest for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and nodded. He could understand Nagatomo Toda to some extent. Nagatomo Toda was a very young Jonin. Those two disciples were his first time to lead students, so it was normal for them to have deep feelings for each other. Thank you for your understanding, Sandaime-sama. I'll go back and rest first. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply, Nagatomo Toda left directly, leaving Kakashi in the Hokage's office. Looking at Kakashi's indifferent expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out a cloud of smoke and had a headache. He took out the information and glanced at it, and found that there was no team that Kakashi could be inserted into. He could only wait for the ninja school students to graduate and the newly graduated genin to form a new team. Kakashi, this mission is so hard, you should take a break for a while, and I will arrange a new team for you after a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said. Yet. Kakashi nodded, then turned and left. You haven't walked out of the shadow yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi's back and thought that Kakashi was not like this 2 years ago, but he has changed since what happened last year.